Preface in Chapters 1 and 2 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Preface. Samuel Butler began to write The Way of All Flesh about the year 1872, and was engaged upon it intermittently until 1884. It is therefore to a great extent contemporaneous with Life and Habit, and may be taken as a practical illustration of the theory of heredity embodied in that book. He did not work on it after 1884, but for various reasons he postponed its publication. He was occupied in other ways, and he professed himself dissatisfied with it as a whole, and always intended to rewrite, or at any rate revise it. His death in 1902 prevented him from doing this, and on his deathbed he gave me clearly to understand that he wished it to be published in its present form. I found that the manuscript of the 4th and 5th chapters had disappeared, but by consulting and comparing various notes and sketches which remained among his papers, I have been able to supply the missing chapters in a form which I believe does not differ materially from that which he finally adopted. With regard to the chronology of the events recorded, the reader will do well to bear in mind that the main body of the novel is supposed to have been written in the year 1867, and the last chapter added as a postscript in 1882. R. A. Streatfeild. Chapter 1. When I was a small boy at the beginning of the century, I remember an old man who wore knee breeches and worsted stockings, and who used to hobble about the street of our village with the help of a stick. He must have been getting on for 80 in the year 1807, earlier than which date I suppose I can hardly remember him, for I was born in 1802. A few white locks hung about his ears, his shoulders were bent and his knees feeble, but he was still hale, and was much respected in our little world of Paleham. His name was Pontifex. His wife was said to be his master. I have been told she brought him a little money, but it cannot have been much. She was a tall, square-shouldered person. I have heard my father call her a Gothic woman, who had insisted on being married to Mr. Pontifex when he was young and too good-natured to say nay to any woman who wooed him. The pair had lived not unhappily together, for Mr. Pontifex's temper was easy, and he soon learned to bow before his wife's more stormy moods. Mr. Pontifex was a carpenter by trade. He was also at one time parish clerk. When I remember him, however, he had so far risen in life as to be no longer compelled to work with his own hands. In his earlier days he had taught himself to draw. I do not say he drew well, but it was surprising he should draw as well as he did. My father, who took the living of Paleham about the year 1797, became possessed of a good many of old Mr. Pontifex's drawings, which were always of local subjects, and so unaffectedly painstaking that they might have passed for the work of some good early master. I remember them hanging up framed and glazed in the study at the rectory, and tinted, as all else in the room was tinted, with the green reflected from the fringe of ivy leaves that grew around the windows. I wonder how they will actually cease and come to an end as drawings, and into what new phases of being they will then enter. Not content with being an artist, Mr. Pontifex must needs also be a musician. He built the organ in the church with his own hands, and made a smaller one which he kept in his own house. He could play as much as he could draw, not very well according to professional standards, but much better than could have been expected. I myself showed a taste for music at an early age, and old Mr. Pontifex, on finding it out, as he soon did, became partial to me in consequence. It may be thought that with so many irons in the fire he could hardly be a very thriving man, but this was not the case. His father had been a day laborer, and he had himself begun life with no other capital than his good sense and good constitution. Now, however, there was a goodly show of timber about his yard, and a look of solid comfort over his whole establishment. Towards the close of the 18th century, and not long before my father came to Paleham, he had taken a farm of about 90 acres, thus making a considerable rise in life. Along with the farm there went an old-fashioned but comfortable house with a charming garden and an orchard. The carpenter's business was now carried on in one of the outhouses that had once been part of some conventual buildings, the remains of which could be seen in what was called the Abbey Close. The house itself, embosomed in honeysuckles and creeping roses, was an ornament to the whole village, nor were its internal arrangements less exemplary than its outside was ornamental. Report said that Mrs. Pontifex starched the sheets for her best bed, and I can well believe it. How well do I remember her parlour half filled with the organ which her husband had built, and scented with a withered apple or two from the Pyrus japonica that grew outside the house. The picture of the prize ox over the chimney-piece, which Mr. Pontifex himself had painted, the transparency of the man coming to show light to a coach upon the snowy night, also by Mr. Pontifex, the little old man and the little old woman who told the weather, the china shepherd and shepherdess, the jars of feathery flowering grasses with a peacock's feather or two among them to set them off, and the china bowls full of dead rose leaves dried with bay salt. All has long since vanished and become a memory, faded but still fragrant to myself. Nay, but her kitchen, and the glimpses into a cavernous cellar beyond it, wherefrom came gleams from the pale surfaces of milk cans, or it may be of the arms and face of a milkmaid skimming the cream, or again her store-room, where among other treasures she kept the famous lip-salve, which was one of her especial glories, and of which she would present a shape yearly to those whom she delighted to honor. She wrote out the recipe for this, and gave it to my mother a year or two before she died, but we could never make it as she did. When we were children she used sometimes to send her respects to my mother, and ask leave for us to come and take tea with her. Right well she used to ply us. As for her temper, we never met such a delightful old lady in our lives. Whatever Mr. Pontifex may have had to put up with, we had no cause for complaint, and then Mr. Pontifex would play to us upon the organ, and we would stand round him open-mouthed and think him the most wonderfully clever man that was ever born, except, of course, our papa. Mrs. Pontifex had no sense of humour, at least I can call to mind no signs of this, but her husband had plenty of fun in him, though few would have guessed it from his appearance. I remember my father once sent me down to his workshop to get some glue, and I happened to come when old Pontifex was in the act of scolding his boy. He had got the lad, a pudding-headed fellow, by the ear and was saying, "What? Lost again? Smothered a wit?" I believe it was the boy who was himself supposed to be a wandering soul, and who was thus addressed as lost. "Now look here, my lad," he continued. "Some boys are born stupid, and thou art one of them. Some achieve stupidity. That's thee again, Jim. Thou wast both born stupid and hath greatly increased thy birthright. And some—" and here came a climax during which the boy's head and ear was swayed from side to side, "have stupidity thrust upon them, which, if it please the Lord, shall not be thy case, my lad, for I will thrust stupidity from thee, though I have to box thine ears in doing so." But I did not see that the old man really did box Jim's ears, or do more than pretend to frighten him, for the two understood one another perfectly well. Another time I remember hearing him call the village rat-catcher by saying, "Come hither, thou 3 days and 3 nights, thou," alluding, as I had afterwards learned, to the rat-catcher's periods of intoxication. But I will tell no more of such trifles. My father's face would always brighten when old Pontifex's name was mentioned. "I tell you, Edward," he would say to me, "old Pontifex was not only an able man, but he was one of the very ablest men that I ever knew. This was more than I as a young man was prepared to stand. "My dear father," I answered, "what did he do? He could draw a little, but could he, to save his life, have got a picture into the Royal Academy exhibition? He built 2 organs and could play the minuet in Samson on one and the march in Scipio on the other. He was a good carpenter and a bit of a wag. He was a good old fellow enough, but why make him out so much abler than he was?" "My boy," returned my father, "you must not judge by the work, but by the work in connection with the surroundings. Could Giotto or Filippo Lippi, think you, have got a picture into the exhibition? Would a single one of those frescoes we went to see when we were in Padua have the remotest chance of being hung, if it were sent in for exhibition now? Why, the Academy people would be so outraged that they would not even write to poor Giotto to tell him to come and take his fresco away. Phew!" he continued, waxing warm. "If old Pontifex had had Cromwell's chances, he would have done all that Cromwell did, and have done it better. If he had had Giotto's chances, he would have done all that Giotto did, and done it no worse. As it was, he was a village carpenter, and I will undertake to say he never scamped a job in the whole course of his life." "But," I said, "we cannot judge people with so many ifs. If old Pontifex had lived in Giotto's time, he might have been another Giotto. But he did not live in Giotto's time." "I tell you, Edward," said my father with some severity, "we must judge men not so much by what they do, as by what they make us feel that they have it in them to do. If a man has done enough, either in painting, music, or the affairs of life, to make me feel that I might trust him in an emergency, he has done enough. It is not by what a man has actually put upon his canvas, nor yet by the acts which he has set down, so to speak, upon the canvas of his life that I will judge him, but by what he makes me feel that he felt and aimed at. If he has made me feel that he felt those things to be lovable which I hold lovable myself, I ask no more. His grammar may have been imperfect, but I still have understood him. He and I are en rapport, and I say again, Edward, that old Pontifex was not only an able man, but one of the very ablest men I ever knew." Against this there was no more to be said, and my sisters eyed me to silence. Somehow or other my sisters always did eye me to silence when I differed from my father. "Talk of his successful son," snorted my father, whom I fairly roused. "He is not fit to black his father's boots. He has his thousands of pounds a year, while his father had perhaps 3,000 shillings a year toward the end of his life. He is a successful man, but his father, hobbling about Paleham Street in his grey worsted stockings, broad-brimmed hat, and brown sallow-tailed coat, was worth 100 of George Pontifex's, for all his carriages and horses and the airs he gives himself. But yet," he added, "George Pontifex is no fool either." And this brings us to the second generation of the Pontifex family, with whom we need concern ourselves. Chapter 2. Old Mr. Pontifex had married in the year 1750, but for 15 years his wife bore no children. At the end of that time Mrs. Pontifex astonished the whole village by showing unmistakable signs of a disposition to present her husband with an heir or heiress. Hers had long ago been considered a hopeless case, and when on consulting the doctor concerning the meaning of certain symptoms, she was informed of their significance. She became very angry and abused the doctor roundly for talking nonsense. She refused to put so much as a piece of thread into a needle in anticipation of her confinement, and would have been absolutely unprepared if her neighbours had not been better judges of her condition than she was, and got things ready without telling her anything about it. Perhaps she feared Nemesis, though assuredly she knew not who or what Nemesis was. Perhaps she feared the doctor had made a mistake, and she should be laughed at. From whatever cause, however, her refusal to recognize the obvious arose. She certainly refused to recognize it, until one snowy night in January the doctor was sent for with all urgent speed across the rough country roads. When he arrived he found 2 patients, not one, in need of his assistance, for a boy had been born who was in due time christened George, in honor of his then reigning majesty. To the best of my belief, George Pontifex got the greater part of his nature from this obstinate old lady, his mother, a mother who, though she loved no one else in the world except her husband, and him only after a fashion, was most tenderly attached to the unexpected child of her old age. Nevertheless, she showed it little. The boy grew up into a sturdy, bright-eyed little fellow, with plenty of intelligence, and perhaps a trifle too great readiness at book learning. Being kindly treated at home, he was as fond of his father and mother as it was in his nature to be of any one, but he was fond of no one else. He had a good healthy sense of meum, and as little of tum as he could help. Brought up much in the open air in one of the best situated and healthiest villages in England, his little limbs had fair play, and in those days children's brains were not overtasked as they are now. Perhaps it was for this very reason that the boy showed an avidity to learn. At 7 or 8 years old he could read, write, and sum better than any other boy of his age in the village. My father was not yet rector of Paleham, and did not remember George Pontifex's childhood, but I have heard neighbors tell him that the boy was looked upon as unusually quick and forward. His father and mother were naturally proud of their offspring, and his mother was determined that he should one day become one of the kings and councillors of the earth. It is one thing, however, to resolve that one's son shall win some of life's larger prizes, and another to square matters with fortune in this respect. George Pontifex might have been brought up as a carpenter, and succeeded in no other way than as succeeding his father as one of the minor magnates of Paleham, and yet have been a more truly successful man than he actually was. For I take it that there is not much more solid success in this world than what fell to the lot of old Mr. and Mrs. Pontifex. It happened, however, that about the year 1780, when George was a boy of 15, a sister of Mr. Pontifex's, who had married a Mr. Fairlie, came to pay a few days' visit at Paleham. Mr. Fairlie was a publisher, chiefly of religious works, and had an establishment in Paternoster Row. He had risen in life, and his wife had risen with him. No very close relations had been maintained between the sisters for some years, and I forget exactly how it came about that Mr. and Mrs. Fairlie were guests in the quiet but exceedingly comfortable house of their sister and brother-in-law. But for some reason or other the visit was paid, and little George soon succeeded in making his way into his uncle and aunt's good graces. A quick, intelligent boy with a good address, a sound constitution, and coming of respectable parents, had a potential value which a practised business man who has need of many subordinates is little likely to overlook. Before his visit was over, Mr. Fairlie proposed to the lad's father and mother that he should put him into his own business, at the same time promising that if the boy did well he should not want someone to bring him forward. Mrs. Pontifex had her son's interests too much at heart to refuse such an offer, so the matter was soon arranged, and about a fortnight after the Fairlies had left, George was sent up by coach to London, where he was met by his uncle and aunt, with whom it was arranged that he should live. This was George's great start in life. He now wore more fashionable clothes than he had yet been accustomed to, and any little rusticity of gait or pronunciation which he had brought from Paleham was so quickly and completely lost that it was ere long impossible to detect that he had not been born and bred among people of what is commonly called education. The boy paid great attention to his work, and more than justified the favourable opinion which Mr. Fairlie had formed concerning him. Sometimes Mr. Fairlie would send him down to Paleham for a few days' holiday, and ere long his parents perceived that he had acquired an air and manner of talking different from any that he had taken with him from Paleham. They were proud of him, and soon fell into their proper places, resigning all appearance of a parental control, for which indeed there was no kind of necessity. In return, George was always kindly to them, and to the end of his life retained a more affectionate feeling towards his father and mother than I imagine him ever to have felt again for man, woman, or child. George's visits to Paleham were never long, for the distance from London was under 50 miles, and there was a direct coach, so that the journey was easy. There was not time, therefore, for the novelty to wear off either on the part of the young man or of his parents. George liked the fresh country air and green fields after the darkness to which he had been so long accustomed in Paternoster Row, which then, as now, was a narrow gloomy lane rather than a street. Independently of the pleasure of seeing the familiar faces of the farmers and villagers, he liked also being seen and being congratulated on growing up such a fine-looking and fortunate young fellow, for he was not the youth to hide his light under a bushel. His uncle had taught him Latin and Greek of an evening. He had taken kindly to these languages, and had rapidly and easily mastered what many boys take years in acquiring. I suppose his knowledge gave him a self-confidence which made itself felt whether he intended it or not. At any rate, he soon began to pose as a judge of literature, and from this to being a judge of art, architecture, music, and everything else, the path was easy. Like his father, he knew the value of money, but he was at once more ostentatious and less liberal than his father. While yet a boy, he was a thorough little man of the world, and did well rather upon principles which he had tested by personal experiment and recognized as principles, than from those profounder convictions which in his father were so instinctive that he could give no account concerning them. His father, as I have said, wondered at him and let him alone. His son had fairly distanced him, and in an inarticulate way the father knew it perfectly well. After a few years he took to wearing his best clothes whenever his son came to stay with him, nor would he discard them for his ordinary ones till the young man had returned to London. I believe old Mr. Pontifex, along with his pride and affection, felt also a certain fear of his son, as though of something which he could not thoroughly understand, and whose ways, notwithstanding outward agreement, were nevertheless not as his ways. Mrs. Pontifex felt nothing of this. To her George was pure and absolute perfection, and she saw, or thought she saw, with pleasure that he resembled her and her family in feature as well as in disposition, rather than her husband and his. When George was about 25 years old, his uncle took him into partnership on very liberal terms. He had little cause to regret this step. The young man infused fresh vigor into a concern that was already vigorous, and by the time he was 30 found himself in the receipt of not less than £1,500 a year as his share of the profits. 2 years later he married a lady about 7 years younger than himself, who brought him a handsome dowry. She died in 1805, when her youngest child, Alethea, was born, and her husband did not marry again. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 3 and 4 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 3. In the early years of the century, 5 little children and a couple of nurses began to make periodical visits to Paleham. It is needless to say that they were a rising generation of Pontifexes, toward whom the old couple, their grandparents, were as tenderly deferential as they would have been to the children of the Lord Lieutenant of the county. Their names were Eliza, Maria, John, Theobald, who like myself was born in 1802, and Alethea. Mr. Pontifex always put the prefix Master or Miss before the names of his grandchildren, except in the case of Alethea, who was his favourite. To have resisted his grandchildren would have been as impossible for him as to have resisted his wife. Even old Mrs. Pontifex yielded before her son's children, and gave them all manner of license which she would have never allowed even to my sisters and myself, who stood next in her regard. 2 regulations only they must attend to. They must wipe their shoes well on coming into the house, and they must not overfeed Mr. Pontifex's organ with wind, nor take the pipes out. By us at the rectory there was no time so much looked forward to as the annual visit of the little Pontifexes to Paleham. We came in for some of the prevailing license. We went to tea with Mrs. Pontifex to meet her grandchildren, and then our young friends were asked to the rectory to have tea with us, and we had what we considered great times. I fell desperately in love with Alethea. Indeed, we all fell in love with each other, plurality and exchange, whether of wives or husbands, being openly and unblushingly advocated in the very presence of our nurses. We were very merry, but it is so long ago that I have forgotten nearly everything save that we were very merry. Almost the only thing that remains with me as a permanent impression was the fact that Theobald one day beat his nurse and teased her, and when she said she would go away, cried out, "You shan't go away. I shall keep you on purpose to torment you." One winter's morning, however, in the year 1811, we heard the church bell tolling while we were dressing in the back nursery, and were told it was for old Mrs. Pontifex. Our manservant John told us, and added with grim levity, that they were ringing the bell to come and take her away. She had had a fit of paralysis which had carried her off quite suddenly. It was very shocking, the more so because our nurse assured us that if God chose we might all have fits of paralysis ourselves that very day, and be taken straight off to the day of judgment. The day of judgment, indeed, according to the opinion of those who were most likely to know, would not under any circumstances be delayed more than a few years longer, and then the whole world would be burned, and we ourselves be consigned to an eternity of torture, unless we mended our ways more than we at present seemed at all likely to do. All of this was so alarming that we fell to screaming and made such a hullabaloo that the nurse was obliged for her own peace to reassure us. Then we wept, but more composedly, as we remembered that there would be no more tea and cakes for us now at old Mrs. Pontifex's. On the day of the funeral, however, we had a great excitement. Old Mr. Pontifex sent round a penny loaf to every inhabitant of the village according to a custom still not uncommon at the beginning of the century. The loaf was called a dole. We had never heard of this custom before, besides. Though we had often heard of penny loaves, we had never seen one before. Moreover, they were presents to us as inhabitants of the village, and we were treated as grown-up people, for our father and mother and the servants had each one loaf sent them, but only one. We had never yet suspected that we were inhabitants at all. Finally, the little loaves were new, and we were passionately fond of new bread, which we were seldom or never allowed to have, as it was supposed not to be good for us. Our affection, therefore, for our old friend had to stand against the combined attacks of archaeological interest, the right of citizenship and property, the pleasantness to the eye, and goodness for food of the little loaves themselves, and the sense of importance which was given us by our having been intimate with someone who had actually died. It seemed upon further inquiry that there was little reason to anticipate an early death for any one of ourselves, and this being so, we rather liked the idea of someone else's being put away into the churchyard. We passed, therefore, in a short time from extreme depression to a no less extreme exultation. A new heaven and a new earth had been revealed to us in our perception of the possibility of benefiting by the death of our friends, and I fear that for some time we took an interest in the health of everyone in the village, whose position rendered a repetition of the dole in the least likely. Those were the days in which all great things seemed far off, and we were astonished to find that Napoleon Bonaparte was an actually living person. We had thought such a great man could only have lived a very long time ago, And here he was, after all, almost as it were at our own doors. This lent colour to the view that the day of judgment might indeed be nearer than we had thought, but nurse said that was all right now, and she knew. In those days the snow lay longer and drifted deeper in the lanes than it does now, and the milk was sometimes broad and frozen in winter, and we were taken down into the back kitchen to see it. I suppose there are rectories up and down the country now where milk comes in frozen sometimes in winter, and the children go down to wonder at it. But I never see frozen milk in London, so I suppose the winters are warmer than they used to be. About 1 year after his wife's death, Mr. Pontifex also was gathered to his fathers. My father saw him the day before he died. The old man had a theory about sunsets, and it had 2 steps built up against a wall in the kitchen garden, on which he used to stand and watch the sun go down whenever it was clear. My father came on him in the afternoon just as the sun was setting, and saw him with his arms resting on the top of the wall, looking towards the sun over a field through which there was a path on which my father was. My father heard him say, "Good-bye, sun, good-bye, sun," as the sun sank, and saw by his tone and manner that he was feeling very feeble. Before the next sunset he was gone. There was no dole. Some of his grandchildren were brought to the funeral, and we remonstrated with them, but did not take much by doing so. John Pontifex, who was a year older than I was, sneered at penny loaves, and intimated that if I wanted one, it must be because my papa and mamma could not afford to buy me one, whereon I believe we did something like fighting, and I rather think John Pontifex got the worst of it, but it may have been the other way. I remember my sister's nurse, for I was just outgrowing nurses myself, reported the matter to higher quarters, and we were all of us put to some ignominy, but we had been thoroughly awakened from our dream, and it was long enough before we could hear the words penny-loaf mentioned without our ears tingling with shame. If there had been a dozen doles afterwards, we should not have deigned to touch one of them. George Pontifex put up a monument to his parents, a plain slab in Paleham Church, inscribed with the following epitaph: "Sacred to the memory of John Pontifex, who was born August 16th, 1727, and died February 8th, 1812, in his 85th year, and of Ruth Pontifex, his wife, who was born October 13th, 1727, and died January 10th, 1811, in her 84th year. They were unostentatious but exemplary in the discharge of their religious, moral, and social duties. This monument was placed by their only son." Chapter 4. In a year or 2 more came Waterloo and the European peace. Then Mr. George Pontifex went abroad more than once. I remember seeing at Battersby in after years the diary which he kept on the first of these occasions. It is a characteristic document. I felt as I read it that the author, before starting, had made up his mind to admire only what he thought it would be credible in him to admire, to look at nature and art only through the spectacles that had been handed down to him by generation after generation of prigs and impostors. The first glimpse of Mont Blanc threw Mr. Pontifex into a conventional ecstasy. My feelings cannot express. I gasped, yet hardly dared to breathe, as I viewed for the first time the monarch of the mountains. I seemed to fancy the genius seated on his stupendous throne, far above his aspiring brethren, and in his solitary might defying the universe. I was so overcome by my feelings that I was almost bereft of my faculties, and would not for worlds have spoken after my first exclamation till I found some relief in a gush of tears. With pain I tore myself from contemplating for the first time at a distance dimly seen, though I felt as if I had sent my soul and eyes after it, this sublime spectacle. After a nearer view of the Alps from above Geneva, he walked 9 out of the 12 miles of the descent. My mind and heart were too full to sit still, and I found some relief by exhausting my feelings through exercise. In the course of time he reached Chamonix, and went on a Sunday to the Montanvert to see Mer de Glace. There he wrote the following verses for the Visitor's Book, which he considered, so he says, suitable to the day and scene. Lord, while these wonders of thy hand I see, my soul in holy reverence bends to thee. These awful solitudes, this dread repose, yon pyramid sublime of spotless snows, these spiry pinnacles, those smiling plains, this sea where one eternal winter reigns, these are thy works, and while on them I gaze, I hear a silent tongue that speaks thy praise. Some poets always begin to get groggy about the knees after running for 7 or 8 lines. Mr. Pontifex's last couplet gave him a lot of trouble, and nearly every word has been erased and rewritten once at least. In the Visitor's Book at the Montanvert, however, he must have been obliged to commit himself definitely to one reading or another. Taking the verses all around, I should say that Mr. Pontifex was right in considering them suitable to the day. I don't like being too hard even on the Mer de Glace, so will give no opinion as to whether they are suitable to the scene also. Mr. Pontifex went on to the great St. Bernard, and there he wrote some more verses, this time, I am afraid, in Latin. He also took good care to be properly impressed by the hospice and its situation. The whole of this most extraordinary journey seemed like a dream, its conclusion especially in gentlemanly society, with every comfort and accommodation amidst the rudest rocks and in the region of perpetual snow. The thought that I was sleeping in a convent that occupied the bed of no less a person than Napoleon, that I was in the highest inhabited spot in the old world, and in a place celebrated in every part of it, kept me awake some time. As a contrast to this, I may quote here an extract from a letter written to me last year by his grandson Ernest, of whom the reader will hear more presently. The passage runs, I went up to the great St. Bernard and saw the dogs. In due course Mr. Pontifex found his way into Italy, where the pictures and other works of art, those at least which were fashionable at the time, threw him into genteel paroxysms of admiration. Of the Uffizi Gallery at Florence he writes, I have spent 3 hours this morning in the gallery, and I have made up my mind that if of all the treasures I have seen in Italy I were to choose one room, it would be the tribune of this gallery. It contains the Venus de Medici, the Explorator, the Pancratist, the Dancing Faun, and a fine Apollo. These more than outweigh the Laocoon and the Belvedere Apollo at Rome. It contains besides the St. John of Raphael and many other chefs-d'œuvre of the great masters of the world. It is interesting to compare Mr. Pontifex's effusions with the rhapsodies of critics in our own times. Not long ago a much esteemed writer informed the world that he felt disposed to cry out with delight before a figure by Michelangelo. I wonder whether he would feel disposed to cry out before a real Michelangelo if the critics had decided that it was not genuine, or before a reputed Michelangelo, which was really by someone else. But I suppose that a prig with more money than brains was much the same 60 or 70 years ago, as he is now. Look at Mendelssohn again, about this same tribune on which Mr. Pontifex felt so safe in staking his reputation as a man of taste and culture. He feels no less safe, and writes, I then went to the tribune. This room is so delightfully small, you can traverse it in 15 paces, yet it contains a world of art. I again sought out my favorite armchair, which stands under the statue of the slave whetting his knife, l'Arrotino, and taking possession of it I enjoyed myself for a couple of hours, for here at one glance I had the Madonna del Cardellino, Pope Julius II, a female portrait by Raphael, and above it a lovely Holy Family by Perugino, and so close to me that I could have touched it with my hands, the Venus de Medici. Beyond, that of Titian. The space between is occupied by other pictures of Raphael's, a portrait by Titian, a Domenichino, etc., etc., all of these within the circumference of a small semicircle no larger than one of your own rooms. This is a spot where a man feels his own insignificance, and may well learn to be humble. The Tribune is a slippery place for people like Mendelssohn to study humility in. They generally take 2 steps away from it, for 1 they take towards it. I wonder how many chalks Mendelssohn gave himself for having sat 2 hours on that chair. I wonder how often he looked at his watch to see if his 2 hours were up. I wonder how often he told himself that he was quite as big a gun, if the truth were known, as any of the men whose works he saw before him. How often he wondered whether any of the visitors were recognizing him, and admiring him for sitting such a long time in the same chair, and how often he was vexed at seeing them pass him by and take no notice of him. But perhaps, if the truth were known, his 2 hours was not quite 2 hours. Returning to Mr. Pontifex, whether he liked what he believed to be the masterpieces of Greek and Italian art or no, he brought back some copies by Italian artists, which I have no doubt he satisfied himself would bear the strictest examination with the originals. 2 of these copies fell to Theobald's share on the division of his father's furniture, and I have often seen them at Battersby on my visits to Theobald and his wife. The one was a Madonna by Sassoferrato, with a blue hood over her head which threw it half into shadow. The other was a Magdalene by Carlo Dolci, with a very fine head of hair and a marble vase in her hands. When I was a young man I used to think these pictures were beautiful, but with each successive visit to Battersby I got to dislike them more and more, and to see George Pontifex written all over both of them. In the end I ventured after a tentative fashion to blow on them a little, but Theobald and his wife were up in arms at once. They did not like their father and father-in-law, but there could be no question about his power and general ability, nor about his having been a man of consummate taste in both literature and art. Indeed, the diary he kept during his foreign tour was enough to prove this. With one more short extract I will leave this diary and proceed with my story. During his stay in Florence, Mr. Pontifex wrote, "I have just seen the Grand Duke and his family pass by in 2 carriages and 6, but little more notice is taken of them than if I, who am utterly unknown here, were to pass by." I don't think that he half believed in his being utterly unknown in Florence, or anywhere else. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 5 and 6 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 5. Fortune, we are told, is a blind and fickle foster mother, who showers her gifts at random upon her nurslings. But we do her a grave injustice if we believe such an accusation. Trace a man's career from his cradle to his grave, and mark how Fortune has treated him. You will find that when he is once dead, she can for the most part be vindicated from the charge of any but very superficial fickleness. Her blindness is the merest fable. She can espy her favorites long before they are born. We are as days, and have had our parents for our yesterdays. But through all the fair weather of a clear parental sky, the eye of Fortune can discern the coming storm, and she laughs as she places her favourites, it may be, in a London alley, or those whom she is resolved to ruin in kings' palaces. Seldom does she relent towards those whom she has suckled unkindly, and seldom does she completely fail a favoured nursling. Was George Pontifex one of Fortune's favoured nurslings, or not? On the whole, I should say that he was not, for he did not consider himself so. He was too religious to consider Fortune a deity at all. He took whatever she gave and never thanked her, being firmly convinced that whatever he got to his own advantage was of his own getting. And so it was, after Fortune had made him able to get it. Nos te, nos facimos fortuna, diem, exclaimed the poet. It is we who make thee, Fortune, a goddess. And so it is, after Fortune has made us able to make her. The poet says nothing as to the making of the nos. Perhaps some men are independent of antecedents and surroundings, and have an initial force within themselves which is in no way due to causation. But this is supposed to be a difficult question, and it may be as well to avoid it. Let it suffice that George Pontifex did not consider himself fortunate, and he who does not consider himself fortunate is unfortunate. True, he was rich, universally respected, and of an excellent natural constitution. If he had eaten and drunk less, he would never have known a day's indisposition. Perhaps his main strength lay in the fact that though his capacity was a little above the average, it was not too much so. It is on this rock that so many clever people split. The successful man will see just so much more than his neighbors, as they will be able to see too when it is shown them, but not enough to puzzle them. It is far safer to know too little than too much. People will condemn the one, though they will resent being called upon to exert themselves to follow the other. The best example of Mr. Pontifex's good sense in matters connected with his business, which I can think of at this moment, is the revolution which he effected in the style of advertising works published by the firm. When he first became a partner, one of the firm's advertisements ran thus: "Books proper to be given away at this season. The pious country parishioner, being directions how a Christian may manage every day in the course of his whole life with safety and success, how to spend the Sabbath day, what books of the Holy Scripture ought to be read first, the whole method of education, collects for the most important virtues that adorn the soul, a discourse on the Lord's Supper, rules to set the soul right in sickness, so that in this treatise are contained all the rules requisite for salvation. The 8th edition with additions, price 10d. An allowance will be made to those who give them away." Before he had been many years a partner, the advertisement stood as follows: "The pious country parishioner, a complete manual of Christian devotion, price 10d. A reduction will be made to purchasers for gratuitous distribution." What a stride is made in the foregoing towards the modern standard, and what intelligence is involved in the perception of the unseemliness of the old style, when others did not perceive it! Where then was the weak place in George Pontifex's armour? I suppose in the fact that he had risen too rapidly. It would almost seem as if a transmitted education of some generations is necessary for the due enjoyment of great wealth. Adversity, if a man is set down to it by degrees, is more supportable with equanimity by most people than any great prosperity arrived at in a single lifetime. Nevertheless, a certain kind of good fortune generally attends self-made men to the last. It is their children of the first or first and second generation who are in greater danger, for the race can no more repeat its most successful performances suddenly, and without its ebbings and flowings of success, than the individual can do, and the more brilliant the success in any one generation, the greater as a general rule the subsequent exhaustion until time has been allowed for recovery. Hence it often happens that the grandson of a successful man will be more successful than the son, the spirit that actuated the grandfather having lain fallow in the son, and being refreshed by repose so as to be ready for fresh exertion in the grandson. A very successful man, moreover, has something of the hybrid in him. He is a new animal, arising from the coming together of many unfamiliar elements, and it is well known that the reproduction of abnormal growths, whether animal or vegetable, is irregular and not to be depended on, even when they are not absolutely sterile. And certainly Mr. Pontifex's success was exceedingly rapid. Only a few years after he had become a partner, his uncle and aunt both died within a few months of one another. It was then found that they had made him their heir. He was thus not only sole partner in the business, but found himself with a fortune of some £30,000 into the bargain, and this was a large sum in those days. Money came pouring in upon him, and the faster it came, the fonder he became of it, though, as he frequently said, he valued it not for its own sake, but only as a means of providing for his dear children. Yet when a man is very fond of his money, it is not easy for him at all times to be very fond of his children also. The two are like God and Mammon. Lord Macaulay has a passage in which he contrasts the pleasures which a man may derive from books with the inconveniences to which he may be put by his acquaintances. Plato, he says, is never sullen. Cervantes is never petulant. Demosthenes never comes unseasonably. Dante never stays too long. No difference of political opinion can alienate Cicero. No heresy can excite the horror of Bossuet. I dare say I might differ from Lord Macaulay in my estimate of some of the writers he has named, but there can be no disputing his main proposition, namely, that we need have no more trouble from any of them than we have a mind to, whereas our friends are not always so easily disposed of. George Pontifex felt this as regards his children and his money. His money was never naughty. His money never made noise or litter, and did not spill things on the tablecloth at meal times, or leave the door open when it went out. His dividends did not quarrel among themselves, nor was he under any uneasiness lest his mortgages should become extravagant on reaching manhood, and run him up debts which sooner or later he should have to pay. There were tendencies in John which made him very uneasy, and Theobald, his second son, was idle and at times far from truthful. His children might, perhaps, have answered, had they known what was in their father's mind, that he did not knock his money about as he not infrequently knocked his children. He never dealt hastily or pettishly with his money, and that was perhaps why he and it got on so well together. It must be remembered that at the beginning of the 19th century the relations between parents and children were still far from satisfactory. The violent type of father, as described by Fielding, Richardson, Smollett, and Sheridan, is now hardly more likely to find a place in literature than the original advertisement of Messrs. Fairley and Pontifex's pious country parishioner, but the type was much too persistent not to have been drawn from nature closely. The parents in Miss Austen's novels are less like savage wild beasts than those of her predecessors, but she evidently looks upon them with suspicion, and an uneasy feeling that le père de famille est capable de tout makes itself sufficiently apparent throughout the greater part of her writings. In the Elizabethan time the relations between parents and children seem on the whole to have been more kindly. The fathers and the sons are for the most part friends in Shakespeare, nor does the evil appear to have reached its full abomination till a long course of Puritanism had familiarized men's minds with Jewish ideals as those which we should endeavor to reproduce in our everyday life. What precedents did not Abraham, Jephthah, and Jonadab, the son of Rechab, offer? How easy was it to quote and follow them in an age when few reasonable men or women doubted that every syllable of the Old Testament was taken down verbatim from the mouth of God. Moreover, Puritanism restricted natural pleasures. It substituted the Jeremiad for the paean, and it forgot that the poor abuses of all time want countenance. Mr. Pontifex may have been a little sterner with his children than some of his neighbors, but not much. He thrashed his boys 2 or 3 times a week, and some weeks a good deal oftener, but in those days fathers were always thrashing their boys. It is easy to have juster views when everyone else has them, but fortunately or unfortunately, results have nothing whatever to do with the moral guilt or blamelessness of him who brings them about. They depend solely upon the thing done, whatever it may happen to be. The moral guilt or blamelessness in like manner has nothing to do with the result. It turns upon the question whether a sufficient number of reasonable people, placed as the actor was placed, would have done as the actor has done. At that time it was universally admitted that to spare the rod was to spoil the child, and St. Paul had placed disobedience to parents in very ugly company. If his children did anything which Mr. Pontifex disliked, they were clearly disobedient to their father. In this case, there was obviously only one course for a sensible man to take. It consisted in checking the first signs of self-will while his children were too young to offer serious resistance. If their wills were well broken in childhood, to use an expression then much in vogue, they would acquire habits of obedience which they would not venture to break through till they were over 21 years old. Then they might please themselves. He should know how to protect himself. Till then he and his money were more at their mercy than he liked. How little do we know our thoughts! Our reflex actions, indeed, yes, but our reflex reflections. Man, forsooth, prides himself on his consciousness. We boast that we differ from the winds and waves and falling stones and plants, which grow they know not why, and from the wandering creatures which go up and down after their prey, as we are pleased to say, without the help of reason. We know so well what we are doing ourselves, and why we do it. Do we not? I fancy that there is some truth in the view which is being put forward nowadays, that it is our less conscious thoughts and our less conscious actions which mainly mold our lives, and the lives of those who spring from us. Chapter 6. Mr. Pontifex was not the man to trouble himself much about his motives. People were not so introspective then as we are now. They lived more according to a rule of thumb. Dr. Arnold had not yet sown that crop of earnest thinkers which we are now harvesting, and men did not see why they should not have their own way, if no evil consequences to themselves seem likely to follow upon their doing so. Then, as now, however, they sometimes let themselves in for more evil consequences than they had bargained for. Like other rich men at the beginning of this century, he ate and drank a good deal more than was enough to keep him in health. Even his excellent constitution was not proof against a prolonged course of overfeeding and what we should now consider over-drinking. His liver would not unfrequently get out of order, and he would come down to breakfast looking yellow about the eyes. Then the young people knew that they had better look out. It is not, as a general rule, the eating of sour grapes that causes the children's teeth to be set on edge. Well-to-do parents seldom eat many sour grapes. The danger to the children lies in the parents eating too many sweet ones. I grant that at first sight it seems very unjust that the parents should have the fun and the children be punished for it, But young people should remember that for many years they were part and parcel of their parents, and therefore had a good deal of the fun in the person of their parents. If they have forgotten the fun now, that is no more than people do who have a headache after having been tipsy overnight. The man with a headache does not pretend to be a different person from the man who got drunk, and claim that it is his self of the preceding night, and not his self of this morning, who should be punished. No more should offspring complain of the headache which it has earned when in the person of its parents, for the continuation of identity, though not so immediately apparent, is just as real in one case as in the other. What is really hard is when the parents have the fun after the children have been born, and the children are punished for this. On these his black days he would take very gloomy views of things, and say to himself that in spite of all his goodness to them, his children did not love him. But who can love any man whose liver is out of order? How base, he would exclaim to himself, was such ingratitude! How especially hard upon himself, who has been such a model son, and always honored and obeyed his parents, though they had not spent 100th part of the money upon him which he has lavished upon his own children. It is always the same story, he would say to himself. The more young people have, the more they want, and the less thanks one gets. I have made a great mistake. I have been far too lenient with my children. Never mind, I have done my duty by them, and more. If they fail in theirs to me, it is a matter between God and them. I, at any rate, am guiltless. Why, I might have married again and become the father of a second and perhaps more affectionate family, etc., etc. He pitied himself for the expensive education which he was giving his children. He did not see that the education cost the children far more than it cost him, inasmuch as it cost them the power of earning their living easily, rather than help them towards it, and ensured their being at the mercy of their father for years after they had come to an age when they should be independent. A public school education cuts off a boy's retreat. He can no longer become a laborer or a mechanic, and these are the only people whose tenure of independence is not precarious, with the exception, of course, of those who are born inheritors of money, or who are placed young in some safe and deep groove. Mr. Pontifex saw nothing of this. All he saw was that he was spending much more money upon his children than the law would have compelled him to do, and what more could you have? Might he not have apprenticed both of his sons to be greengrocers? Might he not even yet do so tomorrow morning if he were so minded? The possibility of this course being adopted was a favorite topic with him when he was out of temper. True, he never did apprentice either of his sons to greengrocers, but his boys, comparing notes together, had sometimes come to the conclusion that they wished he would. At other times, when not quite well, he would have them in for the fun of shaking his will at them. He would, in his imagination, cut them all out, one after another, and leave his money to found almshouses, till at last he was obliged to put them back, so that he might have the pleasure of cutting them out again the next time he was in a passion. Of course, if young people allow their conduct to be in any way influenced by regard to the wills of living persons, they are doing very wrong, and must expect to be sufferers in the end. Nevertheless, the powers of will-dangling and will-shaking are so liable to abuse, and are continually made so great an engine of torture, that I would pass a law, if I could, to incapacitate any man from making a will for 3 months from the date of each offence in either of the above respects, and let the bench of magistrates or judge before whom he has been convicted dispose of his property as they shall think right and reasonable if he dies during the time that his will-making power is suspended. Mr. Pontifex would have the boys into the dining-room. "My dear John, my dear Theobald," he would say, "look at me. I began life with nothing but the clothes which my father and mother sent me up to London. My father gave me 10 shillings and my mother 5 for pocket money, and I thought them munificent. I never asked my father for a shilling in the whole course of my life, nor took aught from him beyond the small sum he used to allow me monthly till I was in receipt of a salary. I made my own way, and I shall expect my sons to do the same. Pray don't take it into your heads that I am going to wear my life out making money that my sons may spend it for me. If you want money, you must make it for yourselves, as I did, for I give you my word I will not leave a penny to either of you unless you show that you deserve it. Young people seem nowadays to expect all kinds of luxuries and indulgences which were never heard of when I was a boy. Why, my father was a common carpenter, and here are both of you at public schools, costing me ever so many hundreds a year, while I at your age was plodding away behind a desk in my Uncle Fairlie's counting-house. What should I not have done if I had had one half of your advantages? You should become dukes or found new empires in undiscovered countries, and even then I doubt whether you would have done proportionately so much as I have done. No, no, I shall see you through school and college, and then, if you please, you will make your own way in the world." In this manner he would work himself up into such a state of virtuous indignation that he would sometimes thrash the boys then and there upon some pretext invented at the moment. And yet, as children went, the young Pontifexes were fortunate. There would be 10 families of young people worse off for one better. They ate and drank good wholesome food, slept in comfortable beds, had the best doctors to attend to them when they were ill, and the best education that could be had for money. The want of fresh air does not seem much to affect the happiness of children in a London alley. The greater part of them sing and play as though they were on a moor in Scotland, so the absence of a genial mental atmosphere is not commonly recognized by children who have never known it. Young people have a marvelous faculty of either dying or adapting themselves to circumstances. Even if they are unhappy, very unhappy, it is astonishing how easily they can be prevented from finding it out, or at any rate from attributing it to any other cause than their own sinfulness. To parents who wish to lead a quiet life, I would say, tell your children that they are very naughty, much naughtier than most children. Point to the young people of some acquaintances as models of perfection, and impress your own children with a deep sense of their own inferiority. You carry so many more guns than they do that they cannot fight you. This is called moral influence, and it will enable you to bounce them as much as you please. They think you know, and they will not have yet caught you lying often enough to suspect that you are not the unworldly and scrupulously truthful person which you represent yourself to be. Nor yet will they know how great a coward you are, nor how soon you will run away if they fight you with persistency and judgment. You can keep the dice and throw them both for your children and yourself. Load them then, for you can easily manage and stop your children from examining them. Tell them how singularly indulgent you are. Insist on the incalculable benefit you conferred upon them, firstly in bringing them into the world at all, but more particularly in bringing them into it as your own children rather than anyone else's. Say that you have their highest interests at stake whenever you are out of temper and wish to make yourselves unpleasant by way of balm to your soul. Harp much on these highest interests. Feed them spiritually upon such brimstone and treacle as the late Bishop of Winchester's Sunday stories. You hold all the trump cards, or if you do not, you can filch them. If you play them with anything like judgment, you will find yourselves heads of happy, united, God-fearing families, even as did my old friend, Mr. Pontifex. True, your children will probably find out all about it some day, but not until too late to be of much service to them, or inconvenience to yourself. Some satirists have complained of life, inasmuch as all the pleasures belong to the fore part of it, and we must see them dwindle till we are left, it may be, with the miseries of a decrepit old age. To me it seems that youth is like spring, an overpraised season, delightful if it happens to be a favored one, but in practice very rarely favored, and more remarkable, as a general rule, for biting east winds than genial breezes. Autumn is the mellower season, and what we lose in flowers we more than gain in fruits. Fontenelle, at the age of 90, being asked what was the happiest time of his life, said that he did not know that he had ever been much happier than he then was, but that perhaps his best years had been those when he was between 55 and 75, and Dr. Johnson placed the pleasures of old age far higher than those of youth. True, in old age we live under the shadow of death, which, like a sword of Damocles, may descend at any moment, but we have so long found life to be an affair of being rather frightened than hurt, that we have become like the people who live under Vesuvius, and chance it without much misgiving. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 7 and 8 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 7. A few words may suffice for the greater number of the young people to whom I have been alluding in the foregoing chapter. Eliza and Maria, the two elder girls, were neither exactly pretty nor exactly plain, and were in all respects model young ladies. But Alethea was exceedingly pretty, and of a lively, affectionate disposition, which was in sharp contrast with those of her brothers and sisters. There was a trace of her grandfather, not only in her face, but in her love of fun, of which her father had none, though not without a certain boisterous and rather coarse quasi-humor which passed for wit with many. John grew up to be a good-looking, gentlemanly fellow, with features a trifle too regular and finely chiselled. He dressed himself so nicely, had such good address, and stuck so steadily to his books, that he became a favourite with his masters. He had, however, an instinct for diplomacy, and was less popular with the boys. His father, in spite of the lectures he would at times read him, was in a way proud of him as he grew older. He saw in him, moreover, one who would probably develop into a good man of business, and in whose hands the prospects of his house would not be likely to decline. John knew how to humour his father, and was at a comparatively early age admitted to as much of his confidence as it was in his nature to bestow on anyone. His brother Theobald was no match for him, knew it, and accepted his fate. He was not so good-looking as his brother, nor was his address so good. As a child he had been violently passionate. Now, however, he was reserved and shy, and I should say, indolent in mind and body. He was less tidy than John, less well able to assert himself, and less skilful in humouring the caprices of his father. I do not think he could have loved anyone heartily, but there was no one in his family circle who did not repress rather than invite his affection, with the exception of his sister Alethea, and she was too quick and lively for his somewhat morose temper. He was always the scapegoat, and I have sometimes thought he had two fathers to contend against, his father and his brother John. A third and fourth also might almost be added in his sisters Eliza and Maria. Perhaps if he had felt his bondage very acutely he would not have put up with it, but he was constitutionally timid, and the strong hand of his father knitted him into the closest outward harmony with his brother and sisters. The boys were of use to their father in one respect, I mean that he played them off against each other. He kept them but poorly supplied with pocket money, and to Theobald would urge that the claims of his elder brother were naturally paramount, while he insisted to John upon the fact that he had a numerous family, and would affirm solemnly that his expenses were so heavy that at his death there would be very little to divide. He did not care whether they compared notes or no, provided they did not do so in his presence. Theobald did not complain, even behind his father's back. I knew him as intimately as anyone was likely to know him as a child, at school, and again at Cambridge, but he very rarely mentioned his father's name even while his father was alive, and never once in my hearing afterwards. At school he was not actively disliked as his brother was, but he was too dull and deficient in animal spirits to be popular. Before he was well out of his frocks it was settled that he was to be a clergyman. It was seemly that Mr. Pontifex, the well-known publisher of religious books, should devote at least one of his sons to the church. This might tend to bring business, or at any rate to keep it in the firm. Besides, Mr. Pontifex had more or less interest with bishops and church dignitaries, and might hope that some preferment would be offered to his son through his influence. The boy's future destiny was kept well before his eyes from his earliest childhood, and was treated as a matter which he had already virtually settled by his acquiescence. Nevertheless, a certain show of freedom was allowed him. Mr. Pontifex would say it was only right to give a boy his option, and was much too equitable to grudge his son whatever benefit he could derive from this. He had the greatest horror, he would exclaim, of driving any young man into a profession which he did not like. Far be it from him to put pressure upon a son of his as regards any profession, and much less when so sacred a calling as the ministry was concerned. He would talk in this way when there were visitors in the house, and when his son was in the room. He spoke so wisely and so well that his listening guests considered him a paragon of right-mindedness. He spoke, too, with such emphasis, and his rosy gills and bald head looked so benevolent, that it was difficult not to be carried away by his discourse. I believe 2 or 3 heads of families in the neighbourhood gave their sons absolute liberty of choice in the matter of their professions, and am not sure that they had not afterwards considerable cause to regret having done so. The visitors, seeing Theobald look shy and wholly unmoved by the exhibition of so much consideration for his wishes, would remark to themselves that the boy seemed hardly likely to be equal to his father, and would set him down as an unenthusiastic youth, who ought to have more life in him and be more sensible of his advantages than he appeared to be. No one believed in the righteousness of the whole transaction more firmly than the boy himself. A sense of being ill at ease kept him silent, but it was too profound and too much without break for him to become fully alive to it, and come to an understanding with himself. He feared the dark scowl which would come over his father's face upon the slightest opposition. His father's violent threats or coarse sneers would not have been taken au sérieux by a stronger boy, but Theobald was not a strong boy, and rightly or wrongly gave his father credit for being quite ready to carry his threats into execution. Opposition had never got him anything he wanted yet, nor indeed had yielding, for the matter of that, unless he happened to want exactly what his father wanted for him. If he ever entertained thoughts of resistance, he had none now, and the power to oppose was so completely lost for want of exercise that hardly did the wish remain. There was nothing left save dull acquiescence, as of an ass crouched between 2 burdens. He may have had an ill-defined sense of ideals that were not his actuals. He might occasionally dream of himself as a soldier or a sailor far away in foreign lands, or even as a farmer's boy upon the wolds. But there was not enough in him for there to be any chance of his turning his dreams into realities, and he drifted on with his stream, which was a slow, and I am afraid, a muddy one. I think the Church Catechism has a good deal to do with the unhappy relations which commonly now exist between parents and children. That work was written too exclusively from the parental point of view. The person who composed it did not get a few children to come in and help him. He was clearly not young himself, nor should I say it was the work of one who liked children, in spite of the words, "my good child," which, if I remember rightly, are once put into the mouth of the catechist and, after all, carry a harsh sound with them. The general impression it leaves upon the mind of the young is that their wickedness at birth was but very imperfectly wiped out at baptism, and that the mere fact of being young at all has something with it that savors more or less distinctly of the nature of sin. If a new edition of the work is ever required, I should like to introduce a few words insisting on the duty of seeking all reasonable pleasure and avoiding all pain that can be honorably avoided. I should like to see children taught that they should not say they like things which they do not like, merely because certain other people say they like them, and how foolish it is to say they believe this or that when they understand nothing about it. If it be urged that these editions would make the catechism too long, I would curtail the remarks upon our duty towards our neighbor and upon the sacraments. In the place of the paragraph beginning, "I desire my Lord God, our Heavenly Father," I would— But perhaps I had better return to Theobald and leave the recasting of the catechism to abler hands. Chapter 8. Mr. Pontifex had set his heart on his son's becoming a fellow of a college before he became a clergyman. This would provide for him at once, and would ensure his getting a living if none of his father's ecclesiastical friends gave him one. The boy had done just well enough at school to render this possible, so he was sent to one of the smaller colleges at Cambridge, and was at once set to read with the best private tutors that could be found. A system of examination had been adopted a year or so before Theobald took his degree, which had improved his chances of a fellowship, for whatever ability he had was classical rather than mathematical, and this system gave more encouragement to classical studies than had been given hitherto. Theobald had the sense to see that he had a chance of independence if he worked hard, and he liked the notion of becoming a fellow. He therefore applied himself, and in the end took a degree which made his getting a fellowship in all probability a mere question of time. For a while Mr. Pontifex senior was really pleased, and told his son he would present him with the works of any standard writer whom he might select. The young man chose the works of Bacon, and Bacon accordingly made his appearance in 10 nicely bound volumes. A little inspection, however, showed that the copy was a second-hand one. Now that he had taken his degree, the next thing to look forward to was ordination, about which Theobald had thought little hitherto beyond acquiescing in it as something that would come as a matter of course some day. Now, however, it had actually come, and was asserting itself as a thing which should be only a few months off, and this rather frightened him, inasmuch as there would be no way out of it once he was in it. He did not like the near view of ordination as well as the distant one, and even made some feeble efforts to escape, as may be perceived by the following correspondence, which his son Ernest found among his father's papers, written on gilt-edged paper, in faded ink, and tied neatly round with a piece of tape, but without any note or comment. I have altered nothing. The letters are as follows. My dear Father, I do not like opening up a question which has been considered settled, but as the time approaches I begin to be very doubtful how far I am fitted to be a clergyman. Not, I am thankful to say, that I have the faintest doubts about the Church of England, and I could subscribe cordially to every one of the 39 articles which do indeed appear to me to be the ne plus ultra of human wisdom, and Paley, too, leaves no loophole for an opponent. But I am sure I should be running counter to your wishes if I were to conceal from you that I do not feel the inward call to be a minister of the gospel, that I shall have to say I have felt when the bishop ordains me. I try to get this feeling, I pray for it earnestly, and sometimes half think that I have got it, but in a little time it wears off, and though I have no absolute repugnance to being a clergyman, and trust that if I am one I shall endeavour to live to the glory of God, and to advance his interests upon earth, yet I feel something more than this is wanted before I am fully justified in going into the church. I am aware that I have been a great expense to you in spite of my scholarships, but you have ever taught me that I should obey my conscience, and my conscience tells me I should do wrong if I became a clergyman. God may yet give me the spirit for which I assure you I have been and am continually praying, but he may not, and in that case would it not be better for me to try and look out for something else? I know that neither you nor John wish me to go into your business, nor do I understand anything about money matters, but is there nothing else that I can do? I do not like to ask you to maintain me while I go in for medicine or the bar, but when I get my fellowship, which should not be long first, I will endeavour to cost you nothing further, and I might make a little money by writing or taking pupils. I trust you will not think this letter improper. Nothing is further from my wish than to cause you any uneasiness. I hope you will make allowance for my present feelings, which indeed spring from nothing but from that respect for my conscience which no one has so often instilled into me as yourself. Pray let me have a few lines shortly. I hope your cold is better. With love to Eliza and Maria, I am your affectionate son, Theobald Pontifex. Dear Theobald, I can enter into your feelings and have no wish to quarrel with your expression of them. It is quite right and natural that you should feel as you do, except as regards one passage, the impropriety of which you will yourself doubtless feel upon reflection, and to which I will not further allude than to say that it has wounded me. You should not have said, in spite of my scholarships. It was only proper that if you could do anything to assist me in bearing the heavy burden of your education, the money should be, as it was, made over to myself. Every line in your letter convinces me that you are under the influence of a morbid sensitiveness, which is one of the devil's favourite devices for luring people to their destruction. I have, as you say, been at great expense with your education. Nothing has been spared by me to give you the advantages which, as an English gentleman, I was anxious to afford my son, but I am not prepared to see that expense thrown away and to have you begin again from the beginning merely because you have taken some foolish scruples into your head, which you should resist as no less unjust to yourself than to me. Don't give way to that restless desire for change which is the bane of so many persons of both sexes of the present day. Of course, you needn't be ordained. Nobody will compel you. You are perfectly free. You are 23 years of age, and should know your own mind. But why not have known it sooner, instead of never so much as breathing a hint of opposition until I have had all the expense of sending you to the university, which I should never have done unless I had believed you to have made up your mind about taking orders? I have letters from you in which you express the most perfect willingness to be ordained, and your brother and sisters will bear me out in saying that no pressure of any sort has been put upon you. You mistake your own mind, and are suffering from a nervous timidity which may be very natural, but may not the less be pregnant with serious consequences to yourself. I am not at all well, and the anxiety occasioned by your letter is naturally preying upon me. May God guide you to a better judgment. Your affectionate father, G. Pontifex. On the receipt of this letter, Theobald plucked up his spirits. My father, he said to himself, tells me I need not be ordained if I do not like. I do not like, and therefore I will not be ordained. But what was the meaning of the words, pregnant with serious consequences to yourself? Did there lurk a threat under these words, though it was impossible to lay hold of it or of them? Were they not intended to produce all of the effect of a threat, without being actually threatening? Theobald knew his father well enough to be little likely to misapprehend his meaning, but having ventured so far on the path of opposition, and being really anxious to get out of being ordained if he could, he determined to venture farther. He accordingly wrote the following: "My dear father, you tell me, and I heartily thank you, that no one will compel me to be ordained. I knew you would not press ordination upon me if my conscience was seriously opposed to it. I have therefore resolved on giving up the idea, and believe that if you will continue to allow me what you do at present, until I get my fellowship, which should not be long, I will then cease putting you to further expense. I will make up my mind as soon as possible what profession I will adopt, and will let you know at once. Your affectionate son, Theobald Pontifex." The remaining letter, written by return of post, must now be given. It has the merit of brevity. "Dear Theobald, I have received yours. I am at a loss to conceive its motive, but am very clear as to its effect. You shall not receive a single sixpence from me till you come to your senses. Should you persist in your folly and wickedness, I am happy to remember that I have yet other children whose conduct I can depend upon to be a source of credit and happiness to me. Your affectionate but troubled father, G. Pontifex." I do not know the immediate sequel to the foregoing correspondence, but it all came perfectly right in the end. Either Theobald's heart failed him, or he interpreted the outward shove which his father gave him as the inward call for which I have no doubt he prayed with great earnestness, for he was a firm believer in the efficacy of prayer, and so am I under certain circumstances. Tennyson has said that more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of, but he has wisely refrained from saying whether they are good things or bad things. It might perhaps be as well if the world were to dream of, or even become wide awake to, some of the things that are being wrought by prayer, but the question is avowedly difficult. In the end, Theobald got his fellowship by a stroke of luck very soon after taking his degree, and was ordained in the autumn of the same year, 1825. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 9 and 10 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 9. Mr. Allaby was rector of Crampsford, a village a few miles from Cambridge. He, too, had taken a good degree, had got a fellowship, and in the course of time had accepted a college living of about £400 a year, and a house. His private income did not exceed £200 a year. On resigning his fellowship he married a woman a good deal younger than himself, who bore him 11 children, 9 of whom, 2 sons and 7 daughters, were living. The 2 eldest daughters had married fairly well, but at the time of which I am now writing, there were still 5 unmarried, of ages varying between 30 and 22, and the sons were neither of them yet off their father's hands. It was plain that if anything were to happen to Mr. Allaby, the family would be left poorly off, and this made both Mr. and Mrs. Allaby as unhappy as it ought to have made them. Reader, did you ever have an income, at best none too large, which died with you all except £200 a year? Did you ever at the same time have 2 sons who must be started in life somehow, and 5 daughters still unmarried for whom you would only be too thankful to find husbands, if you knew how to find them? If morality is that which, on the whole, brings a man peace in his declining years, if, that is to say, it is not an utter swindle, can you under these circumstances flatter yourself that you have led a moral life? and this, even though your wife has been so good a woman that you have not grown tired of her, and has not fallen into such ill health as lowers your own health and sympathy, and though your family has grown up vigorous, amiable, and blessed with common sense. I know many old men and women who are reputed moral, but who are living with partners whom they have long ceased to love, or who have ugly, disagreeable maiden daughters for whom they have never been able to find husbands, daughters whom they loathe, and by whom they are loathed in secret, or sons whose folly or extravagance is a perpetual wear and worry to them. Is it moral for a man to have brought such things upon himself? Someone should do for morals what that old Pecksniff Bacon has obtained the credit of having done for science. But to return to Mr. and Mrs. Allaby. Mrs. Allaby talked about having married two of her daughters as though it had been the easiest thing in the world. She talked in this way because she heard other mothers do so, but in her heart of hearts she did not know how she had done it, nor indeed if it had been her doing at all. First, there had been a young man in connection with whom she had tried to practice certain manoeuvres, which she had rehearsed in imagination over and over again, but which she found impossible to apply in practice. Then there had been weeks of a whirra of hopes and fears and little stratagems, which as often as not proved injudicious, and then somehow or other, in the end, there lay the young man bound and with an arrow through his heart at her daughter's feet. It seemed to her to be all a fluke, which she could have little or no hope of repeating. She had indeed repeated it once, and might perhaps with good luck repeat it yet once again, but 5 times over? It was awful. Why, she would rather have 3 confinements than go through the wear and tear of marrying a single daughter. Nevertheless, it had got to be done, and poor Mrs. Allaby never looked at a young man without an eye to his being a future son-in-law. Papas and mammas sometimes ask young men whether their intentions are honorable towards their daughters. I think young men might occasionally ask papas and mammas whether their intentions are honorable before they accept invitations to houses where there are still unmarried daughters. "I can't afford a curate, my dear," said Mr. Allaby to his wife when the pair were discussing what was next to be done. "It will be better to get some young man to come and help me for a time upon a Sunday. A guinea a Sunday will do this, and we can chop and change till we get someone who suits." So it was settled that Mr. Allaby's health was not so strong as it had been, and that he stood in need of help in the performance of his Sunday duty. Mrs. Allaby had a great friend, a certain Mrs. Cowie, wife of the celebrated Professor Cowie. She was what was called a truly spiritually minded woman, a trifle portly, with an incipient beard, and an extensive connection among undergraduates, more especially among those who were inclined to take part in the great evangelical movement which was then at its height. She gave evening parties once a fortnight, at which prayer was part of the entertainment. She was not only spiritually minded, but, as enthusiastic Mrs. Allaby used to exclaim, she was a thorough woman of the world at the same time, and had such a fund of strong masculine good sense. She too had daughters, but as she used to say to Mrs. Allaby, she had been less fortunate than Mrs. Allaby herself, for one by one they had married and left her, so that her old age would have been desolate indeed if her professor had not been spared to her. Mrs. Cowie, of course, knew the run of all the bachelor clergy in the university, and was the very person to assist Mrs. Allaby in finding an eligible assistant for her husband. So this last-named lady drove over one morning in the November of 1825, by arrangement, to take an early dinner with Mrs. Cowie, and spend the afternoon. After dinner the two ladies retired together, and the business of the day began. How they fenced, how they saw through one another, with what loyalty they pretended not to see through one another. With what gentle dalliance they prolonged the conversation discussing the spiritual fitness of this or that deacon, and the other pros and cons connected with him after his spiritual fitness had been disposed of, all this must be left to the imagination of the reader. Mrs. Cowie had been so accustomed to scheming on her own account that she would scheme for anyone rather than not scheme at all. Many mothers turned to her in their hour of need, and provided they were spiritually minded, Mrs. Cowie never failed to do her best for them. If the marriage of a young bachelor of arts was not made in heaven, it was probably made, or at any rate attempted, in Mrs. Cowie's drawing-room. On the present occasion all the deacons of the university in whom there lurked any spark of promise were exhaustively discussed, and the upshot was that our friend Theobald was declared by Mrs. Cowie to be about the best thing she could do that afternoon. "I don't know that he's a particularly fascinating young man, my dear," said Mrs. Cowie, "and he's only a second son, but then he's got his fellowship, and even the second son of such a man as Mr. Pontifex, the publisher, should have something very comfortable." "Why, yes, my dear," rejoined Mrs. Allaby complacently. "That's what one rather feels." Chapter 10. The interview, like all other good things, had come to an end. The days were short, and Mrs. Allaby had a 6 miles' drive to Crampsford. When she was muffled up and had taken her seat, Mr. Allaby's factotum, James, could perceive no change in her appearance, and little knew what a series of delightful visions he was driving home along with his mistress. Professor Cowie had published works through Theobald's father, and Theobald had on this account been taken in tow by Mrs. Cowie from the beginning of his university career. She had had her eye upon him for some time past, and almost as much felt it her duty to get him off her list of young men for whom wives had to be provided, as poor Mrs. Allaby did to try to get a husband for one of her daughters. She now wrote and asked him to come and see her, in terms that awakened his curiosity. When he came, she broached the subject of Mr. Allaby's failing health, and after the smoothing away of such difficulties as were only Mrs. Cowie's due, considering the interest she had taken, it was allowed to come to pass that Theobald should go to Crampsford for 6 successive Sundays, and take the half of Mr. Allaby's duty at half a guinea a Sunday, for Mrs. Cowie cut down the usual stipend mercilessly, and Theobald was not strong enough to resist. Ignorant of the plots which were being prepared for his peace of mind, and with no idea beyond that of earning his 3 guineas, and perhaps of astonishing the inhabitants of Crampsford by his academic learning, Theobald walked over to the rectory one Sunday morning in early December, a few weeks only after he had been ordained. He had taken a great deal of pains with his sermon, which was on the subject of geology, then coming to the fore as a theological bugbear. He showed that so far as geology was worth anything at all, and he was too liberal entirely to pooh-pooh it. It confirmed the absolute historical character of the Mosaic account of the creation as given in Genesis. Any phenomena which at first sight appeared to make against this view were only partial phenomena, and broke down upon investigation. Nothing could be in more excellent taste, and when Theobald adjourned to the rectory, where he was to dine between the services, Mr. Allaby complimented him warmly upon his debut, while the ladies of the family could hardly find words with which to express their admiration. Theobald knew nothing about women. The only women he had been thrown into contact with were his sisters, 2 of whom were always correcting him, and a few school friends whom these had got their father to ask to Elmhurst. These young ladies had either been so shy that they and Theobald had never amalgamated, or they had been supposed to be clever, and had said smart things to him. He did not say smart things himself, and did not want other people to say them. Besides, they talked about music, and he hated music, or pictures, and he hated pictures, or books, and except the classics, he hated books, and then sometimes he was wanted to dance with them, and he did not know how to dance, and did not want to know. At Mrs. Cowie's parties again he had seen some young ladies and had been introduced to them. He had tried to make himself agreeable, but was always left with the impression that he had not been successful. The young ladies of Mrs. Cowie's set were by no means the most attractive that might have been found in the university, and Theobald may be excused for not losing his heart to the greater number of them, while if for a minute or two he was thrown in with one of the prettier and more agreeable girls, he was almost immediately cut out by someone less bashful than himself, and sneaked off, feeling, as far as the fair sex was concerned, like the impotent man at the pool of Bethesda. What a really nice girl might have done with him I cannot tell, but fate had thrown none such his way except his youngest sister Alethea, whom he might perhaps have liked had she not been his sister. The result of his experience was that women had never done him any good, and he was not accustomed to associate them with any pleasure. If there was a part of Hamlet in connection with them, it had been so completely cut out in the edition of the play in which he was required to act, that he had come to disbelieve in its existence. As for kissing, he had never kissed a woman in his life except his sister, and my own sisters when we were all small children together. Over and above these kisses, he had until quite lately been required to imprint a solemn flabby kiss night and morning upon his father's cheek, and this, to the best of my belief, was the extent of Theobald's knowledge in the matter of kissing, at the time of which I am now writing. The result of the foregoing was that he had come to dislike women, as mysterious beings whose ways were not as his ways, nor their thoughts as his thoughts. With these antecedents, Theobald naturally felt rather bashful on finding himself the admired of 5 strange young ladies. I remember when I was a boy myself, I was once asked to take tea at a girls' school where one of my sisters was boarding. I was then about 12 years old. Everything went off well during tea time, for the lady principal of the establishment was present, but there came a time when she went away, and I was left alone with the girls. The moment the mistress's back was turned, the head girl, who was about my own age, came up, pointed her finger at me, made a face, and said solemnly, "A nasty boy." All the girls followed her in rotation, making the same gesture and the same reproach upon my being a boy. It gave me a great scare. I believe I cried, and I know it was a long time before I could again face a girl without a strong desire to run away. Theobald felt at first much as I had myself done at the girls' school, but the Miss Allabys did not tell him he was a nasty boy. Their papa and mamma were so cordial, and they themselves lifted him so deftly over conversational styles, that before dinner was over Theobald thought the family to be a really very charming one, and felt as though he were being appreciated in a way to which he had not hitherto been accustomed. With dinner his shyness wore off. He was by no means plain. His academic prestige was very fair. There was nothing about him to lay hold of as unconventional or ridiculous. The impression he created upon the young ladies was quite favourable as that which they had created upon himself, for they knew not much more about men than he about women. As soon as he was gone, the harmony of the establishment was broken by a storm which arose upon the question which one of them it should be who should become Mrs. Pontifex. "My dears," said their father, when he saw that they did not seem likely to settle the matter among themselves, "wait till to-morrow, and then play at cards for him." Having said which, he retired to his study, where he took a nightly glass of whiskey and a pipe of tobacco. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 11 and 12 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 11. The next morning saw Theobald in his rooms coaching a pupil, and the Miss Allabys in the eldest Miss Allaby's bedroom playing at cards with Theobald for the stakes. The winner was Christina, the second unmarried daughter, then just 27 years old, and therefore 4 years older than Theobald. The younger sisters complained that it was throwing a husband away to let Christina try and catch him, for she was so much older that she had no chance. But Christina showed fight in a way not usual with her, for she was by nature yielding and good-tempered. Her mother thought it better to back her up, so the 2 dangerous ones were packed off then and there on visits to friends some way off, and those alone allowed to remain at home whose loyalty who can be depended upon. The brothers did not even suspect what was going on, and believed their father's getting assistance was because he really wanted it. The sisters who remained at home kept their words and gave Christina all the help they could, for over and above their sense of fair play, they reflected that the sooner Theobald was landed, the sooner another deacon might be sent for who might be won by themselves. So quickly was all managed that the 2 unreliable sisters were actually out of the house before Theobald's next visit, which was on the Sunday following his first. This time Theobald felt quite at home in the house of his new friends, for so Mrs. Allaby insisted that he should call them. She took, she said, such a motherly interest in young men, especially in clergymen. Theobald believed every word she said, as he had believed his father and all his elders from his youth up. Christina sat next to him at dinner and played her cards no less judiciously than she had played them in her sister's bedroom. She smiled, and her smile was one of her strong points, whenever he spoke to her. She went through all her little artlessnesses, and set forth all her little wares in what she believed to be their most taking aspect. Who can blame her? Theobald was not the ideal she had dreamed of when reading Byron upstairs with her sisters, but he was an actual within the bounds of possibility, and after all, not a bad actual as actuals went. What else could she do? Run away? She dared not. Marry beneath her and be considered a disgrace to her family? She dared not. Remain at home and become an old maid and laughed at? Not if she could help it. She did the only thing that could reasonably be expected. She was drowning. Theobald might be only a straw, but she could catch at him, and catch at him she accordingly did. If the course of true love never runs smooth, the course of true matchmaking sometimes does so. The only ground for complaint in the present case was that it was rather slow. Theobald fell into the part assigned to him more easily than Mrs. Cowie and Mrs. Allaby had dared to hope. He was softened by Christina's winning manners. He admired the high moral tone of everything she said, her sweetness towards her sisters and her father and mother, her readiness to undertake any small burden which no one else seemed willing to undertake, her sprightly manners, all were fascinating to one who, though unused to women's society, was still a human being. He was flattered by her unobtrusive but obviously sincere admiration for himself. She seemed to see him in a more favorable light, and to understand him better than anyone outside of this charming family had ever done. Instead of snubbing him, as his father, brother, and sisters did, she drew him out, listened attentively to all he chose to say, and evidently wanted him to say still more. He told a college friend that he knew he was in love now. He really was, for he liked Miss Allaby's society much better than that of his sisters. Over and above the recommendations already enumerated, she had another in the possession of what was supposed to be a very beautiful contralto voice. Her voice was certainly contralto, for she could not reach higher than D in the treble. Its only defect was that it did not go correspondingly low in the bass. In those days, however, a contralto voice was understood to include even a soprano if the soprano could not reach soprano notes, and it was not necessary that it should have the quality which we now assign to contralto. What her voice wanted in range and power was made up in the feeling with which she sang. She had transposed "Angels ever bright and fair" into a lower key, so as to make it suit her voice, thus proving, as her mamma said, that she had a thorough knowledge of the laws of harmony. Not only did she do this, but at every pause added an embellishment of arpeggios from one end to the other of the keyboard, on a principle which her governess had taught her. She thus added life and interest to an air which everyone, so she said, must feel to be rather heavy in the form in which Handel left it. As for her governess, she indeed had been a rarely accomplished musician. She was a pupil of the famous Dr. Clark of Cambridge, and used to play the overture to Atalanta, arranged by Mazzinghi. Nevertheless, it was some time before Theobald could bring his courage to the sticking point of actually proposing. He made it quite clear that he believed himself to be much smitten, but month after month went by, during which there was still so much hope in Theobald that Mr. Allaby dared not discover that he was able to do his duty for himself, and was getting impatient at the number of half-guineas he was dispersing, and yet there was no proposal. Christina's mother assured him that she was the best daughter in the whole world, and would be a priceless treasure to the man who married her. Theobald echoed Mrs. Allaby's sentiments with warmth, but still, though he visited the rectory 2 or 3 times a week, besides coming over on Sundays, he did not propose. "She is heart-whole yet, dear Mr. Pontifex," said Mrs. Allaby one day. "At least I believe she is. It is not for want of admirers. Oh no, she has had her full share of these. But she is too difficult to please. I think, however, she would fall before a great and good man." And she looked hard at Theobald, who blushed. But the days went by, and still he did not propose. Another time Theobald actually took Mrs. Cowie into his confidence, and the reader may guess what account of Christina he got from her. Mrs. Cowie tried the jealousy maneuver and hinted at a possible rival. Theobald was, or pretended to be, very much alarmed. A little rudimentary pang of jealousy shot across his bosom, and he began to believe with pride that he was not only in love, but desperately in love, or he would never feel so jealous. Nevertheless, day after day still went by, and he did not propose. The Allabys behaved with great judgment. They humoured him till his retreat was practically cut off, though he still flattered himself that it was open. One day, about 6 months after Theobald had become an almost daily visitor at the rectory, the conversation happened to turn upon long engagements. "I don't like long engagements, Mr. Allaby, do you?" said Theobald imprudently. "No," said Mr. Allaby in a pointed tone, "nor long courtships," and he gave Theobald a look which he could not pretend to misunderstand. He went back to Cambridge as fast as he could, and in dread of the conversation with Mr. Allaby which he felt to be impending, composed the following letter which he dispatched that same afternoon by a private messenger to Crampsford. The letter was as follows: "Dearest Miss Christina, I do not know whether you have guessed the feelings that I have long entertained for you, feelings which I have concealed as much as I could through fear of drawing you into an engagement which, if you enter it, must be prolonged for a considerable time, but, however this may be, it is out of my power to conceal them longer. I love you ardently, devotedly, and send these few lines asking you to be my wife, because I dare not trust my tongue to give adequate expression to the magnitude of my affection for you. I cannot pretend to offer you a heart which has never known either love or disappointment. I have loved already, and my heart was years in recovering from the grief I felt at seeing her become another's. That, however, is over, and having seen yourself, I rejoice over a disappointment which I thought at one time would have been fatal to me. It has left me a less ardent lover than I should perhaps otherwise have been, but it has increased tenfold my power of appreciating your many charms, and my desire that you should become my wife. Please let me have a few lines of answer by the bearer to let me know whether or not my suit is accepted. If you accept me, I will at once come and talk the matter over with Mr. and Mrs. Allaby, whom I shall hope one day to be allowed to call father and mother. I ought to warn you that in the event of your consenting to be my wife, it may be years before our union can be consummated, for I cannot marry till a college living is offered me. If therefore you see fit to reject me, I shall be grieved rather than surprised. Ever most devotedly yours, Theobald Pontifex. And this was all that his public school and university education had been able to do for Theobald. Nevertheless, for his own part, he thought his letter rather a good one, and congratulated himself in particular upon his cleverness in inventing the story of a previous attachment, behind which he intended to shelter himself if Christina should complain of any lack of fervour in his behaviour to her. I need not give Christina's answer, which of course was to accept. Much as Theobald feared old Mr. Allaby, I do not think he would have wrought up his courage to the point of actually proposing, but for the fact of the engagement being necessarily a long one, during which a dozen things might turn up to break it off. However much he may have disapproved of long engagements for other people, I doubt whether he had any particular objection to them in his own case. A pair of lovers are like sunset and sunrise. There are such things every day, but we seldom see them. Theobald posed as the most ardent lover imaginable, but to use the vulgarism for the moment in fashion, it was all side. Christina was in love, as indeed she had been 20 times already, but then Christina was impressionable, and could not even hear the name Missolonghi mentioned without bursting into tears. When Theobald accidentally left his sermon case behind him one Sunday, she slept with it in her bosom, and was forlorn when she had, as it were, to disgorge it on the following Sunday. But I do not think Theobald ever took so much as an old toothbrush of Christina's to bed with him. Why, I knew a young man once who got hold of his mistress's skates and slept with them for a fortnight and cried when he had to give them up. Chapter 12. Theobald's engagement was all very well as far as it went, but there was an old gentleman with a bald head and rosy cheeks in a counting-house in Paternoster Row, who must sooner or later be told what his son had in view, and Theobald's heart fluttered when he asked himself what view this old gentleman was likely to take of the situation. The murder, however, had to come out, and Theobald and his intended, perhaps imprudently, resolved on making a clean breast of it at once. He wrote what he and Christina, who helped him to draft the letter, thought to be everything that was filial, and expressed himself as anxious to be married with the least possible delay. He could not help saying this as Christina was at his shoulder, and he knew it was safe, for his father might be trusted not to help him. He wound up by asking his father to use any influence that might be at his command to help him to get a living, inasmuch as it might be years before a college living fell vacant, and he saw no other chance of being able to marry, for neither he nor his intended had any money except Theobald's fellowship, which would of course lapse on his taking a wife. Any step of Theobald's was sure to be objectionable in his father's eyes, but that at 23 he should want to marry a penniless girl who was 4 years older than himself afforded a golden opportunity which the old gentleman, for now I may call him, as he was at least 60, embraced with characteristic eagerness. "The ineffable folly," he wrote, on receiving his son's letter, "of your fancied passion for Miss Allaby fills me with the gravest apprehensions. Making every allowance for a lover's blindness, I still have no doubt that the lady herself is a well-conducted and amiable young person who would not disgrace our family. But were she 10 times more desirable as a daughter-in-law than I can allow myself to hope, your joint poverty is an insuperable objection to your marriage. I have 4 other children besides yourself, and my expenses do not permit me to save money. This year they have been especially heavy. Indeed, I have had to purchase 2 not inconsiderable pieces of land which happened to come to the market, and were necessary to complete a property which I have long wanted to round off in this way. I gave you an education regardless of expense, which has put you in possession of a comfortable income, at an age when many young men are dependent. I have thus started you fairly in life, and may claim that you should cease to be a drag on me further. Long engagements are proverbially unsatisfactory, and in the present case the prospect seems interminable. What interest, pray, do you suppose I have that I could get a living for you? Can I go up and down the country begging people to provide for my son, because he has taken it into his head to want to get married without sufficient means? I do not wish to write unkindly. Nothing can be farther from my real feelings towards you, but there is often more kindness in plain speaking than in any amount of soft words which can end in no substantial performance. Of course I bear in mind that you are of age and can therefore please yourself, but if you choose to claim the strict letter of the law, and act without consideration for your father's feelings, you must not be surprised if you will one day find that I have claimed a like liberty for myself. Believe me, your affectionate father, G. Pontifex. I found this letter along with those already given, and a few more which I need not give, but throughout which the same tone prevails, and in all of which there is the more or less obvious shake of the will near the end of the letter. Remembering Theobald's general dumbness concerning his father for the many years I knew him after his father's death, there was an eloquence in the preservation of the letters and in their endorsement, "Letters from my father," which seemed to have with it some faint odor of health and nature. Theobald did not show his father's letter to Christina, nor indeed, I believe, to anyone. He was by nature secretive, and had been repressed too much and too early to be capable of railing or blowing off steam where his father was concerned. His sense of wrong was still inarticulate, felt as a dull, dead weight ever present day by day, and if he woke at night time still continually present. But he hardly knew what it was. I was about the closest friend he had, and I saw but little of him, for I could not get on with him for long together. He said I had no reverence, whereas I thought that I had plenty of reverence for what deserved to be revered, but that the gods which he deemed golden were in reality made of a baser metal. He never, as I have said, complained of his father to me, and his only other friends were, like himself, staid and prim, of evangelical tendencies, and deeply imbued with a sense of the sinfulness of any act of insubordination to parents. Good young men, in fact, and one could not blow off steam to a good young man. When Christina was informed by her lover of his father's opposition, and of the time which must probably elapse before they could be married, she offered, with how much sincerity I know not, to set him free from his engagement, but Theobald declined to be released, not at least, as he said, at present. Christina and Mrs. Allaby knew they could manage him, and on this not very satisfactory footing the engagement was continued. His engagement and his refusal to be released at once raised Theobald in his own good opinion. Dull as he was, he had no small share of quiet self-approbation. He admired himself for his university distinction, for the purity of his life. I said of him once that if he had only a better temper, he would be as innocent as a new-laid egg, and for his unimpeachable integrity in money matters. He did not despair for advancement in the church when he had once got a living, and of course it was within the bounds of possibility that he might one day become a bishop, and Christina said she felt convinced that this would ultimately be the case. As was natural for the daughter and intended wife of a clergyman, Christina's thoughts ran much upon religion, and she was resolved that even though an exalted position in this world were denied to her and Theobald, their virtues should be fully appreciated in the next. Her religious opinions coincided absolutely with Theobald's own, and many a conversation did she have with him about the glory of God and the completeness with which they would devote themselves to it, as soon as Theobald had got his living and they were married. So certain was she of the great results which would then ensue that she wondered at times at the blindness shown by Providence towards its own truest interests in not killing off the rectors who stood between Theobald and his living a little faster. In those days people believed with a simple downrightness which I do not observe among educated men and women now. It had never so much as crossed Theobald's mind to doubt the literal accuracy of any syllable in the Bible. He had never seen any book in which this was disputed, nor met anyone who doubted it. True, there was just a little scare about geology, but there was nothing in it. If it was said that God made the world in 6 days, why he made it in 6 days, neither in more nor less. If it was said that he put Adam to sleep, took out one of his ribs and made a woman of it, why it was so, as a matter of course. He, Adam, went to sleep as it might be himself, Theobald Pontifex, in a garden as it might be the garden at Crampsford Rectory, during the summer months when it was so pretty, only that it was larger, and had some tame wild animals in it. Then God came up to him, as it might be Mr. Allaby or his father, dexterously took out one of his ribs without waking him, and miraculously healed the wound so that no trace of the operation remained. Finally, God had taken the rib perhaps into the greenhouse, and had turned it into just such another young woman as Christina. That was how it was done. There was neither difficulty nor shadow of difficulty about the matter. Could not God do anything he liked? And had he not in his own inspired book told us that he had done this? This was the average attitude of fairly educated young men and women towards the Mosaic cosmogony, 50, 40, or even 20 years ago. The combating of infidelity, therefore, offered little scope for enterprising young clergymen, nor had the Church awakened to the activity which she has since displayed among the poor in our large towns. These were then left, almost without an effort at resistance or cooperation, to the labors of those who had succeeded Wesley. Missionary work, indeed, in heathen countries was being carried on with some energy, but Theobald did not feel any call to be a missionary. Christina suggested this to him more than once, and assured him of the unspeakable happiness it would be to her to be the wife of a missionary and to share his dangers. She and Theobald might even be martyred. Of course they would be martyred simultaneously, and martyrdom many years hence, as regarded from the arbour in the rectory garden, was not painful. It would ensure them a glorious future in the next world, and at any rate posthumous renown in this, even if they were not miraculously restored to life again, and such things had happened ere now in the case of martyrs. Theobald, however, had not been kindled by Christina's enthusiasm, so she fell back upon the Church of Rome, an enemy more dangerous, if possible, than paganism itself. A combat with Romanism might even yet win for her and Theobald the crown of martyrdom. True, the Church of Rome was tolerably quiet just then, but it was the calm before the storm, of this she was assured, with a conviction deeper than she could have attained by any argument founded upon mere reason. "We, dearest Theobald," she exclaimed, "will be ever faithful. We will stand firm and support one another even in the hour of death itself. God in his mercy may spare us from being burnt alive. He may or may not do so. O Lord," and she turned her eyes prayerfully to heaven, "spare my Theobald, or grant that he may be beheaded." "My dearest," said Theobald gravely, "do not let us agitate ourselves unduly. If the hour of trial comes we shall be best prepared to meet it by having led a quiet, unobtrusive life of self-denial and devotion to God's glory. Such a life let us pray God that it may please him to enable us to pray that we may lead." "Dearest Theobald," exclaimed Christina, drying the tears that had gathered in her eyes, "you are always, always right. Let us be self-denying, pure, upright, truthful in word and deed." She clasped her hands and looked up to heaven as she spoke. "Dearest," rejoined her lover, "we have ever hitherto endeavored to be all these things. We have not been worldly people. Let us watch and pray that we may so continue to the end." The moon had risen and the arbor was getting damp, so they adjourned further aspirations for a more convenient season. At other times Christina pictured herself and Theobald as braving the scorn of almost every human being in the achievement of some mighty task which should redound to the honor of her Redeemer. She could face anything for this. But always toward the end of her vision there came a little coronation scene high up in the golden regions of the heavens, and a diadem was set upon her head by the Son of Man himself, amid the host of angels and archangels who looked on with envy and admiration, and here even Theobald himself was out of it. If there could be such a thing as the mammon of righteousness, Christina would have assuredly made friends with it. Her papa and mamma were very estimable people, and would in the course of time receive heavenly mansions in which they would be exceedingly comfortable. So doubtless would her sisters. So perhaps even might her brothers. But for herself she felt that a higher destiny was preparing, which it was her duty never to lose sight of. The first step towards it would be her marriage with Theobald. In spite, however, of these flights of religious romanticism, Christina was a good-tempered, kindly-natured girl enough, who, if she had married a sensible layman, we will say a hotel-keeper, would have developed into a good landlady, and been deservedly popular with her guests. Such was Theobald's engaged life. Many a little present passed between the pair, and many a small surprise did they prepare pleasantly for one another. They never quarrelled, and neither of them ever flirted with anyone else. Mrs. Allaby and his future sisters-in-law idolized Theobald, in spite of its being impossible to get another deacon to come and be played for as long as Theobald was able to help Mr. Allaby, which now of course he did free, gratis, and for nothing. Two of the sisters, however, did manage to find husbands before Christina was actually married, and on each occasion Theobald played the part of decoy elephant. In the end, only 2 out of the 7 daughters remained single. After 3 or 4 years, old Mr. Pontifex became accustomed to his son's engagement, and looked upon it as among the things which had now a prescriptive right to toleration. In the spring of 1831, more than 5 years after Theobald had first walked over to Crampsford, one of the best livings in the gift of the college unexpectedly fell vacant, and was for various reasons declined by the 2 fellows senior to Theobald, who might each have been expected to take it. The living was then offered to, and of course accepted, by Theobald, being in value not less than £500 a year, with a suitable house and garden. Old Mr. Pontifex then came down more handsomely than was expected, and settled £10,000 on his son and daughter-in-law for life, with remainder to such of their issue as they might appoint. In the month of July, 1831, Theobald and Christina became man and wife. End of chapter 12. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 13 and 14 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 13. A due number of old shoes had been thrown at the carriage in which the happy pair departed from the rectory, and it had turned the corner at the bottom of the village. It could then be seen for 200 or 300 yards creeping past a fir coppice, and after this was lost to view. "John," said Mr. Allaby to his manservant, "shut the gate." And he went indoors with a sigh of relief which seemed to say, "I have done it, and I am alive." This was the reaction after a burst of enthusiastic merriment, during which the old gentleman had run 20 yards after the carriage to fling a slipper at it, which he had duly flung. But what were the feelings of Theobald and Christina when the village was passed, and they were rolling quietly by the fir plantation? It is at this point that even the stoutest heart must fail, unless it beat in the breast of one who is over head and ears in love. If a young man is in a small boat on a choppy sea, along with his affianced bride, and both are seasick, and if the sick swain can forget his own anguish in happiness of holding the fair one's head when she is at her worst, then he is in love, and his heart will be in no danger of failing him as he passes his fir plantation. Other people, and unfortunately by far the greater number of those who get married must be classed among the other people, will inevitably go through a quarter or half an hour of greater or less badness, as the case may be. Taking numbers into account, I should think more mental suffering had been undergone in the streets leading from St. George's, Hanover Square, than in the condemned cells of Newgate. There is no time at which what the Italians call la figlia della morte lays her cold hand upon a man more awfully than during the first half-hour that he is alone with a woman whom he has married but never genuinely loved. Death's daughter did not spare Theobald. He had behaved very well hitherto. When Christina had offered to let him go, he had stuck to his post, with a magnanimity on which he had plumed himself ever since. From that time forward he had said to himself, "I, at any rate, am the very soul of honor. I am not," etc., etc. True, at the moment of magnanimity, the actual cash payment, so to speak, was still distant. When his father gave the formal consent to his marriage, things began to look more serious. When the college living had fallen vacant and been accepted, they looked more serious still. But when Christina actually named the day, then Theobald's heart fainted within him. The engagement had gone on so long that he had got into a groove, and the prospect of change was disconcerting. Christina and he had got on, he thought to himself, very nicely for a great number of years. Why should they not continue to go on as they were doing now for the rest of their lives? But there was no more chance of escape for him than for the sheep which was being driven to the butcher's back premises, and like the sheep he felt there was nothing to be gained by resistance, so he made none. He behaved, in fact, with decency, and was declared on all hands to be one of the happiest men imaginable. Now, however, to change the metaphor, the drop had actually fallen, and the poor wretch was hanging mid-air along with the creature of his affections. This creature was now 33 years old, and looked it. She had been weeping, and her eyes and nose were reddish. If "I have done it, and I am alive," was written on Mr. Allaby's face after he had thrown the shoe. "I have done it, and I do not see how I can possibly live much longer," was upon the face of Theobald as he was being driven along by the fir plantation. This, however, was not apparent at the rectory. All that could be seen there was the bobbing up and down of the postilion's head, which just overtopped the hedge by the roadside as he rose in his stirrups, and the black and yellow body of the carriage. For some time the pair said nothing. What they must have felt during their first half-hour, the reader must guess, for it is beyond my power to tell him. At the end of that time, however, Theobald had rummaged up a conclusion from some odd corner of his soul, to the effect that now he and Christina were married, the sooner they fell into their future mutual relations the better. If people who are in a difficulty will only do the first little reasonable thing which they can clearly recognize as reasonable, they will always find the next step more easy, both to see and take. What, then, thought Theobald, was here at this moment the first and most obvious matter to be considered, and what would be an equitable view of his and Christina's relative positions in respect to it? Clearly, their first dinner was their first joint entry into the duties and pleasures of married life. No less clearly, it was Christina's duty to order it, and his own to eat it and pay for it. The arguments leading to this conclusion, and the conclusion itself, flashed upon Theobald about 3½ miles after he left Cransford on the road to Newmarket. He had breakfasted early, but his usual appetite had failed him. They had left the vicarage at noon without staying for the wedding breakfast. Theobald liked an early dinner. It dawned upon him that he was beginning to be hungry. From this to the conclusion stated in the preceding paragraph, the steps had been easy. After a few minutes' further reflection, he broached the matter to his bride, and thus the ice was broken. Mrs. Theobald was not prepared for so sudden an assumption of importance. Her nerves, never the strongest, had been strung to their highest tension by the event of the morning. She wanted to escape observation. She was conscious of looking a little older than she quite liked to look as a bride who had been married that morning. She feared the landlady, the chambermaid, the waiter, everybody and everything. Her heart beat so fast that she could hardly speak, much less go through the ordeal of ordering dinner in a strange hotel with a strange landlady. She begged and prayed to be let off. If Theobald would only order dinner this once, she would order it any day and every day in the future. But the inexorable Theobald was not to be put off with such absurd excuses. He was master now. Had not Christina less than 2 hours ago promised solemnly to honor and obey him? And was she turning restive over such a trifle as this? The loving smile departed from his face and was succeeded by a scowl which that old Turk, his father, might have envied. "Stuff and nonsense, my dearest Christina," he exclaimed mildly, and stamped his foot upon the floor of the carriage. "It is a wife's duty to order her husband's dinner. You are my wife, and I shall expect you to order mine." For Theobald was nothing if he was not logical. The bride began to cry, and said he was unkind, whereupon he said nothing, but revolved unutterable things in his heart. Was this, then, the end of his 6 years of unflagging devotion? Was it for this that when Christina had offered to let him off, he had stuck to his engagement? Was this the outcome of her talks about duty and spiritual mindedness, that now, upon the very day of her marriage, she should fail to see that the first step in obedience to God lay in obedience to himself? He would drive back to Cransford. He would complain to Mr. and Mrs. Allaby. He didn't mean to have married Christina. He hadn't married her. It was all a hideous dream. He would... But a voice kept ringing in his ears which said, "You can't, can't." "Can't I?" screamed the unhappy creature to himself. "No," said the remorseless voice, "you can't. You are a married man." He rolled back in his corner of the carriage, and for the first time felt how iniquitous were the marriage laws of England. But he would buy Milton's prose works and read his pamphlet on divorce. He might perhaps be able to get them at Newmarket. So the bride sat crying in one corner of the carriage, and the bridegroom sulked in the other, and he feared her as only a bridegroom can fear. Presently, however, a feeble voice was heard from the bride's corner, saying, "Dearest Theobald, forgive me. I have been very, very wrong. Please do not be angry with me. I will order thee. But the word dinner was checked by rising sobs. When Theobald heard these words, a load began to be lifted from his heart, but he only looked toward her, and that not too pleasantly. "Please tell me," continued the voice, "what you think you would like, and I will tell the landlady when we get to Newmar." But another burst of sobs checked the completion of the word. The load on Theobald's heart grew lighter and lighter. Was it possible that she might not be going to henpeck him after all? Besides, had she not diverted his attention from herself to his approaching dinner? He swallowed down more of his apprehensions and said, but still gloomily, "I think we might have a roast fowl with bread sauce, new potatoes and green peas, and then we will see if they could let us have a cherry tart and some cream." After a few minutes more he drew her towards him, kissed away her tears, and assured her that he knew she would be a good wife to him. "Dearest Theobald," she exclaimed in answer, "you are an angel." Theobald believed her, and in 10 minutes more the happy couple alighted at the inn at Newmarket. Bravely did Christina go through her arduous task. Eagerly did she beseech the landlady, in secret, not to keep her Theobald waiting longer than was absolutely necessary. "If you have any soup ready, you know, Mrs. Barber, it might save 10 minutes, for we might have it while the fowl was browning." See how necessity had nerved her! But in truth she had a splitting headache, and would have given anything to have been alone. The dinner was a success. A pint of sherry had warmed Theobald's heart, and he began to hope that, after all, matters might still go well with him. He had conquered in the first battle, and this gives great prestige. How easy it had been, too! Why had he never treated his sisters in this way? He would do so next time he saw them. He might in time be able to stand up to his brother John, or even his father. Thus do we build castles in air when flushed with wine and conquest. The end of the honeymoon saw Mrs. Theobald the most devotedly obsequious wife in all England. According to the old saying, Theobald had killed the cat at the beginning. It had been a very little cat, a mere kitten in fact, or he might have been afraid to face it. But such as it had been, he had challenged it to mortal combat, and had held up its dripping head defiantly before his wife's face. The rest had been easy. Strange that one whom I have described hitherto as so timid and easily put upon should prove such a Tartar all of a sudden on the day of his marriage. Perhaps I have passed over his years of courtship too rapidly. During these he had become a tutor of his college, and had at last been junior dean. I never yet knew a man whose sense of his own importance did not become adequately developed after he had held a resident fellowship for 5 or 6 years. True, immediately on arriving within a 10-mile radius of his father's house, an enchantment fell upon him, so that his knees waxed weak, his greatness departed, and he again felt himself like an overgrown baby under a perpetual cloud. But then he was not often at Elmhurst, and as soon as he left it the spell was taken off again. Once more he became the fellow and tutor of his college, the junior dean, the betrothed of Christina, the idol of the Allaby womankind. From all which it may be gathered that if Christina had been a Barbary hen, and had ruffled her feathers in any show of resistance, Theobald would not have ventured to swagger with her. But she was not a Barbary hen. She was only a common hen, and that too with a rather small share of personal bravery that hens generally have. Chapter 14. Battersby-on-the-Hill was the name of the village of which Theobald was now rector. It contained 400 or 500 inhabitants, scattered over a rather large area, and consisting entirely of farmers and agricultural labourers. The rectory was commodious, and placed on the brow of a hill which gave it a delightful prospect. There was a fair sprinkling of neighbours within visiting range, but with one or two exceptions they were the clergymen and clergymen's families of the surrounding villages. By these the Pontifexes were welcomed as great acquisitions to the neighbourhood. Mr. Pontifex, they said, was so clever. He had been senior classic and senior wrangler, a perfect genius in fact, and yet with so much sound practical common sense as well. As son of such a distinguished man as the great Mr. Pontifex the publisher, he would come into a large property by and by. Was there not an elder brother? Yes, but there would be so much that Theobald would probably get something very considerable. Of course they would give dinner parties, and Mrs. Pontifex, what a charming woman she was! She was certainly not exactly pretty, perhaps, but then she had such a sweet smile, and her manner was so bright and winning. She was so devoted, too, to her husband, and her husband to her. They really did come up to one's ideas of what lovers used to be in days of old. It was rare to meet with such a pair in these degenerate times. It was quite beautiful, etc., etc. Such were the comments of the neighbours on the new arrivals. As for Theobald's own parishioners, the farmers were civil, and the labourers and their wives obsequious. There was a little dissent, the legacy of a careless predecessor, but as Mrs. Theobald said proudly, "I think Theobald may be trusted to deal with that." The church was then an interesting specimen of late Norman, with some early English additions. It was what in these days would be called in a very bad state of repair, but 40 or 50 years ago few churches were in good repair. If there is one feature more characteristic of the present generation than another, it is that it has been a great restorer of churches. Horace preached church restoration in his ode: Delicta majorum immeritus lus, Romain donec templa refeceris, aedesque labentus deorum et, feoda nigro simulacra fumo. Nothing went right with Rome for long together after the Augustan age, but whether it was because she did restore the temples, or because she did not restore them, I know not. They certainly went all wrong after Constantine's time, and yet Rome is still a city of some importance. I may say here that before Theobald had been many years at Battersby, he found scope for useful work in the rebuilding of Battersby Church, which he carried out at considerable cost, towards which he subscribed liberally himself. He was his own architect, and this saved expense. But architecture was not very well understood about the year 1834, when Theobald commenced operations, and the result is not as satisfactory as it would have been if he had waited a few years longer. Every man's work, whether it be literature or music or pictures or architecture or anything else, is always a portrait of himself, and the more he tries to conceal himself, the more clearly will his character appear in spite of him. I may very likely be condemning myself, all the time that I am writing this book, for I know that whether I like it or no, I am portraying myself more surely than I am portraying any of the characters whom I set before the reader. I am sorry that it is so, but I cannot help it. After which sop to Nemesis I will say that Battersby Church in its amended form has always struck me as a better portrait of Theobald than any sculptor or painter short of the great master would be able to produce. I remember staying with Theobald some 6 or 7 months after he was married, and while the old church was still standing. I went to church, and felt as Naaman must have felt on certain occasions when he had to accompany his master on returning after having been cured of his leprosy. I have carried away a more vivid recollection of this and of the people than of Theobald's sermon. Even now I can see the men in blue smock frocks reaching to their heels, and more than one old woman in a scarlet cloak. The row of stolid, dull, vacant ploughboys, ungainly in build, uncomely in face, lifeless, apathetic, a race a good deal more like the pre-revolution French peasant as described by Carlyle than is pleasant to reflect upon, a race now supplanted by a smarter, comelier, and more hopeful generation, which has discovered that it too has a right to as much happiness as it can get, and with clearer ideas about the best means of getting it. They shamble in one after another, with steaming breath, for it is winter, and loud clattering of hobnailed boots. They beat the snow off them as they enter, and through the open door I catch a momentary glimpse of a dreary leaden sky and snow-clad tombstones. Somehow or other I find the strain which Handel has wedded to the words, "There the ploughman near at hand," has got into my head, and there is no getting it out again. How marvellously old Handel understood these people! They bob to Theobald as they pass the reading desk. The people hereabouts are truly respectful, whispered Christina to me. They know their betters, and take their seats in a long row against the wall. The choir clamber up into the gallery with their instruments, a violoncello, a clarinet, and a trombone. I see them, and soon I hear them, for there is a hymn before the service, a wild strain, a remnant, if I mistake not, of some pre-Reformation litany. I have heard what I believe was its remote musical progenitor in the church of Sante Giovanni e Paolo at Venice, not 5 years since, and again I have heard it far away in mid-Atlantic upon a grey sea Sabbath in June, when neither winds nor waves are stirring, so that the immigrants gather on deck, and their plaintive psalm goes forth upon the silver haze of the sky, and on the wilderness of a sea that has sighed till it can sigh no longer. Or it may be heard at some Methodist camp meeting upon a Welsh hillside, but in churches it is gone forever. If I were a musician, I would take it as the subject for the adagio in a Wesleyan symphony. Gone now are the clarinet, the violoncello, and the trombone, wild minstrelsy, as the doleful creatures in Ezekiel, discordant, but infinitely pathetic. Gone is that scare-bathed Stentor, that bellowing bull of Bashan, the village blacksmith. Gone is the melodious carpenter, gone the brawny shepherd with the red hair, who roared more lustily than all, until they came to the words, "Shepherds with your flocks abiding," when modesty covered him with confusion and compelled him to be silent, as though his own health were being drunk. They were doomed, and had a presentiment of evil, even when first I saw them, but they had still a little lease of choir life remaining, and they roared out, "Wicked hands have pierced and nailed him to a tree." But no description can give a proper idea of the effect. When I was last in Battersby Church, there was a harmonium played by a sweet-looking girl with a choir of school-children around her, and they chanted the canticles to the most correct of chants, and they sang hymns ancient and modern, The high pews were gone, nay, the very gallery in which the old choir had sung was removed as an accursed thing which might remind the people of the high places, and Theobald was old, and Christina was lying under the yew trees in the churchyard. But in the evening later on I saw 3 very old men come chuckling out of a dissenting chapel, and surely enough they were my old friends the blacksmith, the carpenter, and the shepherd. There was a look of content upon their faces which made me feel certain they had been singing, not doubtless with the old glory of the violoncello, the clarinet, and the trombone, but still songs of Sion and no new-fangled papistry. End of chapter 14. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 15 and 16 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 15. The hymn had engaged my attention. When it was over, I had time to take stock of the congregation. They were chiefly farmers, fat, very well-to-do folk, who had come, some of them, with their wives and children from outlying farms 2 and 3 miles away, haters of popery and of anything which anyone might choose to say was popish, good, sensible fellows who detested theory of any kind, whose ideal was the maintenance of the status quo, with perhaps a loving reminiscence of old war times, and a sense of wrong that the weather was not more completely under their control, who desired higher prices and cheaper wages, but otherwise were most contented when things were changing least, tolerators, if not lovers, of all that was familiar, haters of all that was unfamiliar. They would have been equally horrified at hearing the Christian religion doubted, and at seeing it practiced. "What can there be in common between Theobald and his parishioners?" said Christina to me, in the course of the evening, when her husband was for a few moments absent. "Of course one must not complain, but I assure you it grieves me to see a man of Theobald's ability thrown away upon such a place as this. If we had only been at Gaysbury, where there are the A's, the B's, the C's, and Lord D's place, as you know, quite close, I should not then have felt that we were living in such a desert. But I suppose it is for the best," she added more cheerfully. "And then, of course, the bishop will come to us whenever he is in the neighborhood, and if we were at Gaysbury, he might have gone to Lord D's." Perhaps I have now said enough to indicate the kind of place in which Theobald's lines were cast, and the sort of woman he had married. As for his own habits, I see him trudging through muddy lanes and over long sweeps of plover-haunted pastures to visit a dying cottager's wife. He takes her meat and wine from his own table, and that not a little only, but liberally. According to his lights, also, he administers what he is pleased to call spiritual consolation. "I am afraid I am going to hell, sir," says the sick woman with a whine. "Oh, sir, save me, don't let me go there. I couldn't stand it, sir. I should die with fear. The very thought of it drives me into a cold sweat all over." "Mrs. Thompson," says Theobald gravely, "you must have faith in the precious blood of your Redeemer. It is He alone who can save you." "But are you sure, sir," she says, looking wistfully at him, "that He will forgive me? For I have not been a very good woman, indeed I haven't, and if God would only say yes outright with his mouth when I ask whether my sins are forgiven." "But they are forgiven you, Mrs. Thompson," says Theobald with some sternness, "for the same ground has been gone over a good many times already, and he has borne the unhappy woman's misgivings now for a full quarter of an hour. Then he puts a stop to the conversation by repeating prayers taken from the Visitation of the Sick, and overawes the poor wretch from expressing further anxiety as to her condition. "Can't you tell me, sir," she exclaims piteously, as she sees that he is preparing to go away, "can't you tell me that there is no day of judgment, and that there is no such place as hell? I can do without the heavens, sir, but I cannot do with the hell." Theobald is much shocked. "Mrs. Thompson," he rejoins impressively, "let me implore you to suffer no doubt concerning these two cornerstones of our religion to cross your mind at a moment like the present. If there is one thing more certain than another, it is that we shall all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, and that the wicked will be consumed in a lake of everlasting fire. Doubt this, Mrs. Thompson, and you are lost." The poor woman buries her fevered head in the coverlet in a paroxysm of fear, which at last finds relief in tears. "Mrs. Thompson," says Theobald, with his hand on the door, "compose yourself, be calm. You must please to take my word for it that at the day of judgment your sins will all be washed white in the blood of the Lamb, Mrs. Thompson. Yea," he exclaims frantically, "though they be as scarlet, yet they shall be as white as wool," and he makes off as fast as he can from the fetid atmosphere of the cottage to the pure air outside. Oh, how thankful he is when the interview is over! He returns home, conscious that he has done his duty and administered the comforts of religion to a dying sinner. His admiring wife awaits him at the rectory, and assures him that never yet was clergyman so devoted to the welfare of his flock. He believes her. He has a natural tendency to believe everything that is told him, and who should know the facts of the case better than his wife? Poor fellow! He has done his best, but what does a fish's best come to when the fish is out of water? He has left meat and wine. That he can do. He will call again, and will leave more meat and wine. Day after day he trudges over the same plover-haunted fields, and listens at the end of his walk to the same agony of forebodings, which day after day he silences, but does not remove, till at last a merciful weakness renders the sufferer careless of her future, and Theobald is satisfied that her mind is now peacefully at rest in Jesus. Chapter 16. He does not like this branch of his profession. Indeed, he hates it, but will not admit it to himself. The habit of not admitting things to himself has become a confirmed one with him. Nevertheless, there haunts him an ill-defined sense that life would be pleasanter if there were no sick sinners, or if they would at any rate face an eternity of torture with more indifference. He does not feel that he is in his element. The farmers look as if they were in their element. They are full-bodied, healthy, and contented, but between him and them there is a great gulf fixed. A hard and drawn look begins to settle about the corners of his mouth, so that even if he were not in a black coat and white tie, a child might know him for a parson. He knows that he is doing his duty. Every day convinces him of this more firmly. But then there is not much duty for him to do. He is sadly in want of occupation. He has no taste for any of those field sports which were not considered unbecoming for a clergyman 40 years ago. He does not ride, nor shoot, nor fish, nor course, nor play cricket. Study, to do him justice, he had never really liked, and what inducement was there for him to study at Battersby? He reads neither old books nor new ones. He does not interest himself in art or science or politics, but he sets his back up with some promptness if any of them show any development unfamiliar to himself. True, he writes his own sermons, but even his wife considers that his forte lies rather in the example of his life, which is one long act of self-devotion, than in his utterances from the pulpit. After breakfast he retires to his study. He cuts little bits out of the Bible and gums them with exquisite neatness by the side of other little bits. This he calls making a harmony of the Old and New Testaments. Alongside the extracts he copies in the very perfection of handwriting extracts from Mede, the only man, according to Theobald, who really understood the book of Revelation, Patrick, and other old divines. He works steadily at this for half an hour every morning during many years, and the result is doubtless valuable. After some years have gone by he hears his children their lessons, and the daily oft-repeated screams that issue from the study during the lesson hour tells their own horrible story over the house. He has also taken to collecting a hortus siccus, and through the interest of his father was once mentioned in the Saturday magazine as having been the first to find a plant, whose name I have forgotten, in the neighborhood of Battersby. This number of the Saturday magazine has been bound in red morocco and is kept upon the drawing-room table. He potters about his garden. If he hears a hen cackling, he runs and tells Christina, and straightway goes hunting for the egg. When the two Miss Allabys came, as they sometimes did, to stay with Christina, they said the life led by their sister and brother-in-law was an idyll. Happy indeed was Christina in her choice, for that she had had a choice was a fiction which soon took root among them, and happy Theobald in his Christina. Somehow or other Christina was always a little shy of cards when her sisters were staying with her, though at other times she enjoyed a game of cribbage or a rubber of whist heartily enough, but her sisters knew they would never be asked to Battersby again if they would refer to that little matter, and on the whole it was worth their while to be asked to Battersby. If Theobald's temper was rather irritable, he did not vent it upon them. By nature reserved, if he could have found someone to cook dinner for him, he would have rather lived in a desert island than not. In his heart of hearts he held with Pope that the greatest nuisance to mankind is man, or words to that effect, only that women, with the exception perhaps of Christina, were worse. Yet for all this, when visitors called, he put a better face on it than anyone who was behind the scenes would have expected. He was quick, too, at introducing the names of any literary celebrities whom he had met at his father's house, and soon established an all-round reputation which satisfied even Christina herself. Whoso integer vitae scelerisque puris, it was asked, as Mr. Pontifex of Battersby, who so fit to be consulted if any difficulty about parish management should arise? Who such a happy mixture of the sincere, uninquiring Christian and the man of the world? For so people actually called him. They said he was such an admirable man of business. Certainly if he had said he would pay a sum of money at a certain time, the money would be forthcoming on the appointed day, and this is saying a good deal for any man. His constitutional timidity rendered him incapable of an attempt to overreach when there was the remotest chance of opposition or publicity, and his correct bearing and somewhat stern expression were a great protection to him against being overreached. He never talked of money, and invariably changed the subject whenever money was introduced. His expression of unutterable horror at all kinds of meanness was a sufficient guarantee that he was not mean himself. Besides, he had no business transactions save of the most ordinary butcher's book and baker's book description. His tastes, if he had any, were, as we have seen, simple. He had £900 a year and a house, the neighborhood was cheap, and for some time he had no children to be a drag upon him. Who was not to be envied, and if envied, why then respected, if Theobald was not enviable? Yet I imagine that Christina was on the whole happier than her husband. She had not to go and visit sick parishioners, and the management of her house and the keeping of her accounts afforded her as much occupation as she desired. Her principal duty was, as she well said, to her husband, to love him, honor him, and keep him in good temper. To do her justice, she fulfilled this duty to the uttermost of her power. It would have been better, perhaps, if she had not so frequently assured her husband that he was the best and wisest of mankind, for no one in his little world ever dreamed of telling him anything else, and it was not long before he ceased to have any doubt upon the matter. As for his temper, which had become very violent at times, she took care to humor it on the slightest sign of an approaching outbreak. She had early found that this was much the easiest plan. The thunder was seldom for herself. Long before her marriage even, she had studied his little ways, and knew how to add fuel to the fire as long as the fire seemed to want it, and then to damp it judiciously down, making as little smoke as possible. In money matters she was scrupulousness itself. Theobald made her a quarterly allowance for her dress, pocket money and little charities and presents. In these last items she was liberal in proportion to her income. Indeed, she dressed with great economy, and gave away whatever was over in presents or charity. Oh, what a comfort it was to Theobald to reflect that he had a wife on whom he can rely never to cost him a sixpence of unauthorized expenditure. Letting alone her absolute submission, the perfect coincidence of her opinion with his own upon every subject, and her constant assurances to him that he was right in everything which he took it into his head to say or do, what a tower of strength to him was her exactness in money matters! As years went by he became as fond of his wife as it was in his nature to be of any living thing, and applauded himself for having stuck to his engagement, a piece of virtue of which he was now reaping the reward. Even when Christina did outrun her quarterly stipend by some 30 shillings or a couple of pounds, it was always made perfectly clear to Theobald how the deficiency had arisen. There had been an unusually costly evening dress bought, which was to last a long time, or somebody's unexpected wedding had necessitated a more handsome present than the quarter's balance would quite allow. The excess of expenditure was always repaid in the following quarter or quarters, even though it were only 10 shillings at a time. I believe, however, that after they had been married some 20 years, Christina had fallen somewhat from her original perfection as regards money. She had got gradually in arrear during many successive quarters, till she had contracted a chronic loan, a sort of domestic national debt, amounting to between 7 and 8 pounds. Theobald at length felt that a remonstrance had become imperative, and took advantage of his silver wedding day to inform Christina that her indebtedness was cancelled, and at the same time to beg that she would endeavour henceforth to equalize her expenditure and her income. She burst into tears of love and gratitude, assured him that he was the best and most generous of men, and never during the remainder of her married life was she a single shilling behind hand. Christina hated change of all sorts no less cordially than her husband. She and Theobald had nearly everything in this world that they could wish for. Why, then, should people desire to introduce all sorts of changes of which no one could foresee the end? Religion, she was deeply convinced, had long since attained its final development, nor could it enter into the heart of reasonable man to conceive any faith more perfect than was inculcated by the Church of England. She could imagine no position more honourable than that of a clergyman's wife, unless indeed it were a bishop's. Considering his father's influence, it was not at all impossible that Theobald might be a bishop some day, and then would occur to her that one little flaw in the practice of the Church of England, a flaw not indeed in its doctrine but in its policy, which she believed on the whole to be a mistaken one in this respect. I mean the fact that a bishop's wife does not take the rank of her husband. This had been the doing of Elizabeth, who had been a bad woman, of exceeding doubtful moral character, and at heart a papist to the last. Perhaps people ought to have been above mere considerations of worldly dignity, but the world was as it was, and such things carried weight with them, whether they ought to do so or no. Her influence as plain Mrs. Pontifex, wife, we will say, of the Bishop of Winchester, would no doubt be considerable. Such a character as hers could not fail to carry weight if she were ever in a sufficiently conspicuous sphere for its influence to be widely felt, but as Lady Winchester, or the Bishopess, which would sound quite nicely, who could doubt her power for good would be enhanced? And it would be all the nicer because if she had a daughter, the daughter would not be a bishopess unless indeed she were to marry a bishop too, which would not be likely. These were her thoughts upon her good days. At other times she would, to do her justice, have doubts whether she was in all respects as spiritually minded as she ought to be. She must press on till every enemy to her salvation was surmounted, and Satan himself lay bruised under her feet. It occurred to her on one of these occasions that she might steal a march over some of her contemporaries if she were to leave off eating black puddings, of which whenever they had killed a pig she had hitherto partaken freely, and if she were also careful that no fowls were served at her table which had had their necks wrung, but only such as had their throats cut and been allowed to bleed. St. Paul and the Church of Jerusalem had insisted upon it as necessary that even Gentile converts should abstain from things strangled and from blood, and they had joined this prohibition with that of a vice about the abominable nature of which there could be no question. It would be well therefore to abstain in future, to see whether any noteworthy spiritual result ensued. She did abstain, and was certain from that day of her resolve she had felt stronger, purer in heart, and in all respects more spiritually minded than she had ever felt hitherto. Theobald did not lay so much stress on this as she did, but as she settled what he should have at dinner, she could take care that he got no strangled fowls. As for black puddings, happily he had seen them made when he was a boy, and had never got over his aversion for them. She wished the matter were one of more general observance than it was. This was just a case in which as Lady Winchester she might have been able to do what as plain Mrs. Pontifex it was hopeless even to attempt. And thus this worthy couple jogged on from month to month and from year to year. The reader, if he has passed middle life and has a clerical connection, will probably remember scores and scores of rectors and rectors' wives who differed in no material respect from Theobald and Christina. Speaking from a recollection and experience extending over nearly 80 years from the time when I was myself a child in the nursery of a vicarage, I should say I had drawn the better rather than the worse side of the life of an English country parson of some 50 years ago. I admit, however, that there are no such people to be found nowadays. A more united, or, on the whole, happier couple could not have been found in England. One grief only overshadowed the early years of their married life. I mean the fact that no living children were born to them. End of chapter 16. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 17 and 18 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 17. In the course of time this sorrow was removed. At the beginning of the 5th year of her married life, Christina was safely delivered of a boy. This was on the 6th of September, 1835. Word was immediately sent to old Mr. Pontifex, who received the news with real pleasure. His son John's wife had borne daughters only, and he was seriously uneasy lest there should be a failure in the male line of his descendants. The good news, therefore, was doubly welcome, and caused as much delight at Elmhurst as dismay in Woburn Square, where the John Pontifexes were then living. Here, indeed, this freak of fortune was felt to be all the more cruel on account of the impossibility of resenting it openly. But the delighted grandfather cared nothing for what the John Pontifexes might feel or not feel. He had wanted a grandson, and he had got a grandson, and this should be enough for everybody. And now that Mrs. Theobald had taken to good ways, she might bring him more grandsons, which would be desirable, for he should not feel safe with fewer than 3. He rang the bell for the butler. "Gelstrap," he said solemnly, "I want to go down into the cellar." Then Gelstrap preceded him with a candle, and he went into the inner vault where he kept his choicest wines. He passed many bins. There was 1803 port, 1792 Imperial Tokay, 1800 claret, 1812 sherry. These and many others were passed, but it was not for them that the head of the Pontifex family had gone down into his inner cellar. A bin, which had appeared empty until the full light of the candle had been brought to bear upon it, was now found to contain a single pint bottle. This was the object of Mr. Pontifex's search. Gelstrap had often pondered over this bottle. It had been placed there by Mr. Pontifex himself about a dozen years previously, on his return from a visit to his friend the celebrated traveller, Dr. Jones. But there was no tablet above the bin which might give a clue to the nature of its contents. On more than one occasion when his master had gone out and left his keys accidentally behind him, as he sometimes did, Gelstrap had submitted the bottle to all the tests he could venture upon, but it was so carefully sealed that wisdom remained quite shut out from that entrance at which he would have welcomed her most gladly, and indeed from all other entrances, for he could make out nothing at all. And now the mystery was to be solved. But alas, it seems as though the last chance of securing even a sip of the contents was to be removed forever, for Mr. Pontifex took the bottle in his own hands and held it up to the light after carefully examining the seal. He smiled and left the bin with the bottle in his hands. Then came a catastrophe. He stumbled over an empty hamper. There was the sound of a fall, a smash of broken glass, and in an instant the cellar floor was covered with the liquid that had been preserved so carefully for so many years. With his usual presence of mind, Mr. Pontifex gasped out a month's warning to Gelstrap. Then he got up and stamped as Theobald had done when Christina had wanted not to order his dinner. "It's water from the Jordan," he exclaimed furiously, "which I have been saving for the baptism of my eldest grandson. Damn you, Gelstrap, how dare you be so infernally careless as to leave that hamper littering about the cellar?" "I wonder the water of the sacred stream did not stand upright as an heap upon the cellar floor and rebuke him." Gelstrap told the other servants afterward that his master's language had made his backbone curdle. The moment, however, that he heard the word water, he saw his way again and flew to the pantry. Before his master had well noted his absence, he returned with a little sponge and a basin, and had begun sopping up the waters of the Jordan as though they had been a common slop. "I'll filter it, sir," said Gelstrap meekly. "It'll come quite clean." Mr. Pontifex saw hope in this suggestion, which was shortly carried out by the help of a piece of blotting paper and a funnel under his own eyes. Eventually it was found that half a pint was saved, and this was held to be sufficient. Then he made preparations for a visit to Battersby. He ordered goodly hampers of the choicest eatables. He selected a goodly hamper of choice drinkables. I say choice, and not choicest, for although in his first exultation he had selected some of his very best wine, yet on reflection he had felt that there was moderation in all things, and as he was parting with his best water from the Jordan, he would only send some of his second best wine. Before he went to Battersby he stayed a day or two in London, which he now seldom did, being over 70 years old, and having practically retired from business. The John Pontifexes, who kept a sharp eye on him, discovered to their dismay that he had had an interview with his solicitors. Chapter 18. For the first time in his life Theobald felt that he had done something right, and could look forward to meeting his father without alarm. The old gentleman indeed had written him a most cordial letter, announcing his intention of standing godfather to the boy. Nay, I may as well give it in full, as it shows the writer at his best. It runs: Dear Theobald, your letter gave me very sincere pleasure, the more so because I had made up my mind for the worst. Pray accept my most hearty congratulations for my daughter-in-law and for yourself. I have long preserved a vial of water from the Jordan for the christening of my first grandson, should it please God to grant me one. It was given me by my old friend Dr. Jones. You will agree with me that though the efficacy of the sacrament does not depend upon the source of the baptismal waters, yet Ceteris paribus, there is a sentiment attaching to the waters of the Jordan which should not be despised. Small matters like this sometimes influence a child's whole future career. I shall bring my own cook, and have told him to get everything ready for the christening dinner. Ask as many of your best neighbours as your table will hold. By the way, I have told Lesueur not to get a lobster. You had better drive over yourself and get one from Saltness, for Battersby was only 14 or 15 miles from the sea-coast. They are better there, at least I think so, than anywhere else in England. I have put your boy down for something in the event of his attaining the age of 21 years. If your brother John continues to have nothing but girls, I may do more later on, but I have many claims upon me, and am not as well off as you may imagine. Your affectionate father, G. Pontifex. A few days afterwards the writer of the above letter made his appearance in a fly, which had brought him from Gildenham to Battersby, a distance of 14 miles. There was Lesueur, the cook, on the box with the driver, and as many hampers as the fly could carry were disposed upon the roof and elsewhere. Next day the John Pontifexes had to come, and Eliza and Maria, as well as Alethea, who by her own special request was godmother to the boy, for Mr. Pontifex had decided that they were to form a happy family party. So come they all must, and be happy they all must, or it would be the worse for them. Next day the author of all this hubbub was actually christened. Theobald had proposed to call him George, after old Mr. Pontifex, but strange to say, Mr. Pontifex overruled him in favour of the name Ernest. The word Ernest was just beginning to come into fashion, and he thought the possession of such a name might, like his having been baptized in water from the Jordan, have a permanent effect upon the boy's character, and influence him for good during the more critical periods of his life. I was asked to be his second godfather, and was rejoiced to have an opportunity of meeting Alethea, whom I had not seen for some few years, but with whom I had been in constant correspondence. She and I had always been friends from the time we had played together as children onwards. When the death of her grandfather and grandmother severed her connection with Paleham, my intimacy with the Pontifexes was kept up by my having been at school and college with Theobald, and each time I saw her I admired her more and more, as the best, kindest, wittiest, most lovable, and to my mind handsomest woman whom I had ever seen. None of the Pontifexes were deficient in good looks. They were a well-grown, shapely family enough, but Alethea was the flower of the flock even as regards good looks, while in respect of all other qualities that make a woman lovable, it seems as though the stock that had been intended for the 3 daughters, and would have been about sufficient for them, had all been allotted to herself, her sisters getting none, and she all. It is impossible for me to explain how it was that she and I never married. We 2 knew exceedingly well, and that must suffice for the reader. There was the most perfect sympathy and understanding between us. We knew that neither of us would marry anyone else. I had asked her to marry me a dozen times over. Having said this much, I will say no more upon a point which is in no way necessary for the development of my story. For the last few years there had been difficulties in the way of our meeting, and I had not seen her, though, as I have said, keeping up a close correspondence with her. Naturally, I was overjoyed to meet her again. She was now just 30 years old, but I thought she looked handsomer than ever. Her father, of course, was the lion of the party, but seeing that we were all meek and quite willing to be eaten, he roared to us rather than at us. It was a fine sight to see him tucking his napkin under his rosy old gills, and letting it fall over his capacious waistcoat, while the high light from the chandelier danced about the bump of benevolence on his bald old head, like a star of Bethlehem. The soup was real turtle. The old gentleman was evidently well pleased, and he was beginning to come out. Gelstrap stood behind his master's chair. I sat next Mrs. Theobald on her left hand, and was thus just opposite her father-in-law, whom I had every opportunity of observing. During the first 10 minutes or so, which were taken up with the soup and the bringing in of the fish, I should probably have thought, if I had not long since made up my mind about him, what a fine old man he was, and how proud his children should be of him. But suddenly, as he was helping himself to lobster sauce, he flushed crimson. A look of extreme vexation suffused his face, and he darted 2 furtive but fiery glances to the 2 ends of the table, one for Theobald and one for Christina. They, poor simple souls, of course, saw that something was exceedingly wrong, and so did I, but I couldn't guess what it was till I heard the old man hiss in Christina's ear, "It was not made with a hen-lobster. What's the use," he continued, "of my calling the boy Ernest and getting him christened in water from the Jordan, if its own father does not know a cock from a hen-lobster?" This cut me too, for I felt till that moment I had not so much as known that there were cocks and hens among lobsters, but had vaguely thought that in the matter of matrimony they were even as the angels in heaven, and grew up almost spontaneously from rocks and seaweed. Before the next course was over, Mr. Pontifex had recovered his temper, and from that time to the end of the evening he was at his best. He told us all about the water from the Jordan, how it had been brought by Dr. Jones along with some stone jars of water from the Rhine, the Rhone, the Elbe, and the Danube, and what trouble he had with them at the customs houses, and how the intention had been to make punch with waters from all the greatest rivers in Europe, and how he, Mr. Pontifex, had saved the Jordan water from going into the bowl, etc., etc. "No, no, no," he continued, "it wouldn't have done at all, you know. Very profane idea." So we each took a pint bottle of it home with us, and the punch was much better without it. I had a narrow escape with mine, though, the other day. I fell over a hamper in the cellar when I was getting it up to bring to Battersby, and if I had not taken the greatest care, the bottle would certainly have been broken. But I saved it. And Gelstrap was standing behind his chair all the time. Nothing more happened to ruffle Mr. Pontifex, so we had a delightful evening, which has often recurred to me while watching the after-career of my godson. I called a day or two afterwards and found Mr. Pontifex still at Battersby, laid up with one of those attacks of liver and depression to which he was becoming more and more subject. I stayed to luncheon. The old gentleman was cross and very difficult. He could eat nothing, had no appetite at all. Christina tried to coax him with a little bit of the fleshy part of a mutton chop. "How in the name of reason can I be asked to eat a mutton chop?" he exclaimed angrily. "You forget, my dear Christina, that you have to deal with a stomach that is totally disorganized." And he pushed the plate from him, pouting and frowning like a naughty old child. Writing as I do by the light of a later knowledge, I suppose I should have seen nothing in this but the world's growing pains, the disturbance inseparable from transition in human things. I suppose in reality not a leaf goes yellow in autumn without ceasing to care about its sap, and making the parent tree very uncomfortable by long growling and grumbling. But surely nature might find some less irritating way of carrying on business if she would give her mind to it. Why should the generations overlap one another at all? Why cannot we be buried as eggs in neat little cells with 10 or 20,000 pounds each wrapped round us in Bank of England notes, and wake up, as this Spexwas does, to find its papa and mamma have not only left ample provision at its elbow, but have been eaten by sparrows some weeks before it began to live consciously on its own account? About a year and a half afterwards the tables were turned on Battersby, for Mrs. John Pontifex was safely delivered of a boy. A year or so later still, George Pontifex was himself struck down suddenly by a fit of paralysis, much as his mother had been, but he did not see the years of his mother. When his will was opened, it was found that an original bequest of £20,000 to Theobald himself, over and above the sum that had been settled upon him and Christina at the time of his marriage, had been cut down to £17,500 when Mr. Pontifex left something to Ernest. The something proved to be £2,500, which was to accumulate in the hands of trustees. The rest of the property went to John Pontifex, except that each of the daughters was left with about £15,000 over and above £5,000 apiece, which they had inherited from their mother. Theobald's father, then, had told him the truth, but not the whole truth. Nevertheless, what right had Theobald to complain? Certainly it was rather hard to make him think that he and his were to be gainers, and get the honour and glory of the bequest, when all the time the money was virtually being taken out of Theobald's own pocket. On the other hand, the father doubtless argued that he had never told Theobald he was to have anything at all. He had a full right to do what he liked with his own money. If Theobald chose to indulge in unwarrantable expectations, that was no affair of his. As it was, he was providing for him liberally, and if he did take £2,500 of Theobald's share, he was still leaving it to Theobald's son, which, of course, was much the same thing in the end. No one can deny that the testator has strict right upon his side. Nevertheless, the reader will agree with me that Theobald and Christina might not have considered the christening dinner so great a success if all the facts had been before them. Mr. Pontifex had during his own lifetime set up a monument in Elmhurst Church to the memory of his wife, a slab with urns and cherubs like illegitimate children of King George IV, and all the rest of it, and had left space for his own epitaph underneath that of his wife. I do not know whether it was written by one of his children, or whether they got some friend to write it for them. I do not believe that any satire was intended. I believe that it was the intention to convey that nothing short of the Day of Judgment could give anyone an idea of how good a man Mr. Pontifex had been, but at first I found it hard to think that it was free from guile. The epitaph begins by giving dates of birth and death, then sets out that the deceased was for many years head of the firm of Fairley and Pontifex, and also resident in the parish of Elmhurst. There is not a syllable of either praise or dispraise. The last lines run as follows: He now lies awaiting a joyful resurrection at the last day. What manner of man he was, that day will discover. End of chapter 18. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 19 and 20 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 19. This much, however, we may say in the meantime, that having lived to be nearly 73 years old, and died rich, he must have been in very fair harmony with his surroundings. I have heard it said sometimes that such and such a person's life was a lie. But no man's life can be a very bad lie. As long as it continues at all, it is at worst 9/10 of it true. Mr. Pontifex's life not only continued a long time, but was prosperous right up to the end. Is this not enough? Being in this world, is it not our most obvious business to make the most of it? To observe what things do bona fide tend to long life and comfort, and to act accordingly? All animals except man know that the principal business of life is to enjoy it. And they do enjoy it as much as man and other circumstances will allow. He has spent his life best who has enjoyed it most. God will take care that we do not enjoy it any more than is good for us. If Mr. Pontifex is to be blamed, it is for not having eaten and drunk less, and thus suffered less from his liver, and lived perhaps a year or two longer. Goodness is naught unless it tends toward old age and sufficiency of means. I speak broadly, and acceptus excipiendis. So the psalmist says, "The righteous shall not lack anything that is good." Either this is mere poetical license, or it follows that he who lacks anything that is good is not righteous. There is a presumption also that he who has passed a long life without lacking anything that is good has himself also been good enough for practical purposes. Mr. Pontifex never lacked anything he much cared about. True, he might have been happier than he was if he had cared about things which he did not care for, but the gist of this lies in the "if he had cared." We have all sinned and come short of the glory of making ourselves as comfortable as we easily might have done, but in this particular case Mr. Pontifex did not care, and would not have gained much by getting what he did not want. There is no casting of swine's meat before men worse than that which would flatter virtue as though her true origin were not good enough for her. But she must have a lineage, deduced as it were by spiritual heralds, from some stock with which she had nothing to do. Virtue's true lineage is older and more respectable than any that can be invented for her. She springs from man's experience concerning his own well-being, and this, though not infallible, is still the least fallible thing we have. A system which cannot stand without a better foundation than this must have something so unstable within itself that it will topple over on whatever pedestal we place it. The world has long ago settled that morality and virtue are what bring men peace at the last. Be virtuous, says the copybook, and you will be happy. Surely if a reputed virtue fails often in this respect, it is only an insidious form of vice, and if a reputed vice brings no very serious mischief on a man's later years, it is not so bad a vice as it is said to be. Unfortunately, though we are all of a mind about the main opinion that virtue is what tends to happiness, and vice what ends in sorrow, we are not so unanimous about details. That is to say, as to whether any given course, such we will say as smoking, has a tendency to happiness or the reverse. I submit it as the result of my own poor observation that a good deal of unkindness and selfishness on the part of parents towards children is not generally followed by ill consequences to the parents themselves. They may cast a gloom over their children's lives for many years without having to suffer anything that will hurt them. I should say, then, that it shows no great moral obliquity on the part of parents if within certain limits they make their children's lives a burden to them. Granted that Mr. Pontifex's was not a very exalted character. Ordinary men are not required to have very exalted characters. It is enough if we are the same moral and mental stature as the main or mean part of men, that is to say, the average. It is involved in the very essence of things that rich men who die old shall have been mean. The greatest and wisest of mankind will be almost always found to be the meanest, the ones who have kept the mean best between excess either of virtue or vice. They hardly ever have been prosperous if they have not done this, and considering how many miscarry altogether, it is no small feather in a man's cap if he has been no worse than his neighbors. Homer tells us about someone who made it his business always to excel and to stand higher than other people. What an uncompanionable, disagreeable person he must have been! Homer's heroes generally came to a bad end, and I doubt not that this gentleman, whoever he was, did so sooner or later. A very high standard again involves the possession of rare virtues, and rare virtues are like rare plants or animals, things that have not been able to hold their own in the world. A virtue to be serviceable must, like gold, be alloyed with some commoner but more durable metal. People divide off vice and virtue as though they were two things, neither of which had with it anything of the other. This is not so. There is no useful virtue which has not some alloy of vice, and hardly any vice, if any, which carries not with it a little dash of virtue. Virtue and vice are like life and death, or mind and matter, things which cannot exist without being qualified by their opposite. The most absolute life contains death, and the corpse is still in many respects living. So also it has been said, If thou, Lord, wilt be extreme to mark what is done amiss, which shows that even the highest ideal we can conceive will yet admit so much compromise with vice as shall countenance the poor abuses of the time, if they are not too outrageous. That vice pays homage to virtue is notorious. We call this hypocrisy. There should be a word found for the homage which virtue not unfrequently pays, or at any rate would be wise in paying, to vice. I grant that some men will find happiness in having what we all feel to be a higher moral standard than others. If they go in for this, however, they must be content with virtue as her own reward, and not grumble if they find lofty quixotism an expensive luxury, whose rewards belong to a kingdom that is not of this world. They must not wonder if they cut a poor figure in trying to make the most of both worlds. Disbelieve as we may the details of the accounts which record the growth of the Christian religion, yet a great part of Christian teaching will remain as true as though we accepted the details. We cannot serve God and mammon. Straight is the way and narrow is the gate which leads to what those who live by faith hold to be best worth having, and there is no way of saying this better than the Bible has done. It is well there should be some who think thus, and it is well there should be speculators in commerce, who will often burn their fingers, but it is not well that the majority should leave the mean and beaten path. For most men and most circumstances, pleasure, tangible material prosperity in this world, is the safest test of virtue. Progress has ever been through the pleasures rather than through the extreme sharp virtues, and the most virtuous have leaned to excess rather than to asceticism. To use a commercial metaphor, competition is so keen, and the margin of profits has been cut down so closely, that virtue cannot afford to throw any bona fide chance away, and must base her action rather on the actual moneying out of conduct than on a flattering prospectus. She will not therefore neglect, as some do who are prudent and economical enough in other matters, the important factor of our chance of escaping detection, or at any rate of our dying first. A reasonable virtue will give this chance its due value, neither more nor less. Pleasure, after all, is a safer guide than either right or duty. For, hard as it is to know what gives us pleasure, right and duty are often still harder to distinguish, and if we go wrong with them, will lead us into just as sorry a plight as a mistaken opinion concerning pleasure. When men burn their fingers through following after pleasure, they find out their mistake, and get to see where they have gone wrong more easily than when they have burnt them through following after a fancied duty or a fancied idea concerning right virtue. The devil, in fact, when he dresses himself in angel's clothes, can only be detected by experts of exceptional skill, and so often does he adopt this disguise that it is hardly safe to be seen talking to an angel at all, and prudent people will follow after pleasure as a more homely but more respectable and on the whole much more trustworthy guide. Returning to Mr. Pontifex, over and above his having lived long and prosperously, he left numerous offspring, to all of whom he communicated not only his physical and mental characteristics, with no more than the usual amount of modification, but also no small share of characteristics which are less easily transmitted, I mean his pecuniary characteristics. It may be said that he acquired these by sitting still and letting money run, as it were, right up against him. But against how many does not money run who do not take it when it does, or who, even if they hold it for a little while, cannot so incorporate it with themselves that it shall descend through them to their offspring? Mr. Pontifex did this. He kept what he may be said to have made, and money is like a reputation for ability, more easily made than kept. Take him, then, for all in all, I am not inclined to be so severe upon him as my father was. Judge him according to any very lofty standard, and he is nowhere. Judge him according to a fair average standard, and there is not much fault to be found with him. I have said what I have said in the foregoing chapter once for all, and shall not break my thread to repeat it. It should go without saying, in modification of the verdict, which the reader may be inclined to pass too hastily, not only upon Mr. George Pontifex, but also upon Theobald and Christina. And now I will continue my story. Chapter 20. The birth of his son opened Theobald's eyes to a good deal which he had but faintly realized hitherto. He had had no idea how great a nuisance a baby was. Babies come into the world so suddenly at the end, and upset everything so terribly when they do come. Why cannot they steal in upon us with less of a shock to the domestic system? His wife, too, did not recover rapidly from her confinement. She remained an invalid for months. Here was another nuisance, and an expensive one, which interfered with the amount which Theobald liked to put by out of his income against, as he said, a rainy day, or to make provision for his family, if he should have one. Now he was getting a family, so that it became all the more necessary to put money by, and here was the baby hindering him. Theorists may say what they like about a man's children being a continuation of his own identity, but it will generally be found that those who talk in this way have no children of their own. Practical family men know better. About 12 months after the birth of Ernest, there came a second, also a boy, who was christened Joseph, and in less than 12 months afterwards a girl, to whom was given the name of Charlotte. A few months before this girl was born, Christina paid a visit to the John Pontifexes in London, and, knowing her condition, passed a good deal of time at the Royal Academy exhibition looking at the types of female beauty portrayed by the academicians, for she had made up her mind that the child this time was to be a girl. Alethea warned her not to do this, but she persisted, and certainly the child turned out plain, but whether the pictures caused this or no, I cannot say. Theobald had never liked children. He had always got away from them as soon as he could, and so had they from him. Oh, why was he inclined to ask himself, could not children be born into the world grown up? If Christina could have given birth to a few full-grown clergymen in priest's orders, of moderate views but inclining rather to evangelicalism, with comfortable livings and in all respects facsimiles of Theobald himself, why, there might have been more sense in it. Or if people could buy ready-made children at a shop of whatever age and sex they liked, instead of always having to make them at home and to begin at the beginning with them. That might do better, but as it was, he did not like it. He felt as he had felt when he had been required to come and be married to Christina, that he had been going on for a long time quite nicely, and would much rather continue things on their present footing. In the matter of getting married he had been obliged to pretend he liked it. But times were changed, and if he did not like a thing now, he could find 100 unexceptionable ways of making his dislike apparent. It might have been better if Theobald in his younger days had kicked more against his father. The fact that he had not done so encouraged him to expect the most implicit obedience from his own children. He could trust himself, he said, and so did Christina, to be more lenient than perhaps his father had been to himself. His danger, he said, and so again did Christina, would be rather in the direction of being too indulgent. He must be on his guard against this, for no duty could be more important than that of teaching a child to obey its parents in all things. He had read not long since of an Eastern traveller who, while exploring somewhere in the more remote parts of Arabia and Asia Minor, had come upon a remarkably hardy, sober, industrious little Christian community, all of them in the best of health, who had turned out to be the actual living descendants of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, and 2 men in European costume indeed, but speaking English with a broken accent, and by their color evidently Oriental, had come begging to Battersby soon afterward, and represented themselves as belonging to this people. They had said they were collecting funds to promote the conversion of their fellow tribesmen to the English branch of the Christian religion. True, they turned out to be impostors, for when he gave them £1 and Christina 5 shillings from her private purse, they went and got drunk with it in the next village but one to Battersby. Still, this did not invalidate the story of the Eastern traveller. Then there were the Romans, whose greatness was probably due to the wholesome authority exercised by the head of a family over all its members. Some Romans had even killed their children. This was going too far, but then the Romans were not Christians, and knew no better. The practical outcome of the foregoing was a conviction in Theobald's mind, and if in his, then in Christina's, that it was their duty to begin training up their children in the way they should go, even from their earliest infancy. The first signs of self-will must be carefully looked for, and plucked up from the roots at once, before they had time to grow. Theobald picked up this numb serpent of a metaphor, and cherished it in his bosom. Before Ernest could well crawl, he was taught to kneel. Before he could well speak, he was taught to lisp the Lord's Prayer and the general confession. How was it possible that these things could be taught too early? If his attention flagged or his memory failed him, here was an ill weed which would grow apace, unless it were plucked out immediately, and the only way to pluck it out was to whip him, or shut him up in a cupboard, or dock him of some of the small pleasures of childhood. Before he was 3 years old he could read, and after a fashion, write. Before he was 4 he was learning Latin, and could do rule of 3 sums. As for the child himself, he was naturally of an even temper. He doted upon his nurse, on kittens and puppies, and on all things that would do him the kindness of allowing him to be fond of them. He was fond of his mother, too, but as regards his father, he had told me in later life he could remember no feeling but fear and shrinking. Christina did not remonstrate with Theobald concerning the severity of the tasks imposed upon the boy, nor yet as to the continual whippings that were found necessary at lesson times. Indeed, when during any absence of Theobald's the lessons were entrusted to her, she found to her sorrow that it was the only thing to do, and she did it no less effectually than Theobald himself. Nevertheless, she was fond of her boy, which Theobald never was, and it was long before she could destroy all affection for herself in the mind of her firstborn. But she persevered. End of chapter 20. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 21 and 22 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 21. Strange, for she believed she doted upon him, and certainly she loved him better than either of her other children. Her version of the matter was that there had never yet been 2 parents so self-denying and devoted to the highest welfare of their children as Theobald and herself. For Ernest, a very great future, she was certain of it, was in store. This made severity all the more necessary, so that from the first he might have been kept pure from every taint of evil. She could not allow herself the scope for castle-building, which, we read, was indulged by every Jewish matron before the appearance of the Messiah. For the Messiah had now come, but there was to be a millennium shortly, certainly not later than 1866, when Ernest would be just about the right age for it, and a modern Elias would be wanted to herald its approach. Heaven would bear her witness that she had never shrunk from the idea of martyrdom for herself and Theobald, nor would she avoid it for her boy, if his life were required of her in her Redeemer's service. Oh no! If God told her to offer up her firstborn, as he had told Abraham, she would take him up to Pigbury Beacon and plunge the— No, that she could not do. But it would be unnecessary. Someone else might do that. It was not for nothing that Ernest had been baptized in water from the Jordan. It had not been her doing, nor yet Theobald's. They had not sought it. When water from the sacred stream was wanted for a sacred infant, the channel had been found through which it was to flow from far Palestine, over land and sea to the door of the house where the child was lying. Why, it was a miracle. It was. She saw it all now. The Jordan had left its bed and flowed into her own house. It was idle to say that this was not a miracle. No miracle was effected without means of some kind. The difference between the faithful and the unbeliever consisted in the very fact that the former could see a miracle, where the latter could not. The Jews could see no miracle even in the raising of Lazarus and the feeding of the 5,000. The John Pontifexes would see no miracle in this matter of the water from the Jordan. The essence of a miracle lay not in the fact that means had been dispensed with, but in the adoption of means to a great end that had not been available without interference. And no one would suppose that Dr. Jones would have brought the water unless he had been directed. She would tell this to Theobald, and get him to see it in the "and yet, perhaps it would be better not." The insight of women upon matters of this sort was deeper and more unerring than that of men. It was a woman and not a man who had been filled most completely with the whole fullness of the Deity. But why had they not treasured up the water after it was used? It ought never, never to have been thrown away, but it had been. Perhaps, however, this was for the best too. They might have been tempted to set too much store by it, and it might have become a source of spiritual danger to them, perhaps even spiritual pride, the very sin of all others which she most abhorred. As for the channel through which the Jordan had flowed to Battersby, that mattered not more than the earth through which the river ran in Palestine itself. Dr. Jones was certainly worldly, very worldly. So, she regretted to feel, had been her father-in-law, though in a less degree. Spiritual at heart, doubtless, and becoming more and more spiritual continually as he grew older. Still, he was tainted with the world, till a very few hours, probably, before his death, whereas she and Theobald had given up all for Christ's sake. They were not worldly. At least Theobald was not. She had been, but she was sure she had grown in grace since she had left off eating things strangled, and blood. This was as the washing in Jordan as against Abana and Pharpar, rivers of Damascus. Her boy should never touch a strangled fowl, nor a black pudding. That, at any rate, she could see to. He should have a coral from the neighborhood of Joppa. There were coral insects on those coasts, so that the thing could easily be done with a little energy. She would write to Dr. Jones about it, etc. And so on for hours together, day after day for years. Truly Mrs. Theobald loved her child according to her lights, with an exceeding great fondness, but the dreams she had dreamed in sleep were sober realities in comparison with those she indulged in while awake. When Ernest was in his 2nd year, Theobald, as I have already said, began to teach him to read. He began to whip him 2 days after he had begun to teach him. It was painful, as he said to Christina, but it was the only thing to do, and it was done. The child was puny, white, and sickly, so they sent continually for the doctor, who dosed him with calomel and James powder. All was done in love, anxiety, timidity, stupidity, and impatience. They were stupid in little things, and he that is stupid in little things will be stupid also in much. Presently old Mr. Pontifex died, and then came the revelation of the little alteration he had made in his will, simultaneously with his bequest to Ernest. It was rather hard to bear, especially as there was no way of conveying a bit of their minds to the testator now that he could no longer hurt them. As regards the boy himself, any one must see that the bequest would be an unmitigated misfortune to him. To leave him a small independence was perhaps the greatest injury which one could inflict upon a young man. It would cripple his energies and deaden his desire for active employment. Many a youth was led into evil courses by the knowledge that on arriving at majority he would come into a few thousands. They might surely have been trusted to have their boy's interest at heart, and must be better judges of those interests than he, at 21, could be expected to be. Besides, if Jonadab, the son of Recheb's father, or perhaps it might be simpler under the circumstances to say Recheb at once, if Recheb, then, had left handsome legacies to his grandchildren, why, Jonadab might not have found those children so easy to deal with, etc. "My dear," said Theobald, after having discussed the matter with Christina for the 20th time. "My dear, the only thing to guide and console us under misfortunes of this kind is to take refuge in practical work. I will go and pay a visit to Mrs. Thompson." On those days Mrs. Thompson would be told that her sins were all washed white, etc., a little sooner and a little more peremptorily than on others. Chapter 22. I used to stay at Battersby for a day or two sometimes, while my godson and his brother and sister were children. I hardly know why I went, for Theobald and I grew more and more apart. But one gets into grooves sometimes, and the supposed friendship between myself and the Pontifexes continued to exist, though it was now little more than rudimentary. My godson pleased me more than either of the other children, but he had not much of the buoyancy of childhood, and was more like a puny, sallow, little old man than I liked. The young people, however, were very ready to be friendly. I remember Ernest and his brother hovered round me on the first day of one of these visits with their hands full of fading flowers, which they at length proffered me. On this I did what I supposed was expected. I inquired if there was a shop near where they could buy sweeties. They said there was, so I felt in my pockets, but only succeeded in finding 2 halfpenny in small money. This I gave them, and the youngsters, aged 4 and 3, toddled off alone. Ere long they returned, and Ernest said, "We can't get sweeties for all this money." I felt rebuked, but no rebuke was intended. "We can get sweeties for this," showing a penny, "and for this," showing another penny, "but we cannot get them for all this," and he added the halfpenny to the 2 pence. I suppose they had wanted a 2-penny cake or something like that. I was amused, and left them to solve the difficulty their own way, being anxious to see what they would do. Presently Ernest said, "May we give you back this," showing the halfpenny, "and not give you back this and this," showing the pence? I assented, and they gave a sigh of relief and went on their way rejoicing. A few more presents of pence and small toys completed the conquest, and they began to take me into their confidence. They told me a good deal which I am afraid I ought not to have listened to. They said that if Grandpapa had lived longer he would most likely have been made a lord, and that then Papa would have been the honourable and reverend, but that Grandpapa was now in heaven singing beautiful hymns with Grandmamma Allaby to Jesus Christ, who was very fond of them, and that when Ernest was ill his mamma had told him he need not be afraid of dying, for he would go straight to heaven, if he would only be sorry for having done his lessons so badly, and vexed his dear papa, and if he would promise never, never to vex him any more, and that when he got to heaven Grandpapa and Grandmamma Allaby would meet him, and he would always be with them, and they would be very good to him and teach him to sing ever such beautiful hymns, more beautiful by far than those which he was now so fond of, etc., etc. But he did not wish to die, and he was glad when he got better, for there were no kittens in heaven, and he did not think there were cowslips to make cowslip tea with. Their mother was plainly disappointed in them. "My children are none of them geniuses, Mr. Overton," she said to me at breakfast one morning. "They have fair abilities, and, thanks to Theobald's tuition, they are forward for their years, but they have nothing like genius. Genius is a thing apart from this, is it not?" Of course, I said it was a thing quite apart from this, but if my thoughts had been laid bare, they would have appeared as, "Give me my coffee immediately, ma'am, and don't talk nonsense." I have no idea what genius is, but so far as I can form any conception about it, I should say it was a stupid word which cannot be too soon abandoned to scientific and literary claqueurs. I do not know exactly what Christina expected, but I should imagine it was something like this: My children ought to be all geniuses, because they are mine and Theobald's, and it is naughty of them not to be. But, of course, they cannot be so good and clever as Theobald and I were, and if they show signs of being so, it will be naughty of them. Happily, however, they are not this, and yet it is very dreadful that they are not. As for genius, hoity-toity indeed, why, a genius should turn intellectual somersaults as soon as it is born, and none of my children have yet been able to get into the newspapers. I will not have children of mine give themselves airs. It is enough for them that Theobald and I should do so." She did not know, poor woman, that true greatness wears an invisible cloak, under cover of which it goes in and out among men without being suspected. If its cloak does not conceal it from itself always, and from all others for many years, its greatness will ere long shrink to very ordinary dimensions. What, then, it may be asked, is the good of being great? The answer is that you may understand greatness better in others, whether alive or dead, and choose better company from these and enjoy and understand that company better when you have chosen it. Also that you may be able to give pleasure to the best people, and live in the lives of those who are yet unborn. This, one would think, was substantial gain enough for greatness without its wanting to ride roughshod over us, even when disguised as humility. I was there on a Sunday and observed the rigor with which the young people were taught to observe the Sabbath. They might not cut out things, nor use their paint-box on a Sunday, and this they thought rather hard because their cousins, the John Pontifexes, might do these things. Their cousins might play with their toy train on Sunday, but though they had promised that they would run none but Sunday trains, all traffic had been prohibited. One treat only was allowed them. On Sunday evenings they might choose their own hymns. In the course of the evening they came into the drawing-room, and as an especial treat were to sing some of their hymns to me, instead of saying them, so that I might hear how nicely they sang. Ernest was to choose the first hymn, and he chose one about some people who were to come to the sunset tree. I am no botanist, and I do not know what kind of tree a sunset tree is, but the words began, "Come, come, come, come to the sunset tree, for the day is past and gone." The tune was rather pretty, and had taken Ernest's fancy, for he was unusually fond of music, and had a sweet little child's voice, which he liked using. He was, however, very late in being able to sound a hard C or K, and instead of saying "come," he said "tum, tum, tum." "Ernest," said Theobald from the armchair in front of the fire, where he was sitting with his hands folded before him, "don't you think it would be very nice if you were to say 'come' like other people, instead of 'tum'?" "I do say 'tum,'" replied Ernest, meaning that he had said "come." Theobald was always in a bad temper on Sunday evening. Whether it is that they are as much bored with the day as their neighbors, or whether they are tired, or whatever the cause may be, clergymen are seldom at their best on Sunday evening. I had already seen signs that evening that my host was cross, and was a little nervous at hearing Ernest say so promptly, "I do say 'tum,' when his papa said that he did not say it as he should. Theobald noticed the fact that he was being contradicted in a moment. He got up from his armchair and went to the piano. "No, Ernest, you don't," he said. "You say nothing of the kind. You say 'tum,' not 'come.' Now say 'come' after me, as I do." "Tum," said Ernest at once. "Is that better?" I have no doubt he thought it was, but it was not. "Now, Ernest, you are not taking pains. You are not trying as you ought to do. It is high time you learned to say 'come.' Why, Joey can say 'come,' can't you, Joey?" "Yes, I can," replied Joey, and he said something which was not far off "come." "There, Ernest, do you hear that? There's no difficulty about it, nor shadow of difficulty. Now, take your own time, think about it, and say, 'Come,' after me." The boy remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Tum," again. I laughed, but Theobald turned to me impatiently and said, "Please do not laugh, Overton. It will make the boy think it does not matter, and it matters a great deal." Then turning to Ernest, he said, "Now, Ernest, I will give you one more chance, and if you don't say 'come,' I shall know that you are self-willed and naughty." He looked very angry, and a shade came over Ernest's face, like that which comes upon the face of a puppy when it is being scolded without understanding why. The child saw well what was coming now, was frightened, and, of course, said "Tum" once more. "Very well, Ernest," said his father, catching him angrily by the shoulder. "I have done my best to save you, but if you will have it so, you will," and he lugged the little wretch, crying by anticipation, out of the room. A few minutes more and we could hear screams coming from the dining-room across the hall which separated the drawing-room from the dining-room, and knew that poor Ernest was being beaten. "I have sent him to bed," said Theobald, as he returned to the drawing-room. "And now, Christina, I think we will have the servants in to prayers." And he rang the bell for them, red-handed as he was. End of chapter 22. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 23 and 24 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 23. The manservant William came and set the chairs for the maids, and presently they filed in. First Christina's maid, then the cook, then the housemaid, then William, and then the coachman. I sat opposite them, and watched their faces as Theobald read a chapter from the Bible. They were nice people, but more absolute vacancy I never saw upon the countenances of human beings. Theobald began by reading a few verses from the Old Testament, according to some system of his own. On this occasion the passage came from the 15th chapter of Numbers. It had no particular bearing that I could see upon anything which was going on just then, but the spirit which breathed throughout the whole seemed to me to be so like that of Theobald himself, that I could understand better after hearing it how he came to think as he thought, and act as he acted. The verses are as follows. "But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Because he hath despised the word of the Lord, and hath broken his commandments, that soul shall be utterly cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. And they found him gathering sticks, brought him unto Moses and Aaron, and unto all the congregation. And they put him in ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, The man shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp, and stoned him with stones, and he died, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am the Lord your God." My thoughts wandered while Theobald was reading the above, and reverted to a little matter which I had observed in the course of the afternoon. It happened that some years previously a swarm of bees had taken up their abode in the roof of the house under the slates, and had multiplied so that the drawing-room was a good deal frequented by these bees during the summer, when the windows were open. The drawing-room paper was of a pattern which consisted of bunches of red and white roses, and I saw several bees at different times fly up to these bunches and try them, under the impression that they were real flowers. Having tried one bunch, they tried the next, and the next, and the next, till they reached the one that was nearest the ceiling. Then they went down, bunch by bunch, as they had ascended, till they were stopped by the back of the sofa. On this they ascended, bunch by bunch, to the ceiling again, and so on, till I was tired of watching them. As I thought of the family prayers being repeated night and morning, week by week, month by month, and year by year, I could nor help thinking how like it was to the way in which the bees went up the wall and down the wall, bunch by bunch, without ever suspecting that so many of the associated ideas could be present, and yet the main idea be wanting hopelessly and forever. When Theobald had finished reading, we all knelt down, and the Carlo Dolci and the Sassoferrato looked down upon a sea of upturned backs as we buried our faces in our chairs. I noted that Theobald prayed that we might be made truly honest and conscientious in all our dealings, and smiled at the introduction of the truly. Then my thoughts ran back to the bees, and I reflected that after all it was perhaps as well, at any rate for Theobald, that our prayers were seldom marked by any very encouraging degree of response, for if I had thought there was the slightest chance of my being heard, I should have prayed that someone might ere long treat him as he had treated Ernest. Then my thoughts wandered on to those calculations which people make about waste of time, and how much one can get done if one gives 10 minutes a day to it, and I was thinking what improper suggestion I could make in connection with this, and the time spent on family prayers, which should at the same time be just tolerable, when I heard Theobald beginning, "The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ," and in a few seconds the ceremony was over, and the servants filed out again as they had filed in. As soon as they had left the drawing-room, Christina, who was a little ashamed of the transaction to which I had been a witness, imprudently returned to it, and began to justify it, saying that it had cut her to the heart, and that it cut Theobald to the heart, and a good deal more, but that it was the only thing to be done. I received this as coldly as I decently could, and by my silence during the rest of the evening showed that I disapproved of what I had seen. Next day I was to go back to London, but before I went I said I should like to take some new-laid eggs back with me. So Theobald took me to the house of a labourer in the village, who lived a stone's throw from the rectory, as being likely to supply me with them. Ernest, for some reason or other, was allowed to come too. I think the hens had begun to sit, but at any rate eggs were scarce, and the cottager's wife could not find me more than 7 or 8, which we proceeded to wrap up in separate pieces of paper so that I might take them to town safely. This operation was carried on upon the ground in front of the cottage door, and while we were in the midst of it, the cottager's little boy, a lad much about Ernest's age, trod upon one of the eggs that was wrapped up in paper, and broke it. "There now, Jack," said his mother, "see what you've done. You've broken a nice egg and cost me a penny. Here, Emma," she added, calling her daughter, "take the child away, there's a dear." Emma came at once and walked off with the youngster, taking him out of harm's way. "Papa," said Ernest after we had left the house, "why didn't Mrs. Heaton whip Jack when he trod on the egg?" I was spiteful enough to give Theobald a grim smile, which said as plainly as words could have done that I thought Ernest had hit him rather hard. Theobald coloured and looked angry. "I dare say," he said quickly, "that his mother will whip him now that we are gone." I was not going to have this, and I said I did not believe it, and so the matter dropped. But Theobald did not forget it, and my visits to Battersby were henceforth less frequent. On our return to the house we found the postman had arrived and had brought a letter appointing Theobald to a rural deanery which had lately fallen vacant by the death of one of the neighbouring clergy who had held the office for many years. The bishop wrote to Theobald most warmly, and assured him that he valued him as among the most hard-working and devoted of his parochial clergy. Christina, of course, was delighted, and gave me to understand that it was only an instalment of the much higher dignities which were in store for Theobald when his merits were more widely known. I did not then foresee how closely my godson's life and mine were in after years to be bound up together. If I had, I should doubtless have looked upon him with different eyes, and noted much to which I had paid no attention at the time. As it was, I was glad to get away from him, for I could do nothing for him, or chose to say that I could not, and the sight of so much suffering was painful to me. A man should not only have his own way as far as possible, but he should only consort with things that are getting their own way, so far as they are at any rate comfortable. Unless for short times under exceptional circumstances, he should not even see things that have been stunted or starved, much less should he eat meat that has been vexed by having been overdriven or underfed or afflicted with any disease, nor should he touch vegetables that have not been well grown. For all these things cross a man. Whatever a man comes in contact with in any way forms a cross with him which will leave him better or worse. And the better things he is crossed with, the more likely he is to live long and happily. All things must be crossed a little, or they would cease to live. But holy things, such, for example, as Giovanni Bellini's saints, have been crossed with nothing but what is good of its kind. Chapter 24. The storm which I have described in the previous chapter was a sample of those that occurred daily for many years. No matter how clear the sky, it was always liable to cloud over, now in one quarter, now in another, and the thunder and lightning were upon the young people before they knew where they were. "And then, you know," said Ernest to me, when I asked him not long since to give me more of his childish reminiscences for the benefit of my story, "we used to learn Mrs. Barbauld's hymns. They were in prose, and there was one about the lion which began, 'Come, and I will show you what is strong. The lion is strong, when he raiseth himself from his lair, when he shaketh his mane. When the voice of his roaring is heard, the cattle of the field fly, and the beasts of the desert hide themselves, for he is very terrible.' I used to say this to Joey and Charlotte about my father himself when I got a little older, but they were always didactic and said it was naughty of me. One great reason why clergymen's households are generally unhappy is because the clergyman is so much at home, or close about the house. The doctor is out visiting patients half his time, the lawyer and the merchant have offices away from home, but the clergyman has no official place of business which shall ensure his being away from home for many hours together at stated times. Our great days were when my father went for a day's shopping to Kildenham. We were some miles from this place, and commissions used to accumulate on my father's list, till he would make a day of it, and go and do the lot. As soon as his back was turned, the air felt lighter. As soon as the hall door opened to let him in again, The law, with its all-reaching touch not, taste not, handle not, was upon us again. The worst of it was that I could never trust Joey and Charlotte. They would go a good way with me, and then turn back, or even the whole way, and then their consciences would compel them to tell Papa and Mamma. They liked running with their hair up to a certain point, but their instinct was towards the hounds. It seemed to me, he continued, that the family is a survival of the principle which is more logically embodied in the compound animal, and the compound animal is a form of life which has been found incompatible with high development. I would do with the family among mankind what nature has done with the compound animal, and confine it to the lower and less progressive races. Certainly there is no inherent love for the family system on the part of nature herself. Poll the forms of life and you will find it in a ridiculously small minority. The fishes know it not, and they get along quite nicely. The ants and the bees, who far outnumber man, sting their fathers to death as a matter of course, and are given to the atrocious mutilation of 9/10 of their offspring committed to their charge. Yet where shall we find communities more universally respected? Take the cuckoo again. Is there any bird which we like better? I saw he was running off from his own reminiscences, and tried to bring him back to them, but it was no use. What a fool, he said. A man is to remember anything that happened more than a week ago unless it was pleasant, or unless he wants to make some use of it. Sensible people get the greater part of their own dying done during their own lifetime. A man at 35 should no more regret not having had a happier childhood than he should regret not having been born a prince of the blood. He might be happier if he had been more fortunate in childhood, but for aught he knows, if he had, something else might have happened which might have killed him long ago. If I had to be born again, I would be born at Battersby of the same father and mother as before, and I would not alter anything that has ever happened to me. The most amusing incident that I can remember about his childhood was that when he was about 7 years old he told me he was going to have a natural child. I asked him his reasons for thinking this, and he explained that Papa and Mamma had always told him that nobody had children till they were married, and as long as he had believed this, of course, he had had no idea of having a child till he was grown up. But not long since he had been reading Mrs. Markham's History of England, and had come upon the words, "John of Gaunt had several natural children." He had therefore asked his governess what a natural child was. Were not all children natural? "Oh, my dear," she said, "a natural child is a child a person has before he is married." On this it seemed to follow logically that if John of Gaunt had had children before he was married, he, Ernest Pontifex, might have them also, and he would be obliged to me if I would tell him what he had better do under the circumstances. I inquired how long ago he had made this discovery. He said about a fortnight, and he did not know where to look for the child, for it might come at any moment. "You know," he said, "babies come so suddenly. One goes to bed one night, and next morning there is a baby. Why, it might die of cold if we are not on the lookout for it. I hope it will be a boy." "And you have told your governess about this?" "Yes, but she puts me off and does not help me. She says it will not come for many years, and she hopes not then. Are you quite sure that you have not made any mistake in all this?" "Oh, no, because Mrs. Byrne, you know, called here a few days ago, and I was sent for to be looked at, and Mamma held me out at arm's length and said, 'Is he Mr. Pontifex's child, Mrs. Byrne, or is he mine?' Of course, she couldn't have said this if Papa had not had some of the children himself. I did think the gentleman had all the boys and the lady all the girls, but it can't be like this, or else Mamma would have not asked Mrs. Byrne to guess. But then Mrs. Byrne said, "Oh, he is Mr. Pontifex's child, of course," and I didn't quite know what she meant by saying "of course." It seems as though I was right in thinking that the husband has all the boys and the wife all the girls. I wish you would explain to me all about it. This I could hardly do, so I changed the conversation, after reassuring him as best I could. End of chapter 24. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 25 and 26 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 25. 3 or 4 years after the birth of her daughter, Christina had had one more child. She had never been strong since she married, and she had a presentiment that she should not survive this last confinement. She accordingly wrote the following letter, which was to be given, as she endorsed upon it, to her sons when Ernest was 16 years old. It reached him on his mother's death many years later, for it was the baby who died now, and not Christina. It was found among papers which she had repeatedly and carefully arranged, with the seal already broken. This, I am afraid, shows that Christina had read it and thought it too credible to be destroyed when the occasion that had called it forth had gone by. It is as follows. Battersby, March 15th, 1841. My 2 dear boys, when this is put into your hands you will try to bring to mind the mother whom you lost in your childhood, and whom, I fear, you will almost have forgotten. You, Ernest, will remember her best, for you are past 5 years old, and the many, many times that she has taught you your prayers and hymns and psalms, and told you your stories, and our happy Sunday evenings, will not quite have passed from your mind. And you, Joey, though only 4, will perhaps recollect some of these things. My dear, dear boys, for the sake of that mother who loved you very dearly, and for the sake of your own happiness for ever and ever, attend to and try to remember, and from time to time read over again the last words she can ever speak to you. When I think about leaving you all, 2 things press heavily upon me. 1, your father's sorrow, for you, my darlings, after missing me a little while, will soon forget your loss. The other, the everlasting welfare of my children. I know how long and deep the former will be, and I know that he will look to his children to be almost his only earthly comfort. You know, for I am certain that it will have been so, how he has devoted his life to you, and taught you, and labored to lead you to all that is right and good. Oh, then be sure that you are his comforts. Let him find you obedient, affectionate, and attentive to his wishes, upright, self-denying, and diligent. Let him never blush for or grieve over the sins and follies of those who owe him such a debt of gratitude, and whose first duty is to study his happiness. You have both of you a name which must not be disgraced, a father and a grandfather of whom to show yourselves worthy. Your respectability and well-doing in life rest mainly with yourselves, but far, far beyond earthly respectability and well-doing, and compared with which they are as nothing, your eternal happiness rests with yourselves. You know your duty, but snares and temptations from without beset you, and the nearer you approach to manhood, the more strongly will you feel this. With God's help, with God's word, and with humble hearts you will stand in spite of everything. But should you leave off seeking in earnest for the first, and applying to the second, should you learn to trust in yourselves, or to the advice and example of too many around you, you must fall. Oh, let God be true and every man a liar. He says you cannot serve him and mammon. He says that straight is the gate that leads to eternal life. Many there are who seek to widen it. They will tell you that such and such self-indulgences are but venial offences, that this and that worldly compliance is excusable and even necessary. The thing cannot be, for in 100 places he tells you so. Look to your Bibles and seek there whether such counsel is true. And if not, oh, halt not between two opinions. If God is the Lord, follow him. Only be strong and of good courage, and he will never leave you nor forsake you. Remember, there is not in the Bible one law for the rich and one for the poor, one for the educated and one for the ignorant. To all there is but one thing needful. All are to be living to God and their fellow creatures, and not to themselves. All must seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, must deny themselves, be pure and chaste and charitable in the fullest and widest sense. All, forgetting those things that are behind, must press forward towards the mark for the prize of the high calling of God. And now I will add but two things more. Be true through life to each other. Love as only brothers should do. Strengthen, warn, encourage one another, and let who will be against you. Let each feel that in his brother he has a firm and faithful friend, who will be so to the end. And oh, be kind and watchful over your dear sister. Without mother or sisters, she will doubly need her brother's love and tenderness and confidence. I am certain she will seek them, and will love you and try to make you happy. Be sure then that you do not fail her, and remember that were she to lose her father and remain unmarried, she would doubly need protectors. To you, then, I especially commend her. O my three darling children, be true to each other, your Father, and your God. May he guide and bless you, and grant that in a better and happier world I and mine may meet again. Your most affectionate mother, Christina Pontifex. From inquiries I have made, I have satisfied myself that most mothers write letters like this shortly before their confinements, and that 50% keep them afterwards, as Christina did. Chapter 26. The foregoing letter shows how much greater was Christina's anxiety for the eternal than for the temporal welfare of her sons. One would have thought she had sowed enough of such religious wild oats by this time, but she had plenty still to sow. To me it seems that those who are happy in this world are better and more lovable people than those who are not, and that thus in the event of a resurrection and day of judgment they will be most likely to be deemed worthy of a heavenly mansion. Perhaps a dim unconscious perception of this was the reason why Christina was so anxious for Theobald's earthly happiness. Or was it merely due to a conviction that his eternal welfare was so much a matter of course that it only remained to secure his earthly happiness? He was to find his sons obedient, affectionate, attentive to his wishes, self-denying and diligent, a goodly string, forsooth, of all the virtues most convenient to parents. He was never to have to blush for the follies of those who owned him such a debt of gratitude, and whose first duty it was to study his happiness. How like maternal solicitude is this! Solicitude for the most part lest the offspring should come to have wishes and feelings of its own, which may occasion many difficulties, fancied or real. It is this that is at the bottom of the whole mischief. But whether this last proposition is granted or no, at any rate we observe that Christina had a sufficiently keen appreciation of the duties of children towards their parents, and felt the task of fulfilling them adequately to be so difficult that she was very doubtful how far Ernest and Joey would succeed in mastering it. It was plain, in fact, that her supposed parting glance upon them was one of suspicion. But there was no suspicion of Theobald. That he should have devoted his life to his children, why, this was such a mere platitude as almost to go without saying. How, let me ask, was it possible that a child only a little past 5 years old, trained in such an atmosphere of prayers and hymns and psalms and happy Sunday evenings, to say nothing of daily repeated beatings over the said prayers and hymns, etc., about which our authoress is silent, how was it possible that a lad so trained should grow up in any healthy or vigorous development, even though in her own way his mother was undoubtedly very fond of him, and sometimes told him stories? Can the eye of any reader fail to detect the coming wrath of God as about to descend upon the head of him who should be nurtured under the shadow of such a letter as the foregoing? I have often thought that the Church of Rome does wisely in not allowing her priests to marry. Certainly it is a matter of common observation in England that the sons of clergymen are frequently unsatisfactory. The explanation is very simple, but it is so often lost sight of that I may perhaps be pardoned for giving it here. The clergyman is expected to be a kind of human Sunday. Things must not be done in him which are venial in the week-day classes. He is paid for this business of leading a stricter life than other people. It is his raison d'être. If his parishioners feel that he does this, they approve of him, for they look upon him as their own contribution towards what they deem a holy life. This is why the clergyman is so often called a vicar, he being the person whose vicarious goodness is to stand for that of those entrusted to his charge. But his home is his castle as much as that of any other Englishman, and with him, as with others, unnatural tension in public is followed by exhaustion when tension is no longer necessary. His children are the most defenseless things he can reach, and it is on them in 9 cases out of 10 that he will relieve his mind. A clergyman again can hardly ever allow himself to look facts fairly in the face. It is his profession to support one side. It is impossible, therefore, for him to make an unbiased examination of the other. We forget that every clergyman with a living or curacy is as much a paid advocate as the barrister who is trying to persuade a jury to acquit a prisoner. We should listen to him with the same suspense of judgment, the same full consideration of the arguments of the opposing counsel, as a judge does when he is trying a case. Unless we know these, and can state them in a way that our opponents would admit to be a fair representation of their views, we have no right to claim that we have formed an opinion at all. The misfortune is that by the law of the land one side only can be heard. Theobald and Christina were no exceptions to the general rule. When they came to Battersby, they had every desire to fulfill the duties of their position, and to devote themselves to the honor and glory of God. But it was Theobald's duty to see the honor and glory of God through the eyes of a church which had lived 300 years without finding reason to change a single one of its opinions. I should doubt whether he ever got as far as doubting the wisdom of his church upon any single matter. His scent for possible mischief was tolerably keen. So was Christina's, and it is likely that if either of them detected in him or herself the first faint symptoms of a want of faith, they were nipped no less peremptorily in the bud than signs of self-will in earnest were, and I should imagine more successfully. Yet Theobald considered himself, and was generally considered to be, and indeed perhaps was, an exceptionally truthful person. Indeed, he was generally looked upon as an embodiment of all those virtues which make the poor respectable, and the rich respected. In the course of time, he and his wife became persuaded even to unconsciousness that no one could even dwell under their roof without deep cause for thankfulness. Their children, their servants, their parishioners must be fortunate ipso facto that they were theirs. There was no road to happiness here or hereafter but the road that they had themselves travelled. No good people who did not think as they did upon every subject, and no reasonable person who had wants the gratification of which would be inconvenient to them. Theobald and Christina. This is how it came to pass that the children were white and puny. They were suffering from homesickness. They were starving through being overcrammed with the wrong things. Nature came down upon them, but she did not come down on Theobald and Christina. Why should she? They were not leading a starved existence. There are two classes of people in this world, those who sin and those who are sinned against. If a man must belong to either, he had better belong to the first than to the second. End of chapter 26. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 27 and 28 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 27. I will give no more of the details of my hero's earlier years. Enough that he struggled through them, and at 12 years old knew every page of his Latin and Greek grammars by heart. He had read the greater part of Virgil, Horace, and Livy, and I do not know how many Greek plays. He was proficient in arithmetic, knew the first 4 books of Euclid thoroughly, and had a fair knowledge of French. It was now time he went to school, and to school he was accordingly to go, under the famous Dr. Skinner of Roughborough. Theobald had known Dr. Skinner slightly at Cambridge. He had been a burning and a shining light in every position he had filled, from his boyhood upwards. He was a very great genius. Everyone knew this. They said indeed that he was one of the few people to whom the word genius could be applied without exaggeration. Had he not taken I don't know how many university scholarships in his freshman year? Had he not been afterwards senior wrangler, first chancellor's medalist, and I do not know how many more things besides? And then he was such a wonderful speaker. At the Union Debating Club he had been without a rival, and had of course been president. His moral character, a point on which so many geniuses were weak, was absolutely irreproachable. Foremost of all, however, among his many great qualities, and perhaps more remarkable even than his genius, was what biographers have called the simple-minded and childlike earnestness of his character, an earnestness which might be perceived by the solemnity with which he spoke even about trifles. It is hardly necessary to say he was on the liberal side in politics. His personal appearance was not particularly prepossessing. He was about middle height, portly, and had a couple of fierce grey eyes that flashed fire from beneath a pair of great bushy beetling eyebrows, and overawed all who came near him. It was in respect of his personal appearance, however, that if he was vulnerable at all, his weak place was to be found. His hair when he was a young man was red, but after he had taken his degree he had a brain fever which caused him to have his head shaved. When he reappeared he did so wearing a wig, and one which was a good deal further off red than his own hair had been. He not only had never discarded the wig, but year after year it had edged itself a little more and a little more off red, till by the time he was 40 there was not a trace of red remaining, and his wig was brown. When Dr. Skinner was a very young man, hardly more than 25, the headmastership of Roughborough Grammar School had fallen vacant, and he had been unhesitatingly appointed. The result justified the selection. Dr. Skinner's pupils distinguished themselves at whichever university they went to. He moulded their minds after the model of his own, and stamped an impression upon them which was indelible in after life. Whatever else a Roughborough man might be, he was sure to make everyone feel that he was a God-fearing earnest Christian and a liberal, if not a radical, in politics. Some boys, of course, were incapable of appreciating the beauty and loftiness of Dr. Skinner's nature. Some such boys, alas, there will be in every school. Upon them Dr. Skinner's hand was very properly a heavy one. His hand was against them and theirs against him during the whole time of the connection between them. They not only disliked him, but they hated all that he more especially embodied, and throughout their lives disliked all that reminded them of him. Such boys, however, were in a minority, the spirit of the place being decidedly Skinnerian. I once had the honor of playing a game of chess with this great man. It was during the Christmas holidays, and I had come down to Roughborough for a few days to see Alethea Pontifex, who was then living there, on business. It was very gracious of him to take notice of me, for if I was a light of literature at all, it was of the very lightest kind. It is true that in the intervals of business I had written a good deal, but my works had been almost exclusively for the stage, and for those theatres that devoted themselves to extravaganza and burlesque. I had written many pieces of this description, full of puns and comic songs, and they had had a fair success, but my best piece had been a treatment of English history during the Reformation period, in the course of which I had introduced Cranmer, Sir Thomas More, Henry VIII, Catherine of Aragon, and Thomas Cromwell, in his youth better known as the Malleus Monachorum, and had made them dance a breakdown. I had also dramatized The Pilgrim's Progress for a Christmas pantomime, and made an important scene of Vanity Fair, with Mr. Greatheart, Apollyon, Christiana, Mercy, and Hopeful as the principal characters. The orchestra played music taken from Handel's best-known works, but the time was a good deal altered, and altogether the tunes were not exactly as Handel left them. Mr. Greatheart was very stout, and he had a red nose. He wore a capacious waistcoat and a shirt with a huge frill down the middle of the front. Hopeful was up to as much mischief as I could give him. He wore the costume of a young swell of the period, and had a cigar in his mouth which was continually going out. Christiana did not wear much of anything. Indeed, it was said that the dress which the stage manager had originally proposed for her had been considered inadequate even by the Lord Chamberlain. But this is not the case. With all these delinquencies upon my mind, it was natural that I should feel convinced of sin while playing chess, which I hate, with the great Dr. Skinner of Roughborough, the historian of Athens and editor of Demosthenes. Dr. Skinner, moreover, was one of those people who pride themselves on being able to set people at their ease at once, and I had been sitting on the edge of my chair all the evening, but I have always been very easily overawed by a schoolmaster. The game had been a long one, and at 9:30, when supper came in, we had each of us a few pieces remaining. "What will you take for supper, Dr. Skinner?" said Mrs. Skinner in a silvery voice. He made no answer for some time, but at last, in a tone of almost superhuman solemnity, he said, first, "Nothing," and then, "Nothing whatever." By and by, however, I had a sense come over me as though I were nearer the consummation of all things than I had ever yet been. The room seemed to grow dark as an expression came over Dr. Skinner's face which showed that he was about to speak. The expression gathered force, the room grew darker and darker. "Stay," he at length added, and I felt that here at any rate was an end to a suspense which was rapidly becoming unbearable. "Stay, I may presently take a glass of cold water, and a small piece of bread and butter." As he said the word butter, his voice sank to a hardly audible whisper. Then there was a sigh as though of relief when the sentence was concluded, as the universe this time was safe. Another 10 minutes of solemn silence finished the game, The doctor rose briskly from his seat and placed himself at the supper table. "Mrs. Skinner," he exclaimed jauntily, "what are those mysterious-looking objects surrounded by potatoes?" "Those are oysters, Dr. Skinner." "Give me some, and give Overton some." And so on till he had eaten a good plate of oysters, a scalloped shell of minced veal nicely browned, some apple tart, and a hunk of bread and cheese. This was the small piece of bread and butter. The cloth was now removed, and tumblers with teaspoons in them, a lemon or two, and a jug of boiling water were placed upon the table. Then the great man unbent. His face beamed. "And what shall it be to drink?" he exclaimed persuasively. "Shall it be brandy and water? No, it shall be gin and water. Gin is the more wholesome liquor." So gin it was, hot and stiff too. Who can wonder at him or do anything but pity him? Was he not headmaster of Roughborough's school? To whom had he owed money at any time? Whose ox had he taken? Whose ass had he taken, or whom had he defrauded? What whisper had ever been breathed against his moral character? If he had become rich, it was by the most honourable of all means, his literary attainments. Over and above his great works of scholarship, his Meditations upon the Epistle and Character of St. Jude had placed him among the most popular of English theologians. It was so exhaustive that no one who bought it need ever meditate upon the subject again. Indeed, it exhausted all who had anything to do with it. He had made £5,000 by this work alone, and would be very likely to make another £5,000 before he died. A man who had done all this and wanted a piece of bread and butter had a right to announce the fact with some pomp and circumstance, nor should his words be taken without searching for what he used to call a deeper and more hidden meaning. Those who search for this even in his lightest utterances would not be without reward. They would find that bread and butter was Skinnerese for oyster patties and apple tart, and gin hot the true translation of water. But independently of their money value, his works had made him a lasting name in literature. So probably Gallio was under the impression that his fame would rest upon the treatises on natural history, which we gather from Seneca that he compiled, and which for aught we know may have contained a complete theory of evolution. But the treatises are all gone, and Gallio has become immortal for the very last reason in the world that he expected, and for the very last reason that would have flattered his vanity. He has become immortal because he cared nothing about the most important movement with which he was ever brought into connection. I wish people who are in search of immortality would lay the lesson to heart and not make so much noise about important movements. And so, if Dr. Skinner becomes immortal, it will probably be for some reason very different from the one which he so fondly imagined. Could it be expected to enter into the head of such a man as this, that in reality he was making his money by corrupting youth? That it was his paid profession to make the worse appear the better reason in the eyes of those who were too young and inexperienced to be able to find him out? That he kept out of the sight of those whom he professed to teach material points of the argument, for the production of which they had a right to rely upon the honor of any one who made professions of sincerity? That he was a passionate half-turkey cock, half-gander of a man, whose sallow, bilious face and hobble-gobble voice could scare the timid, but who would take to his heels readily enough if he were met firmly? That his Meditations on St. Jude, such as they were cribbed without acknowledgment, and would have been beneath contempt if so many people did not believe them to have been written honestly. Mrs. Skinner might have perhaps kept him a little more in his proper place if she had thought it worth while to try, but she had enough to attend to in looking after her household and seeing that the boys were well fed, and if they were ill properly looked after, which she took great care that they were. Chapter 28. Ernest had heard awful accounts of Dr. Skinner's temper, and of the bullying which the younger boys at Roughborough had to put up with at the hands of the bigger ones. He had now got about as much as he could stand, and felt as though it must go hard with him if his burdens of whatever kind were to be increased. He did not cry on leaving home, but I am afraid he did on being told that he was getting near Roughborough. His father and mother were with him, having posted from home in their own carriage. Roughborough had as yet no railway, and as it was only some 40 miles from Battersby, this was the easiest way of getting there. On seeing him cry, his mother felt flattered and caressed him. She said she knew he must feel very sad at leaving such a happy home and going among people who, though they would be very good to him, could never, never be as good as his dear papa and she had been. Still, she was herself, if he only knew it, much more deserving of pity than he was, for the parting was more painful to her than it could possibly be to him, etc. And Ernest, on being told that his tears were for grief at leaving home, took it all on trust and did not trouble to investigate the real cause of his tears. As they approached Roughborough, he pulled himself together and was fairly calm by the time he reached Dr. Skinner's. On their arrival they had luncheon with the doctor and his wife, and then Mrs. Skinner took Christina over the bedrooms and showed her where her dear little boy was to sleep. Whatever men may think about the study of man, women do really believe the noblest study for womankind to be woman, and Christina was too much engrossed with Mrs. Skinner to pay much attention to anything else. I dare say Mrs. Skinner, too, was taking pretty accurate stock of Christina. Christina was charmed, as indeed she generally was with any new acquaintance, for she found in them, and so must we all, something of a nature of a cross. As for Mrs. Skinner, I imagine she had seen too many Christinas to find much regeneration in the sample before her now. I believe her private opinion echoed the dictum of a well-known headmaster who declared that all parents were fools, but more especially mothers. She was, however, all smiles and sweetness, and Christina devoured those graciously as tributes paid more particularly to herself, as such as no other mother would have been at all likely to have won. In the meantime Theobald and Ernest were with Dr. Skinner in his library, the room where new boys were examined, and the old ones had up for rebuke or chastisement. If the walls of that room could speak, what an amount of blundering and capricious cruelty would they not bear witness to? Like all houses, Dr. Skinner's had its peculiar smell. In this case the prevailing odor was one of Russian leather, but along with it there was a subordinate savor as of a chemist's shop. This came from a small laboratory in one corner of the room, the possession of which, together with the free chattery and smattery use of such words as carbonate, hyposulfate, phosphate, and affinity, were enough to convince even the most skeptical that Dr. Skinner had a profound knowledge of chemistry. I may say in passing that Dr. Skinner had dabbled in a great many other things as well as chemistry. He was a man of many small knowledges, and each of them dangerous. I remember Alethea Pontifex once said in her wicked way to me that Dr. Skinner put her in the mind of the Bourbon princes on their return from exile after the Battle of Waterloo, only that he was their exact converse, for whereas they had learned nothing and forgotten nothing, Dr. Skinner had learned everything and forgotten everything. And this puts me in mind of another of her wicked sayings about Dr. Skinner. She told me one day that he had the harmlessness of the serpent and the wisdom of the dove. But to return to Dr. Skinner's library. Over the chimney-piece there was a bishop's half-length portrait of Dr. Skinner himself, painted by the elder Pickersgill, whose merit Dr. Skinner had been among the first to discern and foster. There were no other pictures in the library, but in the dining-room there was a fine collection, which the doctor had got together with his usual consummate taste. He added to it largely in later life, and when it came to the hammer at Christie's, as it did not long since, it was found to comprise many of the latest and most matured works of Solomon Hart, O'Neill, Charles Landseer, and more of our recent academicians than I can at the moment remember. There were thus brought together and exhibited at one view many works which had attracted attention at the Academy exhibitions, and as to whose ultimate destiny there had been some curiosity. The prices realized were disappointing to the executors, but then these things are so much a matter of chance. An unscrupulous writer in a well-known weekly paper had written the collection down. Moreover, there had been one or two large sales a short time before Dr. Skinner's, so that at this last there was rather a panic and a reaction against the high prices that had ruled lately. The table of the library was loaded with books many deep. Manuscripts of all kinds were confusedly mixed up with them. Boys' exercises, probably, and examination papers, but all littering untidily about. The room, in fact, was as depressing from its slatternliness as from its atmosphere of erudition. Theobald and Ernest, as they entered it, stumbled over a large hole in the Turkey carpet, and the dust that rose showed how long it was since it had been taken up and beaten. This, I should say, was no fault of Mrs. Skinner's, but was due to the doctor himself, who declared that if his papers were once disturbed it would be the death of him. Near the window was a green cage containing a pair of turtle doves, whose plaintive cooing added to the melancholy of the place. The walls were covered with bookshelves from floor to ceiling, and on every shelf the books stood in double rows. It was horrible. Prominent among the most prominent, upon the most prominent shelf, were a series of splendidly bound volumes entitled Skinner's Works. Boys are sadly apt to rush to conclusions, and Ernest believed that Dr. Skinner knew all the books in this terrible library, and that he, if he were to be any good, should have to learn them too. His heart fainted within him. He was told to sit on a chair against the wall, and did so, while Dr. Skinner talked to Theobald upon the topics of the day. He talked about the Hampden controversy then raging, and discoursed learnedly about premunire. Then he talked about the revolution which had just broken out in Sicily, and rejoiced that the Pope had refused to allow foreign troops to pass through his dominions in order to crush it. Dr. Skinner and the other masters took in the Times among them, and Dr. Skinner echoed the Times leaders. In those days there were no penny papers, and Theobald only took in the Spectator, for he was at that time on the Whig side in politics. Besides this, he used to receive the Ecclesiastical Gazette once a month, but he saw no other papers, and was amazed at the ease and fluency with which Dr. Skinner ran from subject to subject. The Pope's action in the matter of the Sicilian Revolution naturally led the doctor to the reforms which His Holiness had introduced into his dominions, and he laughed consumedly over the joke which had not long since appeared in Punch, to the effect that Pio no no should rather have been named Pio yes yes, because, as the doctor explained, he granted everything his subjects asked for. Anything like a pun went straight to Dr. Skinner's heart. Then he went on to the matter of these reforms themselves. They opened up a new era in the history of Christendom, and would have such momentous and far-reaching consequences that they might even lead to a reconciliation between the churches of England and Rome. Dr. Skinner had lately published a pamphlet upon this subject, which had shown great learning, and had attacked the Church of Rome in a way which did not promise much hope of reconciliation. He had grounded his attack upon the letters AMDG, which he had seen outside a Roman Catholic chapel, and which of course stood for Ad Mariam Dei Genetricem. Could anything be more idolatrous? I am told, by the way, that I must have let my memory play me one of the tricks it often does play me, when I said the doctor proposed Ad Mariam Dei Genetricem as the full harmonies, so to speak, which should be constructed upon the base AMDG, for that is bad Latin, and that the doctor really harmonized the letters thus, Ave Maria Dei Genetrix. No doubt the doctor did what was right in the matter of Latinity. I have forgotten the little Latin I ever knew, and I am not going to look the matter up, but I believe the doctor said Ad Mariam Dei Genetricem, and if so we may be sure that Ad Mariam Dei Genetricem is good enough Latin at any rate for ecclesiastical purposes." The reply of the local priest had not yet appeared, and Dr. Skinner was jubilant, but when the answer appeared, and it was solemnly declared that AMDG stood for nothing more dangerous than ad majorem Dei gloriam, it was felt that though this subterfuge would not succeed with any intelligent Englishman, still it was a pity Dr. Skinner had selected this particular point for his attack, for he had to leave his enemy in possession of the field. When people are left in possession of the field, spectators have an awkward habit of thinking that their adversary does not dare to come to the scratch. Dr. Skinner was telling Theobald all about his pamphlet, and I doubt whether this gentleman was much more comfortable than Ernest himself. He was bored, for in his heart he hated liberalism, though he was ashamed to say so, and, as I have said, professed to be on the Whig side. He did not want to be reconciled to the Church of Rome. He wanted to make all Roman Catholics turn Protestants, and could never understand why they would not do so. But the doctor talked in such a truly liberal spirit, and shut him up so sharply when he tried to edge in a word or two, that he had to let him have it all his own way, and this was not what he was accustomed to. He was wondering how he could bring it to an end when a diversion was created by the discovery that Ernest had begun to cry, doubtless through an intense but inarticulate sense of a boredom greater than he could bear. He was evidently in a highly nervous state, and a good deal upset by the excitement of the morning. Mrs. Skinner, therefore, who came in with Christina at this juncture, proposed that he should spend the afternoon with Mrs. J., the matron, and not be introduced to his young companions until the following morning. His father and mother now bade him an affectionate farewell, and the lad was handed over to Mrs. J. O schoolmasters, if any of you read this book, bear in mind when any particularly timid, drivelling urchin is brought by his papa into your study, and you treat him with the contempt which he deserves, and afterwards make his life a burden to him for years, bear in mind that it is exactly in the disguise of such a boy as this that your future chronicler will appear. Never see a wretched little heavy-eyed mite sitting on the edge of a chair against your study wall without saying to yourself, "Perhaps this boy is he who, if I am not careful, will one day tell the world what manner of man I was." If even 2 or 3 schoolmasters learn this lesson and remember it, the preceding chapters will not have been written in vain. End of chapter 28. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 29 and 30 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 29. Soon after his father and mother had left him, Ernest dropped asleep over a book which Mrs. J. had given him, and he did not awake till dusk. Then he sat down on a stool in front of the fire, which showed pleasantly in the late January twilight, and began to muse. He felt weak, feeble, ill at ease, and unable to see his way out of the innumerable troubles that were before him. Perhaps, he said to himself, he might even die, but this, far from being an end of his troubles, would prove the beginning of new ones, for at the best he would only go to Grandpapa Pontifex and Grandmamma Allaby, and though they would perhaps be more easy to get on with than Papa and Mamma, yet they were undoubtedly not so really good, and were more worldly. Moreover, they were grown-up people, especially Grandpapa Pontifex, who, so far as he could understand, had been very much grown up, and he did not know why, but there was always something that kept him from loving any grown-up people very much, except 1 or 2 of the servants, who had indeed been as nice as anything he could imagine. Besides, even if he were to die and go to heaven, he supposed he should have to complete his education somewhere. In the meantime his father and mother were rolling along the muddy roads, each in his or her own corner of the carriage, each revolving many things which were and were not to come to pass. Times have changed since I last showed them to the reader as sitting together silently in a carriage, but except as regards their mutual relations, they have altered singularly little. When I was younger I used to think the prayer book was wrong in requiring us to say the general confession twice a week from childhood to old age, without making provision for our not being quite such great sinners at 70 as we had been at 7. Granted that we should go to the wash-like tablecloths at least once a week, still I used to think a day ought to come when we should want rather less rubbing and scrubbing at. Now that I have grown older myself, I have seen that the Church has estimated probabilities better than I had done. The pair said not a word to one another, but watched the fading light and naked trees, the brown fields with here and there a melancholy cottage by the roadside, and the rain that fell fast upon the carriage windows. It was a kind of afternoon on which nice people for the most part like to be snug at home, and Theobald was a little bit snappish at reflecting how many miles he had to post before he could be at his own fireside again. However, there was nothing for it, so the pair sat quietly and watched the roadside objects flit by them, and getting grayer and grimmer as the light faded. Though they spoke not to one another, there was one nearer to each of them with whom they could converse freely. "I hope," said Theobald to himself, "I hope he'll work, or else that Skinner will make him. I don't like Skinner, I never did like him, but he is unquestionably a man of genius, and no one turns out so many pupils who succeed at Oxford and Cambridge, and that is the best test. I have done my share towards starting him well. Skinner said he had been well grounded, and he was very forward. I suppose he will presume upon it now and do nothing, for his nature is an idle one. He is not fond of me, I am sure he is not. He ought to be, after all of the trouble I have taken with him, but he is ungrateful and selfish. It is an unnatural thing for a boy not to be fond of his own father. If he was fond of me, I should be fond of him, but I cannot like a son who, I am sure, dislikes me. He shrinks out of my way whenever he sees me coming near him. He will not stay 5 minutes in the same room with me if he can help it. He is deceitful. He would not want to hide himself away so much if he were not deceitful. That is a bad sign, and one which makes me fear he will grow up extravagant. I am sure he will grow up extravagant. I should have given him more pocket money, if I had not known this. But what is the good of giving him pocket money? It is all gone directly. If he doesn't buy something with it, he gives it away to the first little boy or girl he sees who takes his fancy. He forgets that it's my money he's giving away. I give him money that he may have money and learn to know its uses, not that he may go and squander it immediately. I wish he were not so fond of music. It will interfere with his Latin and Greek. I will stop it as much as I can. Why, when he was translating Livy the other day, he slipped out Handel's name in mistake for Hannibal's, and his mother tells me he knows half the tunes in the Messiah by heart. What should a boy of his age know about the Messiah? If I had shown half as many dangerous tendencies when I was a boy, my father would have apprenticed me to a greengrocer, of that I am very sure. Etc., etc. Then his thoughts turned to Egypt and the 10th plague. It seemed to him that if the little Egyptians had been anything like Ernest, the plague must have been something very like a blessing in disguise. If the Israelites were to come to England now, he should be greatly tempted not to let them go. Mrs. Theobald's thoughts ran in a different current. Lord Lonsford's grandson. It's a pity his name is Figgins. However, blood is blood as much through the female line as the male, indeed perhaps even more so if the truth were known. I wonder who Mr. Figgins was. I think Mrs. Skinner said he was dead. However, I must find out all about him, It would be delightful if young Figgins were to ask Ernest home for the holidays. Who knows but he might meet Lord Lonsford himself, or at any rate some of Lord Lonsford's other descendants. Meanwhile, the boy himself was still sitting moodily before the fire in Mrs. Jay's room. "Papa and Mamma," he was saying to himself, "are much better and cleverer than anyone else, but I, alas, shall never be either good or clever." Mrs. Pontifex continued, "Perhaps it would be best to get young Figgins on a visit to ourselves first. That would be charming. Theobald would not like it, for he does not like children. I must see how I can manage it, for it would be so nice to have young Figgins. Or stay, Ernest shall go and stay with Figgins, and meet the future Lord Lonsford, who I should think must be about Ernest's age, and if he and Ernest were to become friends, Ernest might ask him to Battersby, and he might fall in love with Charlotte. I think we have done most wisely in sending Ernest to Dr. Skinner's. Dr. Skinner's piety is no less remarkable than his genius. One can tell these things at a glance, and he must have felt it about me no less strongly than I about him. I think he seemed much struck with Theobald and myself. Indeed, Theobald's intellectual power must impress anyone, and I was showing, I do believe, to my best advantage, when I smiled at him and said I left my boy in his hands with the most entire confidence that he would be well cared for, as if he were at my own house. I am sure he was greatly pleased. I should not think many of the mothers who bring him boys can impress him so favourably, or say such nice things to him as I did. My smile is sweet when I desire to make it so. I never was perhaps exactly pretty, but I was always admitted to being fascinating. Dr. Skinner is a very handsome man. Too good, on the whole, I should say, for Mrs. Skinner. Theobald says he is not handsome, but men are no judges, and he has such a pleasant, bright face. I think my bonnet became me. As soon as I get home, I will tell Chambers to trim my blue and yellow merino with, etc., etc. All this time the letter which has been given above was lying in Christina's private little Japanese cabinet, read and reread and approved of many times over, not to say, if the truth were known, rewritten more than once, though dated as in the first instance, and this too, though Christina was fond enough of a joke in a small way. Ernest, still in Mrs. Jay's room, mused onward. Grown-up people, he said to himself, when they were ladies and gentlemen, never did naughty things, but he was always doing them. He had heard that some grown-up people were worldly, which of course was wrong. Still, this was quite distinct from being naughty, and did not get them punished or scolded. His own papa and mamma were not even worldly. They had often explained to him that they were exceptionally unworldly. He well knew that they had never done anything naughty since they had been children, and that even as children they had been nearly faultless. Oh, how different from himself! When should he learn to love his papa and mamma as they had loved theirs? How could he hope ever to grow up to be as good and wise as they, or even tolerably good and wise? Alas, never. It could not be. He did not love his papa and mamma, in spite of all their goodness, both in themselves and to him. He hated papa and did not like mamma, and this was what none but a bad and ungrateful boy would do after all that had been done for him. Besides, he did not like Sunday. He did not like anything that was really good. His tastes were low, and such as he was ashamed of. He liked people best if they sometimes swore a little, so long as it was not at him. As for his catechism and Bible readings, he had no heart in them. He had never attended to a sermon in his life. Even when he had been taken to hear Mr. Vaughan at Brighton, who, as everyone knew, preached such beautiful sermons for children, he had been very glad when it was all over. Nor did he believe he could get through the church at all if it were not for the voluntary upon the organ and the hymns and the chanting. The catechism was awful. He had never been able to understand what it was that he desired of his Lord God and Heavenly Father, nor had he yet hold of a single idea in connection with the word sacrament. His duty towards his neighbor was another bugbear. It seemed to him that he had duties toward everybody, lying in wait for him upon every side, but that nobody had any duties toward him. Then there was that awful and mysterious word, business. What did it all mean? What was business? His papa was a wonderfully good man of business. His mamma had often told him so. But he should never be one. It was hopeless and very awful, for people were continually telling him that he would have to earn his own living. No doubt, but how? Considering how stupid, idle, ignorant, self-indulgent, and physically puny he was. All grown-up people were clever, except servants, and even these were cleverer than ever he should be. Oh, why could not people be born into the world as grown-up persons? Then he thought of Casabianca. He had been examined in that poem by his father not long before. When only would he leave his position? To whom did he call? Did he get an answer? Why? How many times did he call upon his father? What happened to him? What was the noblest life that perished there? Do you think so? Why do you think so? And all the rest of it. Of course, he thought Casabianca's was the noblest life that perished there. There could be no two opinions about that. It never occurred to him that the moral of the poem was that young people cannot begin too soon to exercise discretion in the obedience they pay to their papa and mamma. Oh no, the only thought in his mind was that he should never have been like Casabianca, and that Casabianca would have despised him so much if he could have known him, that he would not have condescended to speak to him. There was nobody else in the ship worth reckoning at all. It did not matter how much they were blown up. Mrs. Hemans knew them all, and they were a very indifferent lot. Besides, Casabianca was so good-looking and came of such a good family. And thus his small mind kept wandering on till he could follow it no longer, and again went off into a doze. Chapter 30. Next morning Theobald and Christina arose feeling a little tired from their journey, but happy in that best of all happiness, the approbation of their consciences. It would be their boy's fault henceforth if he were not good and as prosperous as it was at all desirable that he should be. What more could parents do than they had done? The answer, nothing, will rise steadily to the lips of the reader as to those of Theobald and Christina themselves. A few days later the parents were gratified at receiving the following letter from their son. Dear Mamma, I am very well. Dr. Skinner made me do about the horse free and exulting roaming in the wide fields of Latin verse. But as I had done it with Papa, I knew how to do it, and it was nearly all right, and he put me in the 4th form under Mr. Templar, and I have to begin a new Latin grammar not like the old, but much harder. I know you wish me to work, and I will try very hard. With best love to Joey and Charlotte and to Papa, I remain, your affectionate son, Ernest. Nothing could be nicer or more proper. It really did seem as though he were inclined to turn over a new leaf. The boys had all come back, the examinations were over, and the routine of the half-year began. Ernest found that his fears about being kicked about and bullied were exaggerated. Nobody did anything very dreadful to him. He had to run errands between certain hours for the elder boys, and to take his turn at greasing the footballs and so forth, but there was an excellent spirit in the school as regards bullying. Nevertheless, he was far from happy. Dr. Skinner was much too like his father. True, Ernest was not thrown in with him much yet, but he was always there. There was no knowing at what moment he might not put in an appearance, and whenever he did show, it was to storm about something. He was like the lion in the Bishop of Oxford's Sunday story, always liable to rush out from behind some bush and devour someone when he was least expected. He called Ernest an audacious reptile, and said he wondered the earth did not open up and swallow him up because he pronounced Thalia with a short I. "And this to me," he thundered, "who never made a false quantity in my life!" Surely he would have been a much nicer person if he had made false quantities in his youth like other people. Ernest could not imagine how the boys in Dr. Skinner's form continued to live, but yet they did, and even throve, and, strange as it may seem, idolized him, or professed to do so in after life. To Ernest it seemed like living on the crater of Vesuvius. He was himself, as has been said, in Mr. Templar's form, who was snappish but not downright wicked, and was very easy to crib under. Ernest used to wonder how Mr. Templar could be so blind, for he supposed Mr. Templar must have cribbed when he was at school, and would ask himself whether he should forget his youth when he got old, as Mr. Templar had forgotten his. He used to think he could never possibly forget any part of it. Then there was Mrs. J., who was sometimes very alarming. A few days after the half-year had commenced, there had been some little extra noise in the hall, and she rushed in with her spectacles on her forehead and her cap-strings flying, and called the boy whom Ernest had selected as his hero the rampingest, scampingest, rackety-tackety, tow-row-roaringest boy in the whole school. But she used to say things that Ernest liked. If the doctor went out to dinner and there were no prayers, she would come in and say, "Young gentlemen, prayers are excused this evening," and take her for all in all, she was a kindly old soul enough. Most boys soon discover the difference between noise and actual danger, but to others it is so unnatural to menace, unless they mean mischief, that they are long before they leave off taking turkey-cocks and ganders au sérieux. Ernest was one of the latter sort, and found the atmosphere at Roughborough so gusty that he was glad to shrink out of sight and out of mind whenever he could. He disliked the games worse even than the squalls of the classroom and hall, for he was still feeble, and not filling out and attaining his full strength till a much later age than most boys. This was perhaps due to the closeness with which his father had kept him to his books in childhood, but I think in part also to a tendency towards lateness in attaining maturity, hereditary in the Pontifex family, which was one also of unusual longevity. At 13 or 14 he was a mere bag of bones, with upper arms about as thick as the wrists of other boys his age. His little chest was pigeon-breasted, he appeared to have no strength or stamina whatever, and finding he always went to the wall in physical encounters, whether undertaken in jest or earnest, even with boys shorter than himself, the timidity natural to childhood increased upon him to an extent that I am afraid amounted to cowardice. This rendered him even less capable than he might otherwise have been, for as confidence increases power, so want of confidence increases impotence. After he had had the breath knocked out of him, and had been well shinned half a dozen times in scrimmages at football, scrimmages in which he had become involved sorely against his will, he ceased to see any further fun in football, and shirked that noble game in the way that got him into trouble with the elder boys, who would stand no shirking on the part of the younger ones. He was as useless and ill at ease with cricket as with football, nor in spite of all his efforts could he ever throw a ball or a stone. It soon became plain, therefore, to every one that Pontifex was a young muff, a mollycoddle, not to be tortured, but still not to be rated highly. He was not, however, actively unpopular, for it was seen that he was quite square inter pares, not at all vindictive, easily pleased, perfectly free with whatever little money he had, no greater lover of his schoolwork than of the games, and generally more inclinable to moderate vice than to immoderate virtue. These qualities will prevent any boy from sinking very low in the opinion of his schoolfellows. But Ernest thought he had fallen lower than he probably had, and hated and despised himself for what he, as much as anyone else, believed to be his cowardice. He did not like the boys whom he thought like himself. His heroes were strong and vigorous, and the less they inclined toward him, the more he worshipped them. All this made him very unhappy, for it never occurred to him that the instinct which made him keep out of games for which he was ill adapted was more reasonable than the reason which would have driven him into them. Nevertheless, he followed his instinct for the most part, rather than his reason. Sapiens suum, si sapientium norit. End of chapter 30. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 31 and 32 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 31. With the masters, Ernest was ere long in absolute disgrace. He had more liberty now than he had known heretofore. The heavy hand and watchful eye of Theobald were no longer about his path and about his bed and spying out all his ways, and punishment by way of copying out lines of Virgil was a very different thing from the savage beatings of his father. The copying out, in fact, was often less trouble than the lesson. Latin and Greek had nothing in them which commended them to his instinct as likely to bring him peace even at the last. Still less did they hold out any hope of doing so within some more reasonable time. The deadness inherent in these defunct languages themselves had never been artificially counteracted by a system of bona fide rewards for application. There had been any amount of punishments for want of application, but no good comfortable bribes had baited the hook which was to allure him to his good. Indeed, the more pleasant side of learning to do this or that had always been treated as something with which Ernest had no concern. We had no business with pleasant things at all, at any rate very little business, at any rate not he, Ernest. We were put into this world not for pleasure, but duty, and pleasure had in it something more or less sinful in its very essence. If we were doing anything we liked, we, or at any rate he, Ernest, should apologize and think he was being very mercifully dealt with, if not at once told to go and do something else. With what he did not like, however, it was different. The more he disliked a thing, the greater the presumption was it was right. It never occurred to him that the presumption was in favor of the rightness of what was most pleasant, and that the onus of proving that it was not right lay with those who disputed its being so. I have said more than once that he believed in his own depravity. Never was there a little mortal more ready to accept without cavil whatever he was told by those who were in authority over him. He thought, at least, that he believed it, for as yet he knew nothing of that other Ernest that dwelt within him, and was so much stronger and more real than the Ernest of which he was conscious. The dumb Ernest persuaded with inarticulate feelings too swift and sure to be translated into such debatable things as words, but practically insisted as follows. Growing is not the easy, plain sailing business that it is commonly supposed to be. It is hard work, harder than any but a growing boy can understand. It requires attention, and you are not strong enough to attend to your bodily growth, and to your lessons too. Besides, Latin and Greek are great humbug. The more people know of them, the more odious they generally are. The nice people whom you delight in either never knew any at all, or forgot what they had learned as soon as they could. They never turned to the classics after they were no longer forced to read them. Therefore, they are nonsense, all very well in their own time and country, but out of place here. Never learn anything until you find you have been made uncomfortable for a good long while by not knowing it. When you find that you have occasion for this or that knowledge, or foresee that you will have occasion for it shortly, The sooner you learn it, the better. But till then, spend your time in growing bone and muscle. These will be much more useful for you than Latin and Greek, nor will you ever be able to make them if you do not do so now, whereas Latin and Greek can be acquired at any time by those who want them. You are surrounded on every side by lies which would deceive even the elect, if the elect were not generally so uncommonly wide awake. The self of which you are conscious, your reasoning and reflecting self, will believe these lies and bid you act in accordance with them. This conscious self of yours, Ernest, is a prig begotten of prigs and trained in priggishness. I will not allow it to shape your actions, though it will doubtless shape your words for many a year to come. Your papa is not here to beat you now. This is a change in the conditions of your existence, and should be followed by changed actions. Obey me, your true self, and things will go tolerably well with you. But only listen to that outward and visible old husk of yours which is called your father, and I will rend you in pieces even unto the 3rd and 4th generation, as one who has hated God. For I, Ernest, am the God who made you. How shocked Ernest would have been if he could have heard the advice he was receiving. What consternation, too, there would have been at Battersby. But the matter did not end here, for this same wicked inner self gave him bad advice about his pocket-money, the choice of his companions, and on the whole Ernest was attentive and obedient to its behests, more so than Theobald had been. The consequence was that he learned little, his mind growing more slowly, and his body rather faster than heretofore, and when by and by his inner self urged him in directions where he met obstacles beyond his strength to combat, he took, though with passionate compunctions of conscience, the nearest course to the one from which he was debarred which circumstances would allow. It may be guessed that Ernest was not the chosen friend of the more sedate and well-conducted youths then studying at Roughborough. Some of the less desirable boys used to go to public houses and drink more beer than was good for them. Ernest's inner self can hardly have told him to ally himself with these young gentlemen, but he did so at an early age, and was sometimes made pitiably sick by an amount of beer which would have produced no effect upon a stronger boy. Ernest's inner self must have interposed at this point and told him that there was not much fun in this, for he dropped the habit ere it had taken firm hold of him, and never resumed it. But he contracted another at a disgracefully early age of between 13 and 14, which he did not relinquish, though to the present day his conscious self keeps dinging it into him that the less he smokes, the better. And so matters went on till my hero was nearly 14 years old. If by that time he was not actually a young blackguard, he belonged to a debatable class between the sub-reputable and the upper disreputable, with perhaps rather more leaning to the latter, except so far as vices of meanness were concerned, from which he was fairly free. I gather this partly from what Ernest has told me, and partly from his school bills, which I remember Theobald showed me with much complaining. There was an institution at Roughborough called the monthly merit money. The maximum sum which a boy of Ernest's age could get was 4 shillings and 6 pence. Several boys got 4 shillings, and few less than 6 pence. But Ernest never got more than half a crown, and seldom more than 18 pence. His average would, I should think, be about 1 9 pence, which was just too much for him to rank among the downright bad boys, but too little to put him among the good ones. Chapter 32. I must now return to Miss Alethea Pontifex, of whom I have said perhaps too little hitherto, considering how great her influence upon my hero's destiny proved to be. On the death of her father, which happened when she was about 32 years old, she parted company with her sisters, between whom and herself there had been little sympathy, and came up to London. She was determined, so she said, to make the rest of her life as happy as she could, and she had clearer ideas about the best way of setting to work to do this than women, or indeed men, generally have. Her fortune consisted, as I have said, of £5,000, which had come to her by her mother's marriage settlements, and £15,000 left her by her father, over both which sums she had now absolute control. These brought her in about £900 a year, and the money being invested in none but the soundest securities, she had no anxiety about her income. She meant to be rich, so she formed a scheme of expenditure which involved an annual outlay of about £500, and determined to put the rest by. "If I do this," she said laughingly, "I shall probably just succeed in living comfortably within my income." In accordance with this scheme she took unfurnished apartments in a house in Gower Street, of which the lower floors were to let out as offices. John Pontifex tried to get her to take a house to herself, but Alethea told him to mind his own business so plainly that he had to beat a retreat. She had never liked him, and from that time dropped him almost entirely. Without going much into society, she yet became acquainted with most of the men and women who had attained a position in the literary, artistic, and scientific worlds, and it was singular how highly her opinion was valued, in spite of her never having attempted in any way to distinguish herself. She could have written if she had chosen, but she enjoyed seeing others write, and encouraging them better than taking a more active part herself. Perhaps literary people liked her all the better because she did not write. I, as she very well knew, had always been devoted to her, and she might have had a score of other admirers if she had liked, but she had discouraged them all, and railed at matrimony as women seldom do unless they have a comfortable income of their own. She by no means, however, railed at man as she railed at matrimony, and though living after a fashion in which even the most censorious could find nothing to complain of, as far as she properly could, she defended those of her own sex whom the world condemned most severely. In religion she was, I should think, as nearly a free thinker as anyone could be whose mind seldom turned upon the subject. She went to church, but disliked equally those who aired either religion or irreligion. I remember once hearing her press a late well-known philosopher to write a novel instead of pursuing his attacks upon religion. The philosopher did not much like this, and dilated upon the importance of showing people the folly of much that they pretended to believe. She smiled and said demurely, "Have they not Moses and the prophets? Let them hear them." But she would say a wicked thing quietly on her own account sometimes, and called my attention once to a note in her prayer book which gave account of the walk to Emmaus with the 2 disciples, and how Christ had said to them, "O fools and slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken," the all being printed in small capitals. Though scarcely on terms with her brother John, she had kept up closer relations with Theobald and his family, and had paid a few days' visit to Battersby once in every 2 years or so. Alethea had always tried to like Theobald and join forces with him as much as she could, for they too were the hares of the family, the rest being all hounds, but it was no use. I believe her chief reason for maintaining relations with her brother was that she might keep an eye on his children, and give them a lift if they proved nice. When Miss Pontifex had come down to Battersby in old times, the children had not been beaten, and their lessons had been made lighter. She easily saw that they were overworked and unhappy, but she could hardly guess how all-reaching was the regime under which they lived. She knew she could not interfere effectually then, and wisely forbore to make too many inquiries. Her time, if ever it were to come, would be when the children were no longer living under the same roof as their parents. It ended in her making up her mind to have nothing to do with either Joey or Charlotte, but to see so much of Ernest as should enable her to form an opinion about his disposition and abilities. He had now been a year and a half at Roughborough, and was nearly 14 years old, so that his character had begun to shape. His aunt had not seen him for some little time, and thinking that if she was to exploit him she could do so now perhaps better than at any other time, she resolved to go down to Roughborough on some pretext which should be good enough for Theobald, and to take stock of her nephew under circumstances in which she could get him for some few hours to herself. Accordingly, in August 1849, when Ernest was just entering on his 4th half-year, a cab drove up to Dr. Skinner's door with Miss Pontifex, who asked and obtained leave for Ernest to come and dine with her at the Swan Hotel. She had written to Ernest to say she was coming, and he was, of course, on the lookout for her. He had not seen her for so long that he was rather shy at first, but her good nature soon set him at ease. She was so strongly biassed in favour of anything young, that her heart warmed toward him at once, though his appearance was less prepossessing than she had hoped. She took him to a cake shop and gave him whatever he liked as soon as she had got him off the school premises, and Ernest felt at once that she contrasted favourably even with his aunts the Misses Allaby, who were so very sweet and good. The Misses Allaby were very poor. 6 pence was to them what 5 shillings was to Alethea. What chance had they against one who, if she had a mind, could put by out of her income twice as much as they, poor women, could spend? The boy had plenty of prattle in him when he was not snubbed, and Alethea encouraged him to chatter about whatever came uppermost. He was always ready to trust anyone who was kind to him. It took many years to make him reasonably wary in this respect, if indeed, as I sometimes doubt, he will ever be as wary as he ought to be. And in a short time he had quite dissociated his aunt from his papa and mamma and the rest, with whom his instinct told him he should be on his guard. Little did he know how great, as far as he was concerned, were the issues that depended upon his behaviour. If he had known, he would perhaps have played his part less successfully. His aunt drew from him more details of his home and school life than his papa and mamma would have approved of, but he had no idea that he was being pumped. She got out of him all about the happy Sunday evenings, and how he and Joey and Charlotte quarrelled sometimes, but she took no side and treated everything as though it were a matter of course. Like all the boys, he could mimic Dr. Skinner, and when warmed with dinner and 2 glasses of sherry which made him nearly tipsy, he favoured his aunt with samples of the doctor's manner, and spoke of him familiarly as Sam. "Sam," he said, "is an awful old humbug." It was the sherry that brought out this piece of swagger, for whatever else he was, Dr. Skinner was a reality to Master Ernest, before which indeed he sank into his boots in no time. Alethea smiled and said, "I must not say anything to that, must I?" Ernest said, "I suppose not," and was checked. By and by he vented a number of small second-hand priggishnesses, which he had caught up believing them to be the correct thing, and made it plain that even at that early age Ernest believed in Ernest, with a belief which was amusing from its absurdity. His aunt judged him charitably, as she was sure to do. She knew very well where the priggishness came from, and seeing that the string of his tongue had been loosened sufficiently, gave him no more sherry. It was after dinner, however, that he completed the conquest of his aunt. She then discovered that, like herself, he was passionately fond of music, and that, too, of the highest class. He knew and hummed or whistled to her all sorts of pieces out of the works of the great masters, which a boy of his age could hardly be expected to know, and it was evident that this was purely instinctive. inasmuch as music received no kind of encouragement at Roughborough. There was no boy in the school as fond of music as he was. He picked up his knowledge, he said, from the organist of St. Michael's Church, who used to practice sometimes on a week-day afternoon. Ernest had heard the organ booming away as he was passing outside the church, and had sneaked inside and up into the organ loft. In the course of time the organist became accustomed to him as a familiar visitant, and the pair became friends. It was this which decided Alethea that the boy was worth taking pains with. "He likes the best music," she thought, "and he hates Dr. Skinner. This is a very fair beginning." When she sent him away at night with a sovereign in his pocket, and he had only hoped to get 5 shillings, she felt as though she had had a good deal more than her money's worth for her money. Chapter 32. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.